can play a complete fucking arsehole, but he does it so well.
It's also one of the few horror franchises to translate into TV very well, too, with Ash vs. Evil Dead.
Yeah, Ash vs. Evil Dead is fucking brilliant. It's
is it good? I've never seen it.
It is very good.
Nice.
I don't know why I haven't seen it. I remember seeing the original. I hired it on VHS before the 1984 Horror Act or whatever it was called came into force, and I watched it with my parents, which was a massive mistake because I just wanted to crawl under the couch because it was the scene with the tree. We all know what I'm talking about. Things. Well, I think I was about 14-year-old or something, and it was it was a bit cringy for me.
Yeah,
horrifying.
I mean, exactly the same as you, mate. I mean, when I was at school, this was the movie that was doing the rounds. It was this and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that were doing the rounds on pirate video.
Yeah.
So these video cassettes were changing hands around school. And like I say, I think I was 11, 12 when this come out, something like that. I think it was about 11. And of course, it made history by being the very first movie that was on the UK banned Video Nasty list. This was the one that kicked the Video Nasty list off. This was the one. So it has made movie history in that respect.
Really,
and of course, it is. I mean, but we look at it from our sort of modern sensibilities, looking back on something. But nonetheless, I think tonally, it's still pretty fucking hardcore.
Gruesome.
It's it's not a nice movie, but I enjoy it. I mean, people like us, the freaks. We like these movies that aren't very nice. Yeah, there's no denying it's a horror movie. Exactly.
Firmly in its cheek, though. It does everything with a sort of a wink to the audience. The last couple of movies haven't. They've gone full on horror. The what was it, Evil Dead Rise, and the remake Fede Alvarez did. But the original movies were always on a trajectory to head up to the Evil Dead 3, the Medieval Dead.
Yeah.
So Army of Darkness. So it's always had a little bit of that comedy there for me, a little bit of that Sam Raimi, knowing wink to the camera.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're watching a very hardcore comic book come to life on film, because it does have a style to it. I mean, even the gore is very more cartoonish than realistic compared to the remake, which did feel very realistic when it came to the gore.
Brilliant analogy. Really, really fantastic analogy. It's like a hardcore comic book that's come to life. Brilliant. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And plus, we already had good shocker flicks like The Last House on the Left. So I guess Sam Raimi was trying to do his own little stamp, because horror films need to have something very memorable, don't they? And a woman getting raped by a tree. I mean, you're never going to forget that.
It's quite up there, isn't it? Well, excuse the pun.
Yeah.
Evil Dead 2 was hilarious as well, by the way.
Yeah,
Evil Dead 2 really did give Bruce Campbell as Ash a bit more personality as well.
More or less a remake, wasn't it? Really, because
because
the legal
copyright bullshit, wasn't it?
That
from being a straight continuation.
Yeah, I think I've got a bit of lag, but I always thought that Peter Jackson was looking at Raimi's Evil Dead films, and they influenced, Brain Dead and Bad Taste somewhat.
Yeah,
I need to watch that. I've seen Brain Dead. It's fucking mad. I mean, the guy cracks open his skull and starts stuffing his own brains back in his head. It's crazy.
Crazy.
But I do like the fact that this is where the Ash character really starts to come into a bit more as well. He starts to become a bit more badass, because in the first one, he's just this very nerdy guy who's forced to survive, and he's kind of the same, but he does it with a bit more style, doesn't he? He gets the one-liners like swallow this and groovy, and the third one really sort of brings that personality even more, where they kind of make him the the unlikely hero. The hero is a bit of an arsehole, but he's also got a good heart as well. And Ash versus Evil Dead did a very good job of sort of like getting all those continuations in together, and it sort of like made everything in those films sort of canon in a way.
Yeah.
And I don't like the fact that Ash still hasn't fucking grown up and moved on from his experiences. He's kind of this sad middle-aged guy trying to fucking come on, chat up these women that are half his age. He's going through a midlife crisis, and he doesn't really care. He's happy to live that midlife crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Toxic, sorry, no, you've been in there for a while. Yeah, thoughts on the Evil
No, it's
Dead?
okay. I have never really cared for the Evil Dead. I really liked Army of Darkness, but Evil Dead doesn't really blow my skirt up. I'm sorry. It doesn't really do anything for me. I do appreciate the fact that it introduced me to Bruce Campbell, but and like I said, I'm a huge Army of Darkness fan for what it is, but the Evil Dead movies don't really do much for me.
3 years ago, my biggest concern.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, continue. Sorry about that. Here we go.
I don't have much else to say except I like Army of Darkness, but the Evil Dead stuff, that doesn't really do much for me. And I like Army of Darkness because it's kind of like From Dusk Till Dawn, where it's kind of funny horror. I did not see the TV show, but I did watch your review on it, so I'm thinking about loading that up in the Plex Pass as soon as I get a chance and taking a look at it just based on your review. But other than that, and I love Bruce Campbell to death. He's one of my favorites, especially
he's kind of like one of those. He's kind of like Kurt Russell. He just can't do any fucking wrong.
Not in my book, no. But yeah, I love it. So, is this whose picks are we on? Are we on your picks?
Well, I'm on man for now. This is my my first pick right now. I'm gonna move on top to bottom anyway. So, because it's not on anyone else's list, it's okay. So we've still got everyone else still has 9 to go. So, and you've still got 10 to go as well. So yeah. So I don't think there's anything else I can say about the Evil Dead. Because if I do, I'll probably end up taking the stream too long, and I don't want to do that. So we'll move on. Great fucking franchise. Evil Dead Rise is okay. The remake is actually pretty fucking decent, but the best are still the ones with Bruce Campbell, hands down. So yeah, I will move on now. On to Fandad Menace. Yeah,
hand down.
Yeah.
We're moving on to me.
Yeah, moving on to you because you're just below me now.
Let's go. Okay, so from way back in 1896 with The House of the Devil right up to Terrifier 3 and everything in between, we've been petrified, terrified and horrified for nearly 130 years of horror movies. We've chased escapism, alternative realities, curiosity, and the dark side of the human psyche, all in the name of a rush of adrenaline whilst hiding behind a cushion. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we reveal our guilty pleasures. Ooh, there you go.
Nice.
Very good. Well
Sure.
said.
Nice. I just went from 6 to midnight. I don't know about you guys.
What's going on here? I'm trying to type this up on the internet database here, but yeah, it's doing that shit. Okay, here we go. House of the Devil, is that what you said?
Who?
Did you say House of the Devil?
Yes, apparently that was the first horror film in 1896. Could be wrong, but who knows?
Get this up.
That's not one of my favourites, by the way, but you can have a look. I was going to mention John Carpenter's early stuff, his early horror movies. You've got the likes of Halloween, which obviously kicked off the slasher movie genre. The Fog, which I love, and obviously The Thing, which we've discussed at great length a few months ago. I don't know if those are on anybody else's list at all.
No.
No,
not on mine.
Carpenter off my list. Figured it was a bit too cliche.
No. I think Halloween was probably one of the first. Well, I used to watch a lot of Dracula movies with my sister. She used to come and get me out of bed when my parents were asleep. When I was about 10 years old.
Track here, Fandad. I mean, you're mentioning like a lot of things at once. Just mention one for now. We move down, and then I'll get back to you soon. That's all. Because I'm trying to, I'm just trying to concentrate on one thing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what? Right. So what's the your first pick for now?
Carpenter movies.
Carpenter movies. All right. So yeah, the John Carpenter movies. Yeah.
Yeah. Halloween,
Yeah,
Fog, and The Thing, because you said we could mix them into one.
Yeah,
pick,
you can have
so
that. Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
go
Sorry
for
about that.
his.
I would even add John Carpenter's Vampire in there.
Oh God, I knew I liked you.
Yeah, good.
I knew I liked you for a reason. Good for you.
That is
Good
my
for you.
favorite vampire movie.
The one with
Oh,
James Woods, is that the one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
pretty decent as well, I guess. So yeah,
Yeah.
we'll throw that one.
What about
into the
Prince of Darkness? Throw Prince of Darkness in there.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Can
man.
do. I don't think
I
I've
just
seen
recently saw that one for the first time. It was an interesting mix of mixing religion with science and
Yeah.
sci-fi. It was really
Yes.
cool.
Yeah.
that. Donald Pleasance appears in that as well, does he not?
Yes.
Pleasance?
Yeah,
He does,
he's in
yeah.
Lords though, isn't he? He's in
Yeah.
Escape from New York. He's
Aye.
I mean,
He's
'cause
in
I- 'cause
Halloween as
before- yeah.
Dr. Loomis.
yeah,
I have
'cause
seen
before this,
almost-
I was, Oh, sorry. Yeah, finish off. Sorry about that.
I've almost seen all John Carpenter's except for Escape from New York and Escape from LA.
I wouldn't bother with
Oh,
LA.
right, okay.
Yeah,
LA
skip LA. Please skip LA for
Okay.
your. Yeah.
Definitely watch Escape from New York, because that's
Escape
in
from New
like
York is great.
my top movies
Yeah, it's
ever.
wonderful.
Is Escape from New
Yeah, it's
York.
a wonderful
His
film.
best stuff is still the late 70s, maybe all the way to the
Yeah.
early 90s, because I think Mouth of Madness was early 90s, was it?
Yes. 1993 or 4, I think.
Yeah, and
I
it was
think
like the third installment in the unofficial Apocalypse trilogy,
Correct.
which I found out.
Mhm.
Yeah, which I found out The Thing was the first one, but the thing is, you can still watch these individually because they are very, they aren't very all that connected, really, are they?
Not really.
No.
Just in the way that they all, in some way, are going to end the world, I guess, technically, or whatever. So
He did Dark Star as well, didn't he? About 2 or 3
Yes, he
years
did, yeah,
before
yeah.
Halloween, I think. Which I watched a little clip of it the other day, and I thought, wow, the sort of the set and all the sort of technology for the time.
Yeah.
I thought it looked pretty good actually.
Yeah,
For a science fiction movie of that era, like 1975 or 76. But yeah, Halloween.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Halloween. I think I watched.
Yeah.
It's one of those late night viewings. Weekend, 11 o'clock at night. Come downstairs and watch this with me. My sister was good at doing that. I think we watched all of the Dracula movies, which that's probably what got me into horror movies in the first place. But Halloween was definitely one of them. Kicked off the slasher genre, as I said. I think it was made for something like $300,000 and made $70 million at the box office. So pretty good. Any thoughts?
Yeah. It's
I mean,
not
he's
much
the
we
goat.
can say.
Terrific film.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
not much we can say because it's very. You can probably mistake. Right, when you look at his posters, they come across as very schlocky, but still, John Carpenter comes across as a guy who knows what he's doing, and he has a real love for film.
Definitely. I mean, from the outset of the movie, he puts the audience right in the driving seat by putting that mask over the camera, and then it's a POV, and then you can't escape from the horror because you're actually murdering the girl upstairs, which turns out to be his sister, and you can't escape from that because there's nowhere you can look unless you're hiding behind a cushion. So you're right in there committing the heinous crime along with Michael. Brilliant.
He's one of those filmmakers, directors, isn't he?
Definitely.
Yeah,
If you want to know how to make a horror film, study John Carpenter.
Yeah, he's not a Hollywood director either, mate. He fucking hates. He hates how Hollywood has always tried to fuck him over every time he tries to make a film his way.
Yeah. And I think as we were talking yesterday, Luke, I mean, he's been a victim of Hollywood, so this is why he's quite a rebellious guy. He certainly doesn't suffer fools. I know that much. But collectively, I think his works are, amazing. Real great pieces of movie history. Halloween, although, most people do cite that as being the first slasher movie. I mean, you could go, a few years prior to that to Black Christmas, which is my favorite festive movie. But I suppose this was the one that really kick-started the slasher movie, wasn't it? This was the one,
Yeah, I mean, because after that we was getting Jason, Freddy, and I think was it Nocturnal that was saying something about Maria Bravos. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what he says. Slasher wise, I'd even go back further, a bit like Bravos Bay, Original Blood 72, and Martino's classic hybrid flick Torso 73.
Oh yeah. Torso,
Yeah,
terrific.
The Italians have a very good seem to have a good eye for fucking horror, because I just watched City of the Dead earlier, or The Gates of Hell.
Yeah,
that is fucking good, man. That is fucking good. The zombies actually look gross and grotesque. They've got worms on their faces, everything, and like, damn, man.
Fulci had a certain charm to his movies.
Yeah. I mean, Dario Argento.
They weren't all brilliant, but they're all quite of a style.
Yeah, agree.
And it's hard to fucking pin down Carpenter's style. I mean, it's kind of schlocky, but it's awesome at the same time, and you can see there's a lot of passion into it. And they never look incredibly high budget either. It looks like he's managed to find a way to make it look convincing despite the low budget he has.
Yeah,
I think it's because of the low budget. I think he's, this is when you get innovative filmmaking because of the low budgets. If you're restricted, if you have those restrictions and constrictions and constraints, then this is what forces you to be a little bit more creative.
100% agree. Especially, usually low budget means practical effects in these types of movies. And with it being practical effects, it's usually way better than the CGI stuff that we get for high budget horror movies.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And thank you for the sub-nocturnal frequency. And once this is done, I will upload the channels of everyone else on here later. So if you've not subscribed to them yet, please do. But and thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It's a nice little Saturday night with a few beers, just talking Hollywood shit and having hopefully having a good time, a good few hours. So yeah, and so John Carpenter, is there anything else anyone wants to add to it before we move on? So I don't know if there's any more to say. I mean, if anyone else does, please, I would love to hear.
He just seems like a cool guy. He just seems like a kind of guy that you could like have a beer with. If you ever listen to any of his audio commentary on stuff,
yes, I've listened to the thing. I've listened to the one with Kurt Russell, especially.
Yeah, him and Kurt Russell just get on really good, and they just seem like a couple of cool guys to hang out with.
Yeah, do you see the scene in the thing where Blair's just squelching the fucking guts out of one of the bodies, and they're just laughing their ass off, saying, "Hey, I like the fact he feels he had to just squelch it around." It's like they're like kids, watching this movie for the first time.
Yeah, I think if you're making films and you're not having fun doing it, you're doing something wrong at the end of the day.
Yeah. There's actually a really good interview with John Carpenter, John Landis, and David Cronenberg from I think it is about 1982, so that would coincide with the release of The Thing. And they show a clip on this show of The Thing, and it's precisely that scene where Blair's kind of squelching around with all the guts and everything, but it's a completely different version of that scene. It's totally different. It's a version which has added shots and an extension of that scene, which didn't make it into the final cut of the movie. So I'm assuming that interview was done considerable time before the release of the movie, of the final edit. And it's quite interesting. So it's a really interesting interview, especially when you have those three gentlemen talking about their movies, all three of them together, talking about horror. Great interview. So if you can find it, John Landis, John Carpenter, David Cronenberg interview, it's on YouTube.
I like John Landis. He's like, he doesn't apologize for being a murderer, like just like me. So
Yeah, I heard about that. Was it like some fucking stunt he did? Some car accident.
Twilight Zone. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was like he misjudged. It was back in the heyday when you could just get away with a lot of stuff without OSHA and safety regulations, and he murdered an over the hill actor and a couple Asian kids. So really no big loss, but I mean, not.
No biggie. Just a couple, just a couple innocent people. Not a big deal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who's really innocent if we're being honest? I mean, come on.
Yeah, well, I've already crossed the thing off my list now since you mentioned John Carpenter. Did anyone else have any John Carpenter movies on their list?
I did. I had The Thing, Vampires on my list. They're definitely top 10 every Halloween they get a watch.
Don't forget The Fog.
Vampires a little bit anyway, because
Fog's
the thing is
underrated.
because the thing is definitely one of his the ones that doesn't feel schlocky in comparison, because it really does. There is a lot of fucking atmosphere in that, and it's a really unsettling atmosphere, and you feel just as isolated as everyone else is in that film.
The Thing is also the reason why I became a special effects artist for Hollywood, because of how well the effects were in there and how well they still hold up to this day.
Nice.
Oh wow! I didn't know that. I didn't know you
yeah.
did special
That's
effects.
awesome.
I worked in Hollywood for about 13 years.
Nice.
Wow.
Hello?
Oh,
And they've cut Maddie off before she can give away any
shit,
secret.
man. Maybe a signal. Maybe a signal. Oh, let's get that off anyway. She on? Nadia?
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
thank
here.
God. We got you still. Yeah. So you're kind of influenced by Rob Bottin in a way as well, because
Tom Savini a lot too.
Yeah,
Tom Savini more so because he's like the godfather of special effects, and also a lot of his stuff was stuff you could find in your kitchen to do so.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you one of your first purchases was his Grand Illusions book.
Yes, and a lot of latex and fake corn syrup and yes.
I don't want to drag.
Big.
I don't want to drag this.
Sorry. Finish off, Toxic. Finish off.
I don't want to drag this out too long, but Nadia, have you had an opportunity to read the John Steakley novel Vampires that the movie's based on?
No.
It's very good. It's one of my favorite books that I've read it like 20 times. So it's really good.
I'll add it to the list. I have to also read American Psycho since I just saw that the other day.
Maybe.
Yeah, a lot. Apparently, that's even more fucking brutal than the movie. Yeah, it does go into a bit more detail, doesn't it? It's
It does. It does. I don't care for his writing style, to be honest with you. I may do a Consider the Source of American Psycho versus. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
And Jurassic Park, remember?
I know Jurassic Park. Yes, after spooky season, I promise you, I will do Jurassic Park. You have my word.
Awesome.
Yeah, because I mean, it's kind of a good example of changing the book and making it work. It's because the thing is based off a short story by John Campbell, and it does take the elements of the paranoia and the metamorphosis and not be able to trust the people you're working with. But while the book is a little bit more analytical, I mean, it's mostly just people talking around trying to analyze the situation more than a full-on fucking body horror and gore. But it's still a good book, though.
You talking about The Thing, or are you talking about Vampires?
Yeah, the original short story "Who Goes There" by John Campbell.
Yeah, I was actually referring to the John Steakley novel Vampires, where the Catholic Church goes up against the vampires.
I was just about to mention, does that steer a little bit away from the book to make it better for the movie?
The movie by itself is very, it's good. It's like if you enjoy Rambo: First Blood, but the book is completely different, but in some ways a lot better. But you can still quite enjoy or like The Prestige. It's different between, because they have a whole character they didn't put in. This guy named Felix, who's a cartel enforcer, he's so fast, even though he's just a human. He's so fast with his guns, he can actually shoot the vampires and slow them down, even when they're moving at hyper speeds and stuff. But he's also a coward, and he doesn't want to fight the vampires, so they kind of have to force him into it. So like that, I have a whole review. I put it in the chat. I have a whole review.
I need to rewatch it again, because it's been a while. So yeah, we've mentioned John Carpenter. I think we'll move on to Inside Man. What's your first pick?
Actually, what I was going to do, if you don't mind, as Nadia's pushed for time, just a suggestion, if it's okay, that I'll pass my turn over to Nadia, and maybe she could do.
Oh yeah, she's
she's got her show. Yeah, she's got her show coming up.
If she could, Nadia wanted to do two two at a time rather than just the one,
Yeah.
because obviously, she is quite pushed for time.
Yeah, we're already running like 30 minutes then. Yeah, so if you want to list some of yours right now, it might. I know it's going to be a bit shit having you to sort of rush by a little bit, but if it means it gets your stuff out in time for you to get ready to do what you need to do, then I think we might have to make do.
That's fine. There's a couple of movies that already have been mentioned that usually are on my list, but I would add Trick or Treat is one of my favorites to watch every year.
I've only recently got into it. It's like shit. I can't believe I didn't see this a while ago because I did not see marketing for this anywhere when it came out.
Yeah,
I saw that and I was like, oh, that's what happened to Anna Paquin.
Yes. And Bram Stoker's Dracula is another one I watch. I also watch American Werewolf in London. And then if I were to go into a little bit more modern slasher, it would be probably Scream. Scream is one of my favorite franchises, even the really bad ones in it.
No,
so
there are no bad ones. They're all good actually.
6 was really bad.
No, it was actually really good. Actually, they're all really good. It's one of my picks as well.
Similar to John Carpenter, I think Wes Craven has a huge influence on modern day horror and upcoming horror directors, just as much as John Carpenter does.
First Scream was genre defying. It really was.
Yeah, it was a good send up of the slasher genre. I know we had Scary Movie after, but Scream is the better parody because it is kind of still its own movie that just happens to, just be a bit more meta with it.
Yes, it was very, very self-analytical of tropes and things like that. I think that's what really makes that film, to be honest. Aside from the slasher action, is the introspective look that it takes at the genre.
Well, it's such an influence in pop culture in general. My husband hadn't seen any of the Scream movies, but he knew the premise and he knew the references because they're used so much in pop culture.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they're pretty good. I've not seen any of the Scream movies after 3 though. I've only seen the first 3. That's it. I don't know if I do want to see the rest after. I mean, I think the 4th one is kind of like taking the piss out of horror reboots, but I don't know if I should.
They're the Mission Impossible of horror movies. There's just one that comes out almost.
Facts.
5 was kind of interesting, but I didn't like 6.
I love 6. I thought 6 was great.
Yeah, but you think Alien Romulus is better than Alien?
I guess it is.
I mean, I think Romulus is better than Aliens. So.
Oh, okay. So I think here, I think I think we lost Nadia. I think her.
I love Alien. Alien is on my list too. I saw the entire Alien franchise for the first time this year. I went on a journey.
Did you?
And
wow.
I love Alien. Alien's great.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I've never seen it.
So
I like Romulus as my second pick, mostly because I think now, before I go on, Aliens is a great action movie. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I understand why it's always in people's top 10 movie list, not just in its genre. But Romulus to me feeds more into the horror genre than the action parts, and that's what I like a little bit more. That's why I like it a little bit more. That way it goes Alien, Romulus, and Aliens for me. Just a personal preference.
See, I actually thought that Alien Romulus was the first proper Alien movie since Alien 3. That's to me what it kind of felt like.
I'll give it that. I did like the main character on it. I did like the relationship with her android brother, who's kind of defective. I mean, it's just the other characters. I just didn't really give a shit about them. Well,
Critical, what was that thing that you said? What did Romulus suffer from?
Yeah, the key jangling a little bit.
No, the other thing.
Oh, it's been a while, mate. I fucking forgot.
Oh, we can't hear him. Your mic, Critical.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to remember now. It's been a while. I know there was a lot of fucking lines where, and there was a few moments that did take me out of it. A few lapses of logic, like I was a little bit confused about Danny and and the fact that there was they had an android as well that looked exactly like Ian Holm, and I didn't really like that as well because they could have just had another android, or I think someone mentioned, you know, they could have just shot him from hand and not shown his face, and it probably would have been better. Yeah, there was just a lot there that did sort of hold it back a little bit, but the main actors, the main two actors are actually really good. I do like the actress on it. I forgot her bloody name, and I do like the actual
Kaylee Spaney.
Kaylee Spaney. Yeah, she's really good there. She's really good.
What?
He's making fun of the British guys that are in it. It's like it's something in the water.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've got to
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
to
they
be
were kind
honest.
of forgettable. I think-
It's, I mean, they're just too urban UK for me.
Yeah.
They're the only downside. I think if we'd had all American actors, or at least some British actors that speak rather nice English, rather than all this kind of speaking like this, mate. I
Yeah.
just thought
Be good if there were. If there were.
I wouldn't mind the mixture. I think I get it because the manners, but not every fucking working class person talks like that. We don't always talk like this, mate. Lad, you know what?
yeah,
Be good if they were older than 14 as well.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Have a little
helps,
bit of
yeah.
gravitas.
About
Yeah.
it, didn't it? It was
Or the
basically-
weird cousin relationship going on.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Can
Although
I
I
ask
will
a
say
question as
it-
well
it
about
was-
this movie?
Just quickly, I think this was obviously made by the director is obviously somebody who loves Alien. You can tell
Yeah,
he
sure,
loves
yeah.
Alien.
Definitely.
I don't fault Fade Alvarez for his directing or anything like that. I think the story has the problem. I think it has way too many key jangling member berries, alien callbacks, and not enough ideas of its own. I think it could have been a great movie.
I think during our review, Al, I think you said I think it's got all the stuff that's wrong with it has the stink of Ridley Scott all over it. I think that was how you phrased it.
Yeah, like James Cameron, he needs to leave his fucking franchise alone.
I want James Cameron can carry on directing movies because they're visually spectacular. I mean, Avatar 2, for all its faults, it looked amazing and the directing was great. Just stop writing. Get somebody else to write and then we'll be fine.
I'm an anti-Avatar. I hate the first one.
God,
I did
stop
not
it.
care.
I can only like you so much, Nadia.
It's
Stop it.
it's Fern Gully for adults. It's Fern Gully for
yeah.
adults.
Yeah, I
It
was
is-
dazzled by it at first. I was dazzled by
Rubbish.
it first, and I took a minute to think and wait a minute, it's actually fucking shit. What?
God, he
Yeah.
is
But yeah, like
so
you said,
base.
it's Fenguli, Pocahontas, fucking Dances with Wolves with blue monkey smurfs.
No original ideas. Amazing world building, amazing directing, a brilliant score by the late John Horner.
James
It's
Horner.
great. James Horner, sorry, James Horner. Yes, of course.
Even if you like it, though, I have a question. Do you
Mhm.
think it should be expanded into 7 movies, though?
No,
No.
never.
it didn't need to go beyond one movie.
Yeah.
But it
That's
made
what I'm
over-
saying.
it
Like, just
made over
end
$1
it with
billion.
the one.
It's
Do
like-
something
it's like-
else.
It's like Joker.
Yeah.
Joker should never have had a second film ever.
Yes.
There was no need, but it made $1 billion.
Neither should have Smile 2. Smile 2 shouldn't have happened either.
Didn't see Smile.
God,
so-
Smile once sucked. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't
why.
like Smile one.
Smile 1 to me I liked because of a lot of the practical effects and stuff. It was a good low budget horror movie. The second one followed the same beats. Nothing new. Not worth a movie ticket.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll run out of time. Mate. So yeah, how many
sorry,
of you
Nadia,
listen now, Nadia?
Oh, yeah. I should probably bounce now anyway. So I
All
can
right. Well,
finish
sorry we
getting
didn't
ready
get
for
to
my
hear the
stream.
others, but if you don't get a chance, maybe leave them in the comments later then.
Okay,
It's,
I will. I will.
But
Um,
thanks for joining us, Dos. Yeah, it's been a great pleasure having you on,
Yeah,
and hope to have you
terrific.
on here again soon. Hopefully, at a less busier time in your life. I really hope so.
Yeah, November, December, October, just I'm everywhere. I've been on, I think, over 20 streams now this month.
Fuck
so
yeah.
The
Wow.
Queen of horror on YouTube.
Yeah. I'm going to take my own vacation in November from everything. So, but thank you for having me on. I'd love to come back. Enjoy, guys, the conversation. I'll talk to you all later. Have a great one.
you
Great
take
to
care.
meet you.
Take
Nice
care,
one.
enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Okay, moving on. Right, since before Nadia was in a rush to get through her stuff, I think I was on to you, Inside Man, wasn't I? First pick.
Yeah, I'm going with An American Werewolf in London.
Oh God, that is so fucking good.
Nadia mentioned it, but yeah,
rubbish.
It's just,
What?
yeah, it's just. I mean, when I first saw this, it just blew my mind, as it did with everybody else who saw this movie back in the day. And you know, I mean, the effects still look the effects still look fantastic today. That transformation is superlative. It's just there is nothing that compares to it. I mean, every other werewolf transformation that he has worked on since, every other transformation is still secondary in comparison. You know, this is the gold standard. This is Rick Baker's gold standard, or this is the industry's gold standard. And of course, you know, this was the movie, or Rick Baker and his work on this movie. This was the movie that really created the special makeup effects Academy Award category. So prior to that, prior to American Werewolf, there was no category for special makeup effects. And yeah, and he thoroughly deserved it. It's an incredible piece of work, written and directed, obviously, by John Landis. John Landis wrote this whilst he was working as a lowly production assistant when he was 18, whilst he was working on Kelly's Heroes in Yugoslavia. You know, he was hoping to make this for some considerable time, and the only way he could make it was with a negative pickup deal. So a negative pickup deal, for anyone who's watching who doesn't know, is where you make a deal with a company, they put up the money, and when the movie makes the money back, then you pay them the money back. Or you can there's also another form of negative pickup deal where you have a loan, and you make the money on a loan from the bank, and then the company will look at that movie and say, yeah, we'll definitely have that, and we'll give you the money in order for you to pay back your loan. So there's two types of negative pickup deal. So that's what he did. He actually took a loan out from the bank on the promise that the movie was going to be picked up by Polygram, I think it was, which was a Dutch company. And of course, there were all the interiors and sets and everything was shot at Twickenham Studios in London, and the locations were in and around London, aside from the stuff that they did for the Slaughtered Lamb. I think some was done in Wales, and a little was done in the West Country of Cornwall, I think, or Devon.
Oh yeah, that pub was not in fucking Yorkshire. I looked it up. It was somewhere outside London.
Yeah, I think it was actually Devon. I think that was Devon.
Yeah.
Devon is outside London. It's very far outside London.
Yeah, it's outside London. Yeah, very far outside London. But yeah, I mean, again, it's just one of those benchmark movies, I think, that, you know, as soon as it was released and everybody was wowed by it. Everybody wanted to do a werewolf movie. Everyone wanted to do a Rick Baker werewolf transformation, and you know, never was the guy in such demand after that. I mean, I was lucky to have worked alongside him, work with Rick Baker, which was a fantastic experience. But sadly, not on something that was quite so good. You know, it didn't end up as good as it should have done. I mean, the makeup effects was superb, but yeah, the movie wasn't well received. I won't tell you what movie that was, but yeah, it wasn't a well received movie. And I managed to work with John Landis on a film called Burke and Hare as well.
Yeah, but
so
the corpses.
Yeah. So I've been fortunate enough to work with both John Landis and Rick Baker.
Roberts?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah.
I think it was like one of the first. It may have been the first werewolf movie to have him actually be a painful transformation, like his bones start breaking and morphing and bending all over. Oh yeah, I think Blue Collar's trying to get on as well.
It's finally part of the boxes.
Here we go. Sorry about that, man.
That's fine. Yeah, great choice, man. Like you said, I watched my kid American Werewolf in London, and to this day, even Joe Rogan's like them transformations are fucking fantastic, dude.
Yeah, they're awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, the work he had to do as well, like cutting a hole in the floor just so he could put his top half of his body in, so they can have the werewolf legs moving as well, while making it look like it's attached to his body. It's a lot of work as well, just to and fucking hours and hours and hours just to get that one shot that lasts for 10 seconds. It's
but it's it's a terrific story. It's a classic kind of werewolf story. But I do love the stuff with Jack, when Jack keeps coming back, getting progressively worse, with every appearance.
He gets a bit moldy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he gets a bit rancid.
He's kind of making a joke about his own fucking depression being dead as well, like saying, "Have you ever spoken to a dead body? It's boring."
Yeah.
It's like,
it's got the physical trauma, but it's also got the mental trauma in it as well.
Yeah.
Which is, and the tone of the movie is, I think it's singular. Right? It's got a real dark comedy element to it that I really like.
Yeah, I like this actor as well, the grey-haired gentleman. Oh, I forgot his name now, but every time he speaks, you just trust him. You believe everything he says. He actually does come across as a very nice guy who's a very logical guy as well, who's trying to come to terms with the fact that this guy actually may be a fucking werewolf.
Yeah. I mean, Jenny Agutter is great in this.
Oh, Jenny, oh god, man.
She looks great. She looks terrific.
Still is, man.
And of course, we got Frank Oz in it.
The lawyer is like, kids, I don't appreciate anything.
Mr.
Kessler. Don't forget Rick Mayall's there as well.
He is. Yes, he's in the.
He's in the pub.
Brian Glover. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You make me miss.
So real quick question. I'm sorry who are I'm sorry, we haven't met yet. You look familiar to me. Blue Collar Loser, is it?
Really, dude? Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, welcome. Hey, we stream here. We talk about movies and stuff. I don't know if you've ever done.
I've seen that guy on a stream with somebody else, another YouTuber sometimes.
You're that famous YouTuber. Oh, he goes on Outcast Creative and Critical Drinkers. Okay, I got you. Yes. Oh, you're very famous. Well, thank you for hanging with us today.
Yeah, glad that you've come on from our open bar to help out smaller channels. Drinker looks for other smaller channels. He needs to expand his company. He needs to expand his job.
Yeah, really.
All the channels. But yeah, it is an absolute fucking classic. It's very, very funny, and the nightmare scenes are freaky as hell.
They are horrific.
Oh yeah, the nightmares within nightmares.
Yeah, there's like a double whammy at one point, isn't there? Where he thinks he's awake, and then all of a sudden something else jumps out of the curtains or whatever. Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, one of my favourite scenes is the scene in Tottenham Court Road tube station. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
I assure you, I do not find it the slightest bit amusing.
Yeah.
And I think Space actually referenced that as well when
one of the
when Colin went missing. He's on the run, doesn't he? And he hears one of the fucking dogs growling out, and this dog was trained to kill rich people. And even ate the legs of his owner after he won the lottery.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's the one thing that spoils it for me when you do actually see the wolf. I mean, I kind of like it when it's more obscure and you only see like a few seconds and then bang, it's gone.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever watch it?
Did
you watch the sequel about Paris?
Yeah, so I saw it years ago. I thought it was fucking shit.
No, I haven't seen it.
Absolute garbage.
Didn't need a sequel. It's like the string of other movies that don't need sequels.
Yeah, it was.
You're not in a rush hour at the moment, or because if you are, you can name your top 10 favorite Halloween movies, games, TV shows, whatever, if you like now. But if you've got enough time, to say.
I'm just hanging out, do something. It's boring right now. I'm just killing time. So I mean, if bosses come in, I just mute the microphone. That's all.
That's all right then. Okay, yeah. So continue Inside Man unless there's anything else that
it's just it's just one of those movies that I think once you've seen it, it sticks with you. It's it's as they say, a keeper. It's a lovely movie. It's not particularly cinematic in in a typically sort of blockbustery kind of way. But it was shot on a very small budget, and it was all practical, and it's just it sticks with you. I think once you've seen that werewolf transformation, that initial transformation, that's it. It's it's there. It's kind of it's in your blood.
Yeah, it does feel like a British horror, even though it's directed by an American.
Yeah.
I don't like
the Piccadilly Circus scene that was actually shot partially in Piccadilly Circus, and you'll never know the difference because they recreated Piccadilly Circus at, I think it was Brooklands racetrack, where they have the the bus and everything and the crash. So all of that happened at Brooklands, the old racing circuit, and the reason for that was that they were going to have everything happen at Piccadilly Circus, but apparently it was Michael Winner on a previous movie that John Landis said had fucked things up for all movie makers wanting to shoot around London landmarks. He did something and screwed things up for every other director. There was let's just say there was an incident on a movie of Michael Winner's. So it was quite problematic. So they had to recreate Piccadilly Circus at Brooklands racetrack.
They did a good job because it's hard to tell.
I think it was. I mean, I've only been down Piccadilly Circus a couple of times, but and this was like 10 years ago, and this is from over 40 years ago now.
Yeah. And that porn theatre, when he was writing it, I mean, when he was living in London, as a youngster, he used to go into that theatre, but he used to go in there to get out of the cold, John Landis. So, and it wasn't a porn theatre. All it used to do was show Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes cartoons all day. That's all it used to do. It was a cartoon theatre. And when he went back, because he actually wrote into the script that it was going to be at this cartoon movie theatre, and of course they stopped making they stopped showing cartoons and it turned into a porn theatre. So he he kind of worked that into the script. And of course I do love that little porn movie that's playing in the background when
it's like David you probably won't do that ever again. It's like, I never met you before, I don't know who you are. It's like, not you took
not you, you buck.
I've never met you before. It's like, oh sorry. And he just walks out. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Does it star Brenda Bristols by any chance?
I'm guessing that's a really old porn star then, from back in the day.
I don't know why that name stuck on my head for like 43 years. But
the actual movie itself, and it's something that John Landis has worked into a lot of his other movies. The actual movie is called See You Next Tuesday.
Yeah, it's a good way of not saying the C word, isn't it? And but that you can tell it's a kind of a John Landis movie by the sense of humor as well. It's it kind of has that sort of like off, sort of dry sense of humor that makes his that made his films in the 80s so unique. And,
completely.
It was Brenda Bristols was the character, and it was played by Lindsay Drew. Can you remember Lindsay Drew?
Let's have a look.
On the cast of See You Next Wednesday was the movie.
Oh, See You Next Wednesday.
Oh, the sequel.
The
See You Next Wednesday. Yeah.
But I've heard that phrase used in many a movie. See You Next Wednesday.
He actually See You Next Wednesday. He actually used it in in Thriller, didn't he? When Michael Jackson's in the movie theater with the girl. And you can hear it on screen, and someone says, "There's a message here. It's scrawled in blood. What does it say?" It says,
"That's right.
See you next Wednesday."
Next Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, I did have. I've got Lindsay Drew up, but it also said Brenda Bristol's. I've clicked on it, and yeah, probably best not to show the Brenda Bristol stuff for now.
She had her Bristols out.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. For our American friends, just for our American friends, our Bristol's is rhyming slang for Bristol cities. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's Cockney rhyming slang. So
oh my
Bristol,
God! I've tried to explain. I've tried to explain that to other people how you guys do that stuff, and everyone in America's just like, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard. I'm like, yeah, I know. It is what it is.
How did you rule us for all that time? What?
It was it was kind of it used to be done. It kind of started in the Victorian era in Victorian London, and it was kind of a coded way of criminals being able to talk to each other without anybody really understanding.
What was that? What was that like in Victorian London, Inside Man? Was it hard to wear those powdered wigs all the time, or
I can't remember. I was too old. I'm actually too old to remember that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah. My mind had gone by that time.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Do you take me for a James? You take me for a James Blunt? Oh, you're going to be in Barney if you don't knock it off. Won't you?
James Blunt
So was that Dick Van Dyke? Have we got Dick Van Dyke in the house?
All right. Anything else you want to say about American Wealth in London before we move on to Critical's?
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
It's absolute fucking classic.
First time I saw this film was at school.
Yeah.
I don't know if the teacher was trouble or not.
It's on my list anyway.
So I was actually in the classroom and the teacher brought it in and put it on, and we were like, "What the fuck?"
Your teacher let you watch that? Your teacher let you watch that?
Yeah, she put it on.
Holy!
I don't know if she put a notice in and she just didn't give a fuck or what. We were like, "This is awesome."
Good for her. I mean, she was probably shagging one of the students or something. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah.
Anything else before I move on to Critical then?
No, let's move
Come
on.
on, Al.
Yeah, okay. Critical, your first pick.
Pressure. I made it's not a list of horror films or something like that. I made a list of just various Halloween shit. But I'm going to pick something that is recent in hopes that the more esoteric stuff I'll feature later. And I'm going to say Terrifier 1 and Terrifier 2.
Right.
Which both take
I
place.
still not watched these films.
Halloween. The new one takes place at Christmas, but the first two take place at Halloween. And I think they're a brilliant throwback to the schlocky 80s practical effects horror movies. The effects of the likes like Tom Savini, who actually appears in a cameo in the Terrifier 3. And I think they're great. I think that there's this whole media thing going around and like, oh, it's making people throw up in cinemas and stuff like that. And I'm just like, it's just a scaled up version of what you had then. And because we have better technology and better materials now, we can make it look more realistic. But it's on that level. Some of it's really nasty. Some of it's really nasty, horrible stuff.
Gruesome.
Horror, gruesome, absolutely. Sadistic and stuff like that. But one of the great things about it that I really love, and it is the character of Art the Clown, because when he does it all, he's doing all these sort of over-exaggerated mime expressions and grimaces. It's all being done sort of. I don't want to say comedy, because watching people get ripped to pieces isn't necessarily funny, even if it is entertaining. But he's laughing and gesturing. You can tell it's got a personality behind it that something like Halloween doesn't necessarily have, because you have Michael Myers with the mask, and there's no facial expressions or anything like that. It is the faceless killer. And Art the Clown is very much the opposite. And the first one was made on a budget of something stupid like $300,000. Which is just nothing at all. Second one, 2 million, if I remember correctly. and then the third one was like 20 million because they started actually making money now. But yeah, I think they're good films. Yeah, for what they are, I enjoy them. So
have you seen All Hallows Eve from 2013?
No, that's the short that it's based off, isn't it?
It's a horror anthology, yeah, by the same guy, Damien Leone.
Yeah, no, I
Was
haven't.
that before they started making the Terrifier though? Because I think they did something before the actual movies in there.
That was it. Yeah,
that was the first appearance of Art the Clown. Yeah. No, I think they're great for what they are. For what they are. They're not mind-blowing pieces of cinema. You need to bear in mind they have very low budgets. Even now, they don't have high budgets. But yeah, I think they're great. And there is stuff in those films you're like, fucking hell, did he just cut that woman upside down in half? Hacksaw, Jesus. I'm quite desensitized to this kind of thing because of all the horror I've seen, especially all the Tom Savini, sort of, the Living Dead films and things like that. But even I watching that, I was just like, fucking hell, and as I say, it can look so realistic now because of the advances that have been made. And I reckon I check them all out. They're not for the faint-hearted.
It wasn't for me. It's weird because I tried to watch Terrifier 2, I tried to watch Terrifier 3 this week, and I had to turn it off because it just wasn't my cup of tea, which is weird because, I mean, obviously, your sensibilities and I don't know, moral views and outlook on the world change as you get older, maybe. But when I was sort of teenager, my mate in the chat there, Ray Terry, will vouch, we used to actively go after the most gruesome films we could get our hands on. All the Lucio Fulcis, the Italian stuff, Zombie Flesh Eaters, Nightmare City, Creeping Flesh, all that sort of stuff. We used to lap it up. But I don't know, for some reason, it just doesn't... that sort of level of gore and gruesomeness... I don't know. It just didn't really do anything for me, to be honest. I mean, fair play to the lad. Absolutely fair play to him. It was, it was way over the top.
Yeah, because even though I've never seen these films, I get the appeal. I mean, it's kind of, it looks like it's got a sick sense of humor as well.
Totally.
All the nastiness.
Yeah, he does kind of take a lot of enjoyment in his work.
Oh, he does. Yes,
he's kind of laughing as he's chopping people up. So,
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that is. It's weird. I mean, they've started establishing a law, if you want, behind it all, which I don't. Maybe I kind of agree with it. Maybe I don't. I mean, I don't know if it's necessary, but it's Damien Leone's stuff. He can do what he wants. But Art the Clown is, in his mind at least, he's making art. He's displaying their suffering and their pain. There is something behind it. It's not just a faceless killer going stab, 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 stab all the time. So from that perspective, there is something behind it. As I say, I'm not going to say it's clever or amazing filmmaking. It is low budget schlock, physical gore, and at times gore for the sake of gore. But for somebody who did grow up with those Tom Savini, sort of like the kind of paper mache with all the stuff inside being hacked up with an axe and all that kind of stuff, this is the natural progression for me. So I really like what Damien Leone's doing, and I think he's got one more Terrifier film to do, he said, and then I will be equally interested in whatever he dreams up next, because I'm a gorehound, and I just I desensitize myself from it, and it's just I can watch that without, inwards are going to be like, Jesus Christ, but I'm just going like, I'd never have to look away or stop it or get a bath bag or anything like that. As I said, I guess I'm a sick puppy, but that's my first pick, Terrifier.
Okay, then.
Nice. Yeah.
Has anyone else got the Terrifier on their list?
No.
I'm good. I'm good on that. Yeah, I'm good on that.
We can move on to Toxic now. So what's your first pick?
Did you get my slides, brother?
Yeah, I'm just getting it up now. Let me get it up and share the screen. Give me a second.
I wasn't organised enough to do slides. I'm just going to make Northern Google it.
pretty laid back. He didn't have to, but
well, I just wanted. I know that he's only got like so much bandwidth, and when he pulls open other tabs and stuff, then it drains. I don't want to send Hull back further into the dark ages than it already is. As far as that.
Do you want to bring Blue Collar back in, Luke? I think he's outside.
Come on, where are you, man? There we go.
Did you hear that? Blue Collar's he accidentally popped himself out, Luke, just so you know.
Yeah, let's try and find him again. It should be, I'm trying to scroll this thing down. Here we go.
He said popped out.
That's what I said, buddy.
So what's your first choice, McCurse?
Me?
Yeah, still waiting for a slides, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the slides. I don't remember what order I put them in. I'd have to pull them up myself in order to.
Here we go.
Which I can do.
I'm trying to get it downloaded on Google, but never mind. Okay.
Choosing random shit.
There we go. Blackcoat's Daughter. Yeah, this is one of those ones that I saw just kind of randomly by accident. My ex-girlfriend wanted to watch it during the lockdown, and I didn't really know anything about it. But this is the kind of stuff that will actually freak me out. It's a real slow burn, and it has like a big major.
Long Legs, Toxic.
Is it what now?
By the same director that did Long Legs.
Is it?
Got a feeling it is.
It could be. It could be. Yeah. It's definitely got that Long Legs vibe to it for sure. So yeah, could be for sure. But yeah, it's so you got this girl that's they show two different timelines kind of happening simultaneously, and you don't realize till later that how they're connected. And I guess I really just won't spoil it because but you got Sabrina the Teenage Witch here, doing like worshiping Satan, and then later the chick from American Horror Story, that's Julia Roberts' niece. It plays a different character who's kind of bumming rides, and it does a really cool twist near the end how it's connected. So, but I mean, if you can tolerate the slow burn atmosphere of it, it's really good. It's got some really shocking stuff in it that happens, and a lot of the stuff is like off screen as far as that goes. But yeah, that's my number 10.
I need to check this out because Long Legs was a revelation to me this year. Probably one of my films of the year.
Long Legs is good. If this really is the same director, Long Legs is great.
I don't think it is, to be honest.
Oh, it isn't? Okay.
But
this is better for sure. This is better. Like, it wasn't easy to get into my top 10, and this really did it for me. So
I'll definitely have to check it out. Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
I think it is. Osgood Perkins. Yeah, it is. It's the same director because he's related to Anthony Perkins, who played.
Okay. Yeah. Norman Bates. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, but that
it
rings
didn't come up on his IMDb page. To be fair, that's why.
Definitely on the list of things to check out. This is because when I said I loved.
She's actually on Long Legs as well. She's actually on Long Legs. She's one of the mental patients on it.
Who is?
Who was involved in one of the murders because apparently he's like people are like manipulated psychically.
That's weird.
Mentally.
Well, that's the same. It seems to be a sort of a theme that he's going for, really, doesn't it? The kind of influences on other people of satanic, influences and stuff.
It's definitely got that. You could headcanon it's in the same universe as Long Legs because it's got a very similar theme to it. But yeah, I really liked it. I wasn't sure what I was watching at first, and I was kind of messing with my girlfriend at the time and going, what is this crap? It's really slow and stupid. And she's like, just sit and pay attention. You'll like it. And she was right. And it was. So yeah, that's my number 10 right there.
Awesome.
Can I go to my number 9?
I don't know who you are, but hey, thanks for joining us anyway. Lockdown was silly. I got hired to help train people in martial arts. In 2020, I was hired on average. We had 50 students, 3 days a week. We breathed, sweated and bled on each other. Nice.
Easy money.
Okay.
Easy money. Yeah. I like sweating and bleeding on people, but that's just my social life. Can I do my number 9, Luke? I've got to run through these as fast as possible.
Okay. Are you in a rush right at the moment?
A little bit, just due to the fact that
the
library
well, do your list then. Do your list, and I'll get down to Blue Collar Loser then.
Run for
your time. It's fun.
Can you scroll to the next slide?
Yes, I can. Give me a second.
So organised.
Thanks.
Okay,
That's right.
so yeah, the Scream franchise. Well, we've already mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah,
So,
just go. It's every Scream movie is good. I don't care what
Yes,
anybody says.
Exorcist Legion.
Ah.
That is a good one. That is a good one.
Yeah,
It
this
is good.
Let's
movie.
get that.
Yeah, this is one of those that like my mom just randomly brought home from Blockbuster Video back in the day. I was 13 and I watched it, and I had already seen The Exorcist, and I didn't bother with Exorcist 2, thank God. No pun intended there. And I just saw this, and I like this because it's a detective story wrapped up in, it's like, you know, it's like Chinatown meets Exorcist. It's really cool how they take this police procedural / like dark undertone thing, and then on top of that they have you know, I think it's George C. Scott's best role. I really do. As Kinderman,
Yeah, he's good in it.
Lieutenant.
George C. Scott is always fucking good. I like.
Yeah, he never.
And the Hustler as well. He's
yeah.
He's always
But
good.
Jason Miller's in it as well from the original.
Yeah, Jason
movie.
Miller popped in, and of course, you know, the voice of Chucky.
Brad Dourif.
Brad Dourif.
Yeah, he's scary in that, man. He is
playing the Gemini
terrifying.
killer. There, he does a 5-minute long monologue that is just terrifying.
He's inside with us.
Yeah,
It's
and
absolutely one of the most nightmare-fueled images ever. Just him walking right up to the screen with that face as well, just screaming that with that voice. It's absolutely terrifying.
there's something about the fact that they have this daytime police procedural where they're using all these, you know, homicide detective tactics to try to figure out what we know to be supernatural, but they don't. And I will die on the hill that it's got the best horror movie jump scare in any movie ever. I don't think there's any jump scare that's better. Even knowing that it's coming, and it's halfway through the film, and when it happens, it gets you every single time. It is crazy
because
good.
you're kind of hanging on this shot, and it's just this nurse going back and forth, and you're like, why am I watching this? It's really dragging, and then out pops that person with the fucking trimmers. Yeah. Damn, man.
Yeah, it's amazing. If you haven't seen it in a while, I would definitely give it a rewatch. If you've never seen it, then I don't know what you're doing with your life. You really got to watch this. Skip, I think it's better than the first one. Really, I mean, you have to see the first one in order to kind of know what's going on. But I mean, it's just, you know, it's the whole, you know, they take this side character and they turn him into, you know, the main character, and it's just awesome. So
yeah, because his character is in the first one. He was just played by someone else, wasn't he? And
he was, yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, and there's some really cool. I mean, if on repeated viewings you'll catch stuff in these kind of demonic, you know, devil type movies. There's always these little things that, the good ones anyway, like Longlegs, like Hereditary. There's these little things that you'll catch. You know, like he's having a meeting with one of the head cardinals, and they just mention the exorcism, and all of a sudden the clock stops behind them. It's just these really creepy elements within it that are just they're just fantastic. So it's definitely well worth being in my top 10 for sure.
It's nice.
Yeah. So does anyone else want to mention, want to share their thoughts on this very underrated sequel, in my opinion?
Yeah, I need to watch it again. I saw this when it first came out at the cinema, and I was quite very pleasantly surprised by it. Was it 1990? I think it was
1990. Yeah, I didn't know it had a cinematic run. I thought it was like a straight to video type thing.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a film that did really fucking well because, but now it's getting a bit of a cult following now.
The second one was so bad. I'm surprised people.
Oh, it was fucking
awful.
It was.
Didn't bother turning up for third.
Yeah, Richard Burton looks like he was fucking drunk in that movie as well, because I would be if I had to star in that fucking movie.
And just because it's sort of my niche, I will just say it does have a companion book, and it's very good if you have time for it. It leans a little more heavy into the cop procedural type thing, but and a little less into the exorcism type stuff. The exorcism at the end of the film was tacked on there because the studio wanted it. Originally, he was just going to walk in there and blow his brains out. So, you know,
Yeah, because it is the author that wrote the original book, that directed it. So he has some fucking talent as well. That's kind of a weird thing, an author actually directing a movie that's a sequel to his original book.
Yeah, I don't know that happens too much, does it? I don't think that happens, and if it does, it's like Stephen King doing Maximum Overdrive. It's just not very good. So
okay, well, I'll get you on to. Wait, is there any more you want to share on this before I move on?
No, I'm good. If you want to move on to the next thing.
Okay, so Werewolf then. Okay, Werewolf.
Yeah, so Werewolf was a 80s TV series, and Stupenzo and I just recently did a rewatch on it while I was down in Florida. It was one of Fox's first endeavors into TV, and it was TV horror. And it's just basically it's a very 80s. I mean, like when we rewatched it recently, Enzo and I had a good time laughing at all the 80s tropes that it had. But you basically have this main character whose roommate has been bitten. He's a werewolf. He may or may not be killing people. And he convinces his roommate to shoot him with a silver bullet. He does so, but not before he himself is bit. And then it kind of turns into a Incredible Hulk type thing where he goes from place to place getting in adventures looking for the original werewolf so he can take him out so that he can return back to a normal life. And one of the cool things about it is he's got when he goes to turn into a werewolf, a pentagram appears on his hand. And that in blood, and that's how you know he's about to turn into the werewolf. Did we lose Luke?
That's pretty cool. I remember this, Wes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's I think it came out in 87 or 88, and it's very, like I said, it's very 80s niche as far as that goes, and it also has a really cool appearance of a bounty hunter, the guy that was chasing down the A-Team. He's a bounty hunter in this, chasing down the kid that is the werewolf, and they kind of get into these kind of adventures. So like I said, it's very much along the lines of Incredible Hulk. So okay, there you go. English is back.
Yeah, I want to check it out now.
Yeah, I had what I could anyway. Just had to go for a quick toilet break. I do apologize, but
no, you're good. Yeah, you're good. If you want to move on, unless someone has something to say about this, if you want to hit the next one.
Yeah, let's
that sounds cool, bro.
Okay, let's move down and The Strain. You know, I have never watched.
That's good.
Yeah, The Strain is also a novel series, and I can't remember the guy's name actually. I want to say Hogan is the last name, but that might not be right. He's also
Chuck Hogan.
Chuck Hogan. Thank you. He's also the guy that wrote the novel for The Town, which is pretty interesting, but that's a story for another day. But anyway, it's just these vampires are very similar to the vampires that you have in
Blade 2.
And not unsurprising because Guillermo del Toro is the one that is the showrunner for this, and it takes place mainly in New York, where the strain of vampires has taken over. It's sort of a different take on the Bram Stoker Dracula treatment, where you have this master vampire that's consolidating control. They lock down the island, and then everybody is kind of fending for themselves. And this team of Department of Health people and a rat catcher decide to get together with an old vampire hunter from World War II, and who was in one of the camps, and they get together to try to eliminate the vampire strain that takes over. It ran for 3 seasons on FX channel. You can watch it on Hulu now. I think there's like 3 or 4 books in the series, so it's pretty good. It's definitely worth a look-see if you want.
Yeah, actually, in the funny part, Del Toro actually wrote the books with him too, because Del Toro is a co-writer for the books.
I did not know that.
Because I was actually reading these. I read the series in prison, so when the show got announced, I'm like, oh shit! I wondered, like you, how faithful it would be to the source material. And you've read the books and seen the show. I can say somebody's read the books. This fucking show is so goddamn faithful. It's crazy.
Yep, that's all I got on that one, Luke.
Okay, so we'll move on. Okay, Fetch Days. I have just watched this earlier this afternoon.
Oh my god,
that is fucking
yes.
good. It really is.
I submit to you, this is the greatest and most fearsome and scary version of vampires and a vampire story ever made. There's a lot that's been made about the graphic novels and comic books that it originates from, but I think the movie, especially the first one and the second one to a certain degree, are just top notch. You have these people surrounded and secluded inside this 30 Days of Night town, which actually in real life it goes for almost 6 months of nighttime, but that's neither here nor there. And then the vampires come in, and they are the most visceral and just demonic. I actually watched this when I was still in the Army, and I was on duty, and I had I was on what's called standby duty. And so in order to kill time, I just went to the local cinema to just kind of sit in there in case I got a call. And I remember a couple different times sitting in the movie theater touching my pistol just to make sure that it was still on me, because that's how much they have this great overhanging shot in the beginning of the film when the vampires first take over the town, where it's just a one take, and it's from up above, and it's just showing you these vampires just running through the town and just decimating everybody. And I think it's got a great
animals,
story.
aren't they, these vampires? But at the same time, they're sort of like they've got some consciousness, but they're very feral at the same time. It's like very more animalistic.
Anybody
especially too, like, well, you guys don't know too, the whole like I think they're fucking. It's so guttural and creepy as fuck.
Right. It's like some kind of ancient, like they're the first ones that it's like it seems like some sort of ancient, like they're straight from hell, and they've just come in, and there's nothing sexy about them. There's nothing. I'm like, these are just demons that are there to just, and they're hard to kill, and it's one of, and then worse yet, you're trapped in this place where it's never, the sun is not going to shine anytime soon. So
it's the perfect setting for a fucking vampire movie, because sunlight's their major weakness. What do you do?
Right. Right. So that's what I got.
Safe as well, because Josh Hartnett is not the likable hero. I mean, he there's a part where a poor teenage girl is just getting fucking badly attacked, mate. They are having their way with her. They're just having totally fun, just inflicting violence on her, and he doesn't save her. But he does manage to play a very good lead, though, Josh Hartnett, and it's like he is very underrated, and I'm really hoping that after Trap he starts to get more offers and maybe gets an Oscar for a film maybe one day. So he is actually very good.
He is great, and it's interesting to watch him grow as an actor, and although it certainly had its flaws, his most recent thing, the Trap movie, it's definitely got some problems. It's not a good movie by any stretch of the imagination, but he's very good in it. And watching him as the late 90s dreamboat with the messy hair into this pseudo action star that he became in the 2000s, and then later him just popping up in random films just to add a little something, and now this thing that he's turned into now is really great. It's kind of crazy to see. I remember my little sister having a crush on him, when we went and saw The Faculty in Halloween H2O. So, and now I think this is one of his best films. I think it's one of his best performances as far as this. He's just this embattled sheriff doing the very best that he can in this situation, and just doing whatever he can do. And the sequel's not bad. The sequel was a straight to DVD release, but it's pretty good if you give it a chance. So I can't really speak to the graphic novels. Really go all over the place. But I mean, if you like that kind of stuff, I mean, that's what graphic novels are for. It didn't really do much for me as far as that goes. I may one day do a Consider the Source going back and forth between the two of them, but as far as I think this is the best vampire movie ever made.
Yes, great movie. Great movie.
Yeah.
We shot in New Zealand as well, wasn't it? This?
Oh, I don't know.
Shot in New Zealand. Yeah, it's supposed to be Alaska, but New Zealand.
I guess I assumed they would have done it in Alaska. I guess. I don't know.
I would have thought it would have been Alaska, but there you go.
You thought so? Yeah. It's New Zealand.
Tax breaks, maybe.
Maybe.
Next one. So we'll move on to The Fallen then. If there's anything else you want to establish?
No, if you want to, I've got 30 minutes, and then I'll have to take a break and then transition and head back to the house because I'm at the local library and they're going to close at 5, so I have like 30 minutes from right now. So
that's okay. So yeah, number 4 is The Fallen. You know what? I have not seen this one, and I like Denzel.
What?
You bastard! What the?
Such a good movie.
Thor,
I might have seen a little bit
Surprising
before, but not all the way through. It's
bro, Thor your fucking life out, bro. Like seriously. This is like, I don't know if Denzel ever did horror before or after this. I guess not. But man, it is so. And this is another one of those. You might notice a pattern in some of my choices. This is another one of those. Detective in supernatural means. And I'll tell you another thing. And this movie's a great example of it. When I watch horror movies or suspense movies, but specifically horror movies, I like to think like, how would I fare in these circumstances? And if it would be something that I could easily overcome, I never really get very tense or it doesn't really do a whole lot for me. I might enjoy it, but I'm just like, that would be a no-brainer. But this, I don't know how you would overcome something like this. So since Luke hasn't seen it, and just real quick synopsis, just this detective in Philadelphia is executing, or he's his last serial killer case. Elias Koteas is getting executed, and on the day that he's executed, we find out that he wasn't actually the serial killer, but Azazel, a fallen angel that's become a demon, and he can take over people's bodies unless you're and he does it by the sense of touch, and or if he's expelled from the body after the body dies, one or the other. But he can't get into Denzel Washington because Denzel Washington is a righteous cop, but he can get into anybody else by touching him. So you have this serial killer jumping from body to body, just basically building up this dread. And Denzel starts getting, more and more, kind of bracketed by what the demon is doing, because he's killing off people he shouldn't have any business being able to get to, and he's doing it in such a manner that it looks like almost a copycat or Denzel himself doing it. And it has a really great twist ending, which is bookended from the beginning. And I because you haven't seen it, I certainly won't spoil it for you. But it's great. It's got a really creepy vibe, and you start looking at Denzel and just going, how are you possibly going to get out of this? So if you have a chance, definitely give it a look.
It's got some good actors though: John Goodman, Elias Koteas, Donald Sutherland. So yeah, I really need. Yeah, I've seen this a few times, but for some reason I just never got around to watching it. So I will try and do so this week if I can, because it does sound very promising. Denzel's always fucking good for value.
Denzel never misses. Denzel does not miss. You can't
Even
tell me
in a bad film he's good. Even in a bad film he's fucking good.
Yeah.
So yeah. Nightmare on Elm Street. Oh yeah, the third one.
No, it's my third. It's my third choice, but the fourth film, the Dream Master. So yeah, this is the one. It's okay. Nightmare on Elm Street 4, and this is one of my first crushes when I was a kid. Lisa Wilcox, who plays Alice, who becomes the Dream Master and actually takes on Freddy, does kung fu. I mean, it's really it's a Rennie Harlan film. It's really kind of over the top, but at the same time, it's done really well. It's got a really creepy vibe. It's right smack dab in the middle of the series, and I know a lot of people think Dream Warriors is the best, and I wouldn't argue with them, but I this one is my personal favorite, and I really feel like this movie ran so that Buffy could walk. Like, what a big Buffy, this Vampire Slayer fan I am, and like I feel like this was something Joss Whedon took a look at and was like, "Yep, this is who I want to make my main protagonist." And so yeah, it's just an incredible movie. It's definitely one of my favorites. I never shut it off if it comes on. It's definitely the 80s MTV vibe throughout the whole thing, but I just find it to be incredible.
Yeah, I think I saw a few clips of some of the kills, and is this the one where he turns the kid into a comic book, then slices him like paper, or is that
No, that's the one after this, actually.
Yeah, because I think they were like pushing these every year, wasn't they? These movies.
They were cranking them out. Yeah, they were cranking them out. I think Part 3 came out in '87, and then this one was '88, and I think you're right. Yeah, then the fifth one, the one you just mentioned, is '89. So yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because I think right now it's still pretty serious because everybody knows that the problem a lot of people have with Freddy is like initially it's horror, and Freddy's kind of comical, but at some point it gets to be too fucking cartoonish.
Yeah, over the top, a bit silly.
Yeah, he was truly at his best in the first one because you barely saw him as well. He was mostly clouded in shadow a lot as well, and using these big fucking long arms and scratching at the walls. It's.
I mean, he does delve a little bit into the campiness in this one, but I think he still comes off pretty scary. There's this great scene where they're trying to save one of their friends. Her and her boyfriend are trying to save one of their friends, and Freddy because Freddy's big trick, his number one go-to trick, is to make you think that you're awake when you're really asleep, and then he starts doing some wacky shit to you. So like he has Alice and there's this scene where he has Alice and her boyfriend running to the truck to try to go save one of their friends, and he keeps putting him in this endless loop of doing it so he can have his way with her friend. So and that's one of the coolest scenes in the film, and I really like that. And then of course at the end when Alice comes into her own and she goes full Buffy the Vampire Slayer on Freddy, it's really dope.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I said. I think maybe the fifth or sixth film, like the first four, you could still say are kind of grounded, but at some point then it becomes so campy. It's like it turns into Evil Dead at that point, but like not in a good way though.
Sort of like a horror Beetlejuice or something.
Yeah, the New Nightmare was kind of like Wes Craven sort of like spoofing his own film as well, wasn't it? Because the actors are sort of playing themselves. You got Robert Englund playing himself, but then you get Freddy Krueger coming out, and he's not got the metal claws now. It's actually like this fleshy sort of claw hand kind of thing going on. It's I've not checked it out yet, so I might have to. But it would be good just to watch the meta humor, and I've heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll move on to your next one then, unless there's anything else you want to mention about Nightmare on Elm Street 4.
No, but I think Fandad is saying that he's not feeling good. He's got to take off.
Yeah, he was feeling a bit bad earlier. Listen, if you're feeling a bit bad, get a rest.
Yeah, I was trying to put a brave face on, but
if you have to, it's no problem.
I'll look after yourself, mate.
Yeah, feeling quite ill now. Thought I was going to put a brave face on for you lot, but it seems to be getting the better of me.
Yeah, no, it's that weather in it now because it's getting colder. You're going to start getting a bit more fucked up. We're going to start getting more flu, all that kind. It's
I've been super ill for the last last week or so. Take it easy, dude.
Anyway, it's been great hanging. I'll see you all soon, hopefully. Cheers, guys. See you soon.
Take care, mate. Anyway, and I've been hearing about this as well. You've mentioned this a few times.
I was hoping we'd get to this by time Nadia was still here because I know she had her stream that she's got to do as well. I know she's going to be discussing it. She's running a watch along and retrospective type thing after every episode. I got to tell you, man, I put this in my last couple when we do the top 3 of 2023, top 4 of 2024, all that stuff. Like I put this in every list since it's come out because I just don't think it gets enough attention. But I can't take my eyes off of it. Every episode, these people are stuck in a town they can't get out of, and they have these, I don't know, vampire/zombie monsters that look human until right before they rip you into pieces, and they come out at night, and they can only be kept out by these talismans that you put on your door, and you stay inside, and they can't be, defeated any other way. And you have this retired Army sergeant major who becomes kind of the de facto sheriff of the town. And he's trying to keep everybody alive and find a way out of the town. It's written, unfortunately, by the same people that did Lost. So I'm really scared. I mean, it's a scary show just because I'm scared they're never going to get anywhere with it. And they're going to just meander around with the plot and have too many questions. And I don't like mystery box type shows, but this one's really got its hooks into me. So, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, the reason I promote it so much is because I want more people to watch it so that they'll finish the show and they don't leave it on a cliffhanger because it's just really good.
That's well said. I mean, Luke, I would say Wes has got when Wes does watch a show, I start watching based off him and Nadi's recommendation. And yeah, I watched one episode a day. I binged it in about 3 weeks, and very fucking good show. And like you said, I hope more people start watching it. It's got I want to see how it ends.
Yeah, sorry, there's a few problems with laptop going on it, but yeah, it's yeah, because I was a bit let down by Lost, and when the Stat Dragon shows out to have that big reveal, it always ends up being a letdown. So let's hope the case this is not going to be the case here.
I hope not. I guess I have hopes for it just due to the fact that, you know, Lost came out back in the early aughts, and I think they didn't really have a good game plan, but you know, I'm hoping for something different. But yeah, so Silence of the Lambs obviously got to go with number one. I know there's some argument as to whether or not this is a horror movie or not. I mean, I guess that's subjective. I don't want to tell anybody.
I'd say it is. I mean, it's got fucking serial killers. It's got a lot of fucking it's got a good creepy atmosphere. It's very disturbing. It's very horrific at times as well, and there's gore. So yeah, and I'd say it's a fucking horror in a way.
Yeah, I've read this book like 3 or 4 times. It's one of the most faithful adaptations of a novel. I do side slightly better for the film, just for the fact that it's really firing on all cylinders. All of the actors do an incredible job. And when I think of, you know, Buffalo Bill, and when I think of Clarice, and I think of, you know, I always envision these guys and Sir Anthony Hopkins. I mean, I can't think of a better villain. I can't think of a better, you know, I mean, this movie is the reason why something like Longlegs exists. This movie is why we have, you know, and no, I've not seen the TV show, you know, Hannibal. I don't know anything about that. I've heard it's very good, but I mean, this is
very good in that.
I don't see how you can get any better than this. I don't see, like, I can rewatch this movie, and I've seen it like 20 something times. I could rewatch it again tonight, right now, and I would still get the same amount of enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well about the whole Longlegs thing, because when I was watching it, Micah Monroe as Agent Parker, I did get a little bit of a Clarice Starling vibe off her, because she's this very tough, very, very clever woman who knows what she's doing, but she's got this trauma that's really damaged her psychologically, and you can tell she's really trying to keep it under control. So there are similarities there, and yeah, it's Silence of the Lambs is definitely a very memorable film. It is a very straightforward investigate serial killer, but it's got that little twist. They're using a serial killer to help them catch a serial killer, which I thought is very interesting as well, because this guy is not only a serial killer, he knows how serial killers think. He's a fucking like psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever he's and he's very clever and very articulate and very good at getting at the very person who's asking for his help, and just watch him sort of like you know, really sort of like call out the bullshit of that person is what makes this character so interesting. And Anthony Hopkins plays it so well. I don't think he's played a lot of great roles, but I don't think he's ever topped this role still.
I don't think so either.
And how many people have said, like, you know, what was it, 8 minutes of screen time? And when you think about this film, you think about him like he's in the entire film, and he's actually not.
No, he's not. But his presence is felt. That's the thing. His presence is felt throughout the film, because he's got such a strong presence. And it's like the way in which I mean, there is certain stuff in the book that I do like, where, you know, they talk about, you know, Hannibal Lecter stopped at the end of his cell where the netting was that stopped him from moving any farther towards Clarice, but he stopped in such a manner that it's as if he chose the distance. You know, and then when he speaks to her, it was as if he was speaking to her at a dinner party or something like that. You know, there's some really, really great stuff in the book for sure. But the movie comes off. I remember watching this movie when I was 13 or 14. I went with my best friend. We conned my mom into taking us to see it, because she thought she was taking us to see something different. And by the time we got there, it was too late. And we were just blown away by this film. Like, there were so many good movies in the early 90s. thrillers and horror movies, and this was definitely one of them. And I don't see how you could really top it. I know that they got a bunch of Oscars and all well deserved. And I get why Jodie Foster didn't come back for the Hannibal sequel, because it is sort of a lackluster sequel. But I just did a video recently about Red Dragon, and I don't think that gets the attention that it deserves. Of course, it doesn't live up to this by any stretch of the imagination, but I think this movie is like the textbook thriller / with horror elements / serial killer, no pun intended. I mean, you really wonder how Clarice is going to get out of that situation. You look down that well, there's so much iconic stuff. Buffalo Bill, the reveal of what it is that Buffalo Bill hunts women for, and how Clarice has to use her wits against Hannibal Lecter, and how she realizes her mistake. That tense moment at the end. I'm going to just speak because obviously you guys must have seen this film, so I'm just going to gush.
Oh yeah, we've all seen it. It's fucking classic. I don't like Ted Levine as well. He actually,
Ted Levine.
He's very believable as a serial killer as well. I know there's going to be a few like LGBT fucking saying, "Oh, this is like transphobic because it's portrayed transsexuals as killers." Like, yeah, no, he's not a real transsexual. Even Hannibal Lecter even says he thinks he is.
That's so funny, because if people were to read that book today, that's actually like a big point of contention in the book. They don't have time to give it in the theatrical release, but in the book, that's when they're trying to track down, by Hannibal Lecter's advice, like someone who applied for reassignment surgery. The doctors won't give them the information in order to protect, because they're like, we're not going to let you hunt down transsexuals and harm them in some way. And Crawford's just like, that's not what we're trying to do. We're looking for someone who isn't a transsexual, who is a serial killer. Like, that's what we're trying to do. And that's crazy, because the book was written in 1988, and it's still already got the vibe of what something like this would happen. Imagine today if they had a serial killer that was hiding out in the LGBTQI box 27 different letter community. Yeah. Imagine if they'd never find him. Yeah, LMNOP. They'd never find him because they would refuse to look.
And not to mention, if anything, they would somehow make the serial killer out to be the victim.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, fucking it. Yeah, he's a victim, but he killed a lot of innocent people. So, we'll let him off of that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he'd probably become a celebrity. And she'd become a pariah for blowing him away. But that scene where, and it is the scene when she realizes that she's accidentally stumbled upon Buffalo Bill, and in that moment he knows that she knows, and she knows that he knows that she knows. They're just like looking at each other. And they realize all of a sudden, it's like, and you're screaming at the TV or the screen, and you're just saying, Clarice, don't go down there. Why wait and call for backup? And but you also know that she can't, because otherwise he's going to go down there and shoot Catherine Martin in the head and just be done with it, no matter what she does. So, and her going down there and him playing cat and mouse with her with the night vision goggles. I mean, you're just not getting any better. And the ending scene with Hannibal Lecter and calling her and toying with her, and have the lamb stopped screaming yet, Clarice? So good.
Yeah, I don't know if you watched the Nostalgic Critics comparison on Hannibal Lecter and Manhunter and Red Dragon as well, but he always claims Hannibal Lecter was much scarier in Red Dragon because he actually does want to kill the agent that's using him, while in Silence of the Lambs he's kind of seems to have this fixation on her, like he's attracted to her maybe, but I kind of see his point as well. I mean, because he is fucking vicious in Red Dragon. He's a lot more vicious to the Edward Norton character than he is to Clarice Starling.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for joining us, Toxic Man. There's a good fucking pick.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to jump on. I'll be in the chat, and if I can jump back on. The only thing is, I don't know how good the internet is at the house. I'm at my girlfriend's house, and she's got the kiddo, has all his game systems and all that stuff. But I'm definitely going to be listening, and if I can jump back on, I definitely will.
Nice one, mate.
No problem, man. Life happens. YouTube always comes second.
Yeah. All right, guys. Cheers.
Cheers, man.
Hey, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, yeah. So now we're on to Blue Collar Loser. Anyway, so yeah, what's your first
Hey,
pick?
buddy. If you want to pull up stills, some reason I know it may not be the best vampire film, but I've got a soft spot for the Lost Boys. I don't know why. It's just something about the Lost
I love
Boys.
the Lost Boys. I do.
Oh yeah.
I love that film. I can understand some vampire films may be better, but like it's something you got young Kiefer, you have both the Coreys, and it has like the horror vibes, but also I mean shit like what was it, Michael? You're not eating noodles, you're eating maggots. But like the whole like, it's like what was it friggin' you have the rules where there's stakes. The vampire was it the guy she's dating, he's gotta be invited in. Remember the scene where they're at the bridge, they're all holding off the bridge and stuff. And Michael, come on, fall down. And Michael's flying for the first time. And remember, what was it? His dog Max. His dog Max seen Michael and he's snarling and shit too. And he bit Michael. Yeah. And I wish Nadia was here. The practical effects and the makeup job on the vampires, like different than 30 Days a Night. But Kiefer and makeup, when him and Michael are fighting, the vampires are so like hideous and fucking visceral, man. Like, goddamn.
Oh yeah, they're like young street punks who have decided let's just go fucking nuts and just tear the fuck out of people and have fun.
Yeah,
we're immortal. We're hell demons. There's no consequences for us. Who cares?
Yeah. Yeah, and the funny part, it's almost like a small twist because the entire time you're thinking that the head vampire is Kiefer Sutherland, and lo and behold, it's her boyfriend. Like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and they're doing all this. They're doing all these tactics as well. Like they're feeding him garlic, and he's like, "What are you talking about? I love garlic. I love
Oh yeah.
Holy water doesn't bother me. What you talking about, me vampire?"
And I was so great. Remember, because what was it? Corey Feldman's just like, oh, he's like, well, you passed all tests. He's like, silly boy. He's like, you invited me in first. I was, oh shit. Remember the one vampire dude? Remember he had the bathtub full of fucking garlic and holy water? The way he exploded in that bathtub was epic, man. Come on. So yeah, no, the Lost Boys. It always goes down as just the one vampire film. I love all vampire films, but this one, something about this, yeah, it's got that '80s vibe to it, man. Like, come on.
Great movie.
Yeah, I mean, because it came around about the same time as Near Dark, which probably is the better movie, the more serious movie. But if you just want a really good fun horror with vampires and Kiefer Sutherland going fucking nuts, then The Lost Boys may be one more for you.
That's what I say.
It's more Hollywood movie, isn't it? It's the more Hollywood movie, in my opinion. Not in a bad way, but it's more cinematic. So,
and this is actually one of those. This is definitely one of those movies that as time goes on, younger generations do seem to be rediscovering this movie. So
definitely,
this is kind of a multi-generational movie, and it's one of the few, I think, one of the very few movies of this period that young people are continuously rediscovering, and it's continuously becoming a cool movie. I think it's great. I think it's an absolutely superb film.
Something like that song too, like the whole remember the way they sing during the film, it's like thou shall not kill, and the way they remix that is epic, man. Like
Quite a Little Sister. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about
definitely.
And there's so much batshit stuff that's so memorable as well. Obviously, the Frog Boys as well with Corey Feldman and Corey Haim, and they're like these very over enthusiastic kids who are trying to be vampire hunters, but they're kind of in over their heads as well. They are a lot of fun, and you've got the old man who gives them a place to stay, and he kind of knows vampires are around, but he's just kind of content with it. He's just trying to get on with his life. It's like a normal thing for him. It cracks me up.
It's one of the best endings. Sorry, Gary.
No, please go ahead, mate.
No, I was just saying, it's one of the best endings where, like, remember, like, the head vampire is about to basically kill Michael. The fucking grandpa comes in playing, like, friggin' La Cucaracha. After he dies, she's like, Dad, you okay? Goes in there, grabs a fucking beer. He's like, that's always a problem with Santa Monica, all the goddamn vampires.
It's like, the fact that I knew this, and it's like the big reveal at the end just kind of ends it on the right note as well, especially after all the shit they've just gone through right now.
And the funny thing about this movie is that it actually was shot in the murder capital of the United States at the time. This was known as Murder City or Murder Town. There were more murders per capita in this town than there was in any other town or city in the United States at the time.
Of course, you know that too.
Look at those fucking mullets. They are so majestic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Classic.
It's one word for it.
Yeah, Corey Feldman, Corey Haim. Yeah, it's kind of sad when you look at Corey Haim and you know he probably went through a lot of fucking shit, but it doesn't stop this movie from being fucking awesome, though.
Yeah, that's a great.
So yeah, so Castella Daniel Garcia. Okay, it seems like a new one here, and thanks for joining us. And I hope you're enjoying this stream. And yeah, if you get a chance, I will put the links of my fellow YouTubers in the description once this is finished. And please subscribe to them and check out their stuff because they do very good stuff. So yeah, and yeah, once again, hope you're enjoying your weekend. I hope things are going well. Hope you're enjoying the spooky season as well, indulging as many Halloween TV shows as movies as you can, you know, whenever you get a chance. So, yeah. So is there anything else? Is The Lost Boys on anybody's list already as well?
No.
No, I kept
Okay, and is there anything else you want to mention, Blow?
No, that's it. We can move on, man. Thank God they never made any shitty sequels, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, back to the top then. What else? What else is there? Because I think we've already mentioned a few that's on my list. So let's have a look. Let's get my notes up. Give me a second. Okay, so another one. Definitely the Buffy and Angel verse. I know you've had your criticisms on this critical, but I do like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I do like Angel because I put them both in together because they are pretty much a continuation of each other. One's the original show, and the other is a spin-off. And originally, Buffy was released as a movie in 1992 that Joss Whedon was not really fond of because they took out most of the darker elements and made it more comical. And while the first film is kind of okay on its own, it doesn't top the actual TV show, which actually started off a little wanky in the first series, for lack of a better term, but really got better in the second series by throwing a shitload of twists, like the love interest ending up being the main villain, and she has to kill him even though she's in love with him, and every series there was always be a big bad, and every big bad had a personality. Like the mayor, he's like this 1950s nuclear family values, clean cut guy who's very chirpy and very humorous and very happy and smiley and likes to tell dad jokes, but he's also evil and he's into fucking supernatural shit and he wants to take over the world. It's very tongue in cheek, but at the same time, it didn't diminish the darker moments that would really give these characters conflictions and involve them. And Angel is probably a lot more of the grown-up show because it was in mostly the urban areas of LA and it was a bit more noirish. She was like a private detective seeking out demons that were fucking up people's day, while Buffy was a bit more the high school girl trying to grow up and coming of age kind of thing. But both shows are very good, very well written by Joss Whedon. I mean, anytime there was a character that started off like they'd be really fucking annoying and two-dimensional, like Cordelia being the spoilt brat, Wesley being the bumbling fucking fop, they both evolved as characters and they became very useful in their own ways. Cordelia stopped being a spoilt fucking rich girl and actually became a very vital character with a conscience and a bit of a moral backbone, surprisingly. And Wesley became a bit of a badass himself, and this is a great example of shows that evolve their characters. You know what I mean? It's been nearly 30 years since Buffy came out, and even though it still has that 90s sort of goth sort of thing that's dated it a little bit, it's still very funny, very sharply written. The characters are very memorable. The villains are actually fucking scary, but at the same time, they've got these very distinct personalities. And it's very worth watching. Has anyone else got Buffy on their list?
No.
Okay, so we can
still
move
good,
on.
yeah, still a good show and good sequel, or good spin-off series. How many spin-off shows can last that long?
I know, and it's a shame. It's a shame the Angel spin-off didn't get one more series as well. But the series are still continuing as comic books, though. So if you do want to delve even further into those into that franchise, then best pick up the comics. So yeah, moving on, and
I think are we on the 7th or 8th pick or anything? No, I think it's 9th pick for you inside man, is it?
Yeah. So I'm actually going to go with a little bit of literature, so slightly highbrow, I suppose. And I'm going to go with the collective works of Edgar Allan Poe. Probably one of the greatest, no, arguably one of the greatest horror writers of all time. I mean, these sort of, you can kind of, you read Poe and you can smell the opium in the air, and every single page is kind of absinthe soaked. It's just it's slightly trippy, but wow, what a fucking writer. What
you
a
could
writer.
really get under your skin.
Oh my god.
You could probably argue he's the ultimate goth, the original goth. I mean, South Park seems to think so as well, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, with stories like obviously Legend of Sleepy Hollow and The Pit and the Pendulum. But it's funny rereading The Raven, which I think is one of the greatest pieces of poetry ever written. My God, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And I can see why somebody like Tim Burton is such a huge fan of Poe, and why so many other filmmakers are big fans of Poe. Yeah, he is the OG. He really fucking is. It's amazing. I love him. Absolutely love him.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're still talking about him to this day shows how good he was.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Poe over Stephen King for me any day of the week. I've got to be honest. I know Stephen King is a great writer. He's a great horror writer. But give me Edgar Allan Poe anytime.
He influenced absolutely everybody who came after him. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Like I say,
Lovecraft,
he is the OG.
Anybody, any horror writer he influenced pretty much.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you that, if you had, if you could resurrect Lovecraft and sit him in front of you and ask him who his biggest influence was, I'd guarantee you that he would say it was Poe. Yeah. No question.
People get South Park.
Yeah, no, there's been plenty of portrayals as well. I mean, did you watch the one with Christian Bale and the kid who played Dudley in Harry Potter playing Edgar Allan Poe? Or was it the Pale Blue Eyes?
No.
It's on Netflix. It's actually worth watching. And
is it?
Yeah, the kid who played Dudley in Harry Potter, I forgot his name now, but he's really fucking good in the role as Edgar Allan Poe. I really liked him in this role, and I hope he does well as an actor. He seems to have a lot of fucking range here and there. But just for a minute, I will show this clip from South Park because, God, it is funny. It is funny.
Ew, my God, emos are such wannabe conformists.
It's him. It's Edgar Allan Poe.
Children of Darkness, I would help you, but I fear I cannot be seen with a bunch of douchey vamp kids and their poser-ass plastic fangs.
It's nice to know that Edgar Allan Poe agrees with us.
Agrees with who? Is that red dye in your hair, or did a blood demon take a shit on your head, poser?
He got you there, nigga.
Why should I? Just because you summoned me doesn't mean you're the boss of me.
We'll stop it there just before I get fucking copyrighted, but God, I love
it. South Park.
I think Edgar Allan Poe.
Here's a little thing for you, right? Yeah, I think so too. It'd probably be completely sort of opiumed off his tits, and he'd find that hilarious. But here's a little thing for you. There's an actor that's been trying to get the collective works of Edgar Allan Poe. He's been struggling, and I'm talking about for decades and decades and decades, since the 70s, to try and make pretty much most of Edgar Allan Poe's stuff.
Wow.
All right. Okay.
And that actor is Sylvester Stallone.
No way.
I mean, he is an enormous Edgar Allan Poe fan, and he's been trying to get these movies off the ground for decades. And unfortunately, he realised that he just can't do it. There's no way that he would have the money to do it. So
sadly, I'm not sure that there'd be the appetite for it either. That's the problem. Not now.
I think I mean he was looking at being producer, not sort of acting in them or writing.
Oh yeah,
them
no,
or
no, I
directing
don't mean
them.
just from that perspective. I just
You know.
mean from a cultural perspective. I'm just not sure that Poe. I mean, 20 years ago, I could definitely have seen that kind of thing, but I don't know about now.
Yeah, I mean, I can see somebody like Guillermo del Toro, doing a really decent adaptation of a Poe. You know,
Yeah, because
I can't even get Mountains of Madness off the ground, unfortunately. I wish they'd given him that money. He'd do a great Mountains of Madness. It'd be brilliant.
Yeah, because Guillermo del Toro does have these very good, this Lovecraftian style imagination, like he did with Hellboy. I mean, and I did watch The Crooked Man, and I read the graphic novel after, and it is actually very faithful. But I think that this is sometimes where movies and the comics sort of like need to be different, and Guillermo del Toro did the right thing by not making it too faithful to the comic. He put his little stamp on it, and it was successful.
I say what I say in my review. Hellboy should not be a movie. It should not be a movie.
Yeah, it did feel more like a pilot to a TV show. I will agree with you there.
Short stories, more or less. Some of them are interconnected, but a lot of them are short stories. So therefore, the natural fit for Hellboy is to make it into a TV show. Make it into a really messed up kind of Lovecraftian X-Files type thing. And I think you've got a hit with Hellboy. But I just don't.
Yeah, no. I've got us off track here. Sorry, Inside Man. Fucking hell. I do apologize.
That's all right. No, it's fine. Yeah,
I mean, we know Poe in some of his books as well. Yeah. Poe and Dorian Gray, I think it is. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Sylvester Stallone wants to...
That's crazy.
Then again, he is actually a very good writer. I mean, he wrote the first Rocky, so maybe... Yeah, I wonder if writing was his first passion, and then it wasn't until he got to later he decided to be an actor, because, especially with Rocky, because he was very passionate about playing that part, and even taking a pay cut just so he could play the role.
Yeah, I think he's frequently been mistaken for a bit of a dummy over the years. I think there were times when his ego got the better of him in certain projects, but when nobody says no to you, what can you expect? I suppose it's going to go to your head a little bit, but I do like him. I would have liked to have seen something from him. Yeah. But it's a shame. I would have loved to have seen more Poe. I mean, Sleepy Hollow, I think, is a wonderful adaptation of the Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
Love that film.
That is great. I would love to see more Edgar Allan Poe adapted. But then, if not, we still have the collective works of Edgar Allan Poe to thumb through.
Yeah, true.
And they'll never go away.
Yeah.
I imagine it's about as cultured as this stream's going to get.
Well, it's like to Inside Man, to his credit. I mean, look out. I love this current season of Tulsa King, and someone like Stallone, he wouldn't deal with the modern DEI bullshit because he doesn't play that game. So if anybody would do it justice, it's like Stallone would make it for quote unquote modern audiences. He would be truthful or faithful.
I'm just not sure that the.
I
sure
agree.
The appreciation for deep cultural literature is there at the moment for that kind of thing. It's like Shakespeare.
No.
Shakespeare's not exactly in vogue at the moment, is it?
Shakespeare's a toxic white male. Don't you know?
Well, I would just assume now with streaming services now, I mean, Inside Man wouldn't know more than us, but like with Poe's works, why not have whatever? Imagine having like a season of a TV show for Amazon or something, or like Paramount. I mean, Stallone's on Paramount. Have his. You probably wouldn't need the biggest budget for Poe's works, so you could make TV shows out of them.
Yeah, I'll just show a clip of. Like I said, I still forgot the actor's name, but he is very good in the role. It's. Okay, and I think it's 90 seconds. Hopefully, won't get flagged by it. But
I met a lewd nude in Bermuda who thought she was shrewd. I was shrewder. She thought it quite crude to be wooed in the nude. I pursued her, subdued her, and screwed her.
Yeah, he's a very good actor. He plays the role very well. I mean, I don't know what Edgar Allan Poe was like in real life, but
I don't know. I think he does a pretty good job acting wise. Anyways, he seems to have a lot of range, and I hope he does well in the future.
It's nice to see these young actors break out of that Harry Potter circle.
Yeah, I think he's very fucking underrated. He really does seem to be, and because he did have a nice little role in that Ballad of Buster Suggs as well, where he's like this actor in this little mobile play, but he's got no arms and legs, and everyone just sits around to watch him and recite Shakespeare and that. It's very odd, but it is a very good film worth watching on Netflix if you like your anthology movies. So yeah, and now that we've, is there anything you want to add about that Inside Man, or shall I move on to?
No, it's fine, mate. Yeah. Please move on.
Yep, Critical, and is it your 9th or 8th pick now? I don't know because we've
9th. I
your
don't have
9th.
a list. I've got a load of things that I've thought about before the stream, and they're just circling around my head. And I'm just going to pick one at random, and I'm actually going to pick because you played some South Park. I'm actually going to pick a Halloween episode of South Park, and it's an old one. All my picks, I actually understood the assignment. All my picks are Halloween themed, every single one. And it's a Halloween episode of South Park that is an homage, a piss take of Scooby-Doo. And it's got the heavy metal band Korn in it.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And they play themselves, which is just hilarious. So that's going to be my pick.
Oh, great! Yeah, good pick.
It's been a while, yeah, and it's like they just come out with evidence of how they solved the mystery, which was not even fucking set up in the first place. Which
and there's some stuff about a grave that's been desecrated, and Stan's granddad wants to die, and he's trying to get things to kill him, I think. And you've got this scene where they're going around and they're like, "Oh, your grandmother's corpse has been dug up." And he's like, I know this must be upsetting, but my colleague here is now going to, it's quite likely that somebody's dug up her corpse to have sex with her. And my colleague here is going to show you a representation of what that might sound like. And he's got a jar of mayonnaise in his fist. He's like, typical South Park humor. But yeah, that's the actual band Korn. And they all voiced their own characters. And it's like this weird Scooby-Doo type thing. And it's a lot of fun. And properly Halloween themed. So yeah, there she is. They dig up her corpse. I can't remember why. There's a reason behind it, but yeah, it's funny. It's funny and irreverent and wrong, like South Park should be. So this is before they started doing anything topical or anything like that. They were just doing a funny cartoon series at this stage. This is early. This is like first 3 or 4 seasons, I'd say, tops.
Yeah, because I think season maybe 3 or 4 was when they really started to get better, and I still like the first couple of series because
the first one was very crude. The animation was very, very sort of more stop animation, and they didn't have any kind of budget, and they were just throwing stuff about. But that Halloween episode, that's my next pick. Just I've got random stuff top of my head, and as you played South Park, I thought I'd pick that one. So yeah, well worth a watch.
Okay. Anyone else got the South Park episode on their list?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so we'll move on to Blue Collar Losers. I'll just be taking the toilet break, but you keep talking, man. Don't worry.
All right. Well, at least Pope Stills when you get back. But our buddy Dark Hour, and I want to hear Inside Man and Critical about this, but maybe cheating. But I think the first Terminator film, as much as we say sci-fi, that movie as a kid scared the shit out of me.
That's a horror film.
Yeah. But it's only people consider it to be a sci-fi film. Like, I mean, look at the premise when Kyle Reese is talking to Sarah Connor. You have this being, right, that at the time period, the weapons he has really can't stop this thing, and just the whole premise of like this thing can't be reasoned with, it can't be bargained with, it will not stop until it fucking kills you. And as a kid, that's scary as hell. But then, like, obviously, if Nadi was here with the practical effects, when Arnold to this day, yes, we know as older guys, it's a puppet, but imagine being a 7-year-old watching Terminator. That scene with the fucking eye, that scared the fuck out of me as a kid, guys. And I would say to this day, and you guys know it, CG versus practical. When I was like 7 years old, remember, because Terminator, it's dead, it's killed, and then oh no, it's still alive. When it comes out and you see for the first time, you finally see a full Terminator. The stop motion, the creepy walking, as a kid, scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
No,
Oh
I
yeah.
like
Yeah.
naked
Yeah.
straight horror film, and I'd say that Cameron was heavily influenced by slasher films for that movie. Halloween, I could see it all over it. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he's he's a a movie monster, isn't he? In essence, he is. If you
Yeah.
boil it down, the Terminator is a movie monster. He's not
As much as
just
the Alien or Predator or anything like
He's
that.
he's a killer machine, and he doesn't
Yeah.
eat, he doesn't sleep, he just keeps fucking going. All you can
Yeah.
do is just run.
Yeah, and even like
Maybe
I mean,
some shitty sequels. Who knows?
well, yeah, but as much as we all love part two, and even like you look at the first film, the infamous police station scene, it caused controversy back then. But think about that, right? Even for for Americans, well, not American, all you guys, your standpoint. Sarah goes to a police station, right? And the cop, the black dude, okay, you're safe. You're in a building full of 30 cops. Police stations are meant to protect people. You should feel secure. This thing goes and wipes out the entire fucking police force, and you're like, oh shit. And like that, so there's so much horror elements as much as we do love the sci-fi elements. I'm like, no, the first one I would damn sure always put the first Terminator is one of my top 10 fucking horror films, because even to this day, I mean, we've gotten older, but for most part, it is a horror film.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree totally. Yeah, I think the first one is. I think you could label it as a sci-fi horror as much as you could Alien. So yeah.
Yeah, the first one does feel more like a horror than while the second one feels more like an action, doesn't it?
Yeah, the second one's just an action.
Oh, definitely.
It's an action film. So yeah, no, good pick. Like it.
Yeah, it's not on my list, but it's definitely on the list of my favorite movies whatsoever. Favorite movies in general. So
yeah.
Anyone else got Terminator on their Halloween favorites?
No, sadly there are no pumpkins in it, so it's not on my list.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I will move on. So yeah, what else is a pick? I think it might be my.
I think we're like eight or something.
There
But then
was some that was already mentioned, and by someone else, and it was already on my list, so I don't need to mention that because I don't feel we need to repeat. I repeat myself. So let's have a look. The Resident Evil games. Oh, come on! You can't. You can still play them any time of the year, but when it gets to October, I can't but love them. It's definitely scared the shit out of me as a kid.
All the rest.
Yeah, I think the first three are still the best though. But
yeah, for sure.
Well, this was back in a time where you didn't get like save checkpoints or anything like that, or ammo's being dropped at you left, right, and centre. You had to be fucking resourceful.
Living in a typewriter.
Yeah, I know. You get the ink ribbon, and you couldn't save your progress unless you had ink ribbons to save your progress with, and you had to use it carefully as well, because even though there's always a chance you get killed by a boss, then you'd have to start all the way from where you last saved, and that could have been like from an hour ago, and all that progress will be gone. And there's a lot of
ammo was very hard to find, so you couldn't just go around just shooting zombies all the time. You had to think quite
careful. Because you'd have bigger, tougher bosses like the Hunters or the fucking Lickers or the Zombie Dogs, which are a bastard to fucking get, because they'll when you try and shoot at them, they'll fucking dodge and jump on your arm and try to rip it off. It's
and then in the remake for the GameCube, they had Crimson Heads where they came back to life and they started running.
And that made it even more fucking scary as well. So you're using up kerosene, and then when you're out of kerosene and you kill a couple of zombies, you got to hope you don't need to go in that area again for a while. But
great jumps.
You got to do a lot of backtracking as well, because you've only got a few spaces to carry, so you have to put it into a container that is for some reason linked to every other container in different rooms, just for convenience. And
I remember I had very strong memories of playing that in 1996. I think it's 96 with my mate on his PlayStation. So yeah, first one.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, Inside Man's not the biggest gamer out there, but, like, for my generation, we grew up with, remember, Mario Brothers, Sonic the Hedgehog, we had Legend of Zelda, Resident Evil 2, because I missed the first one. We had a PlayStation, and I never forget, me and four of my friends, I never dropped a controller that much in my fucking lifetime at that point, because so you're in this police station, you're walking by, and out of nowhere, zombie arms just bust through the windows. Oh shit! And like you're saying, Luke, I'll never forget the liquor scene. When you first have Claire Leon, you walk into a room, you're looking around, and a liquor busts right through the top of the fucking chandelier. Like, what the fuck was that, man? Like, and play that game at 2 o'clock in the morning when all your friends are sleeping, and And of course, Luke remembers the infamous Mr. X. Mr. X,
Yes.
I dropped my control. I almost fucking broke my controller because you're running and he busts through a fucking wall chasing you, and you can't stop him. It's like it definitely the Resident Evil franchise for gaming, even for non-gamers, it definitely changed the genre for gaming for horror games forever. It's like everybody to this day is trying to copy Resident Evil.
I know, and it's weird that as I grew up, horror games didn't really put me on edge anymore. But then I started playing Resident Evil 2 remake, and yeah, God, the amount of my heart was just fucking pumping. I was getting bad anxiety attacks just trying to play for it. But I completed it. But
I think there are scarier games out there now, but at the time, absolutely, it just redefined everything.
Well, and even people, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys heard about like Resident Evil 7, first person view. For Resident Evil 8, they want to make an 8 more action packed because they had so many complaints from Capcom that Resident Evil 7 was too scary. A horror game is too scary. And even Drinker recently was playing Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 had to be quote unquote watered down because Silent Hill was too fucking terrifying. So the remake is not as scary. Like, I'm not sure if it shows how pussified our fan base has gotten, but like when games are too scary that people are complaining about it, that's pretty fucking cool.
I remember I played one horror game, and there was 2 of them. I think it might be called Outlast. I can't remember, but it was this scene with mannequins. Start moving in the shop, and I was like, "Oh man, this is I should not be awake playing this in the dark." But things like that in some of the Alien games as well, very very scary. I remember Alien. Is Alien Resurrection on the PlayStation, and they do jump scares and stuff.
It's Isolation.
No, this is way before Isolation. Oh,
I forgot that.
It was on the first. It was on the original PlayStation, so I think it was. I think it was Alien. I think it was Alien Resurrection, which is a good film. So a good game based off a bad film. But yeah, always had that jump out of the dark kind of thing at you. I do need to play Isolation sometimes. I hear that's really good as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I need to play.
Good pick.
Yeah,
and 7 was scary again as well. Like I found when I played 5, it wasn't that scary. It was getting very actiony. That's one in Africa, and it was just there were scary bits in it, but it wasn't a scary game.
Yeah, it's a good action game, but it's not Resident Evil. It's just.
But then when I played 7 with that family chasing you around the house, fucking hell.
I've not played Resident Evil 4 yet, though. I know there's a remastered version for PS4.
You've not played 4?
Really? Oh my god.
Really good. 4 is a really good crossover between it takes it in the action direction, but still keeps the scariness. It was the one after 4 where they went full action and started losing it. 4 is a very good.
Resident Evil 6 though. I've heard that's pretty fucking bad as well. But
I refuse to place it.
Yeah, number 7 it did get back on track, but then it starts having these like fucking mold monsters now, and then you get number 8 with vampires now and werewolves. I was like, come on, can we get back to the fucking mad science?
Big breasted vampire women.
Yeah. Well, you don't get Lady Double D though, so who knows?
Oh yeah.
We'll see what they do with 9, but no, Resident Evil, they're iconic games for a reason, for sure.
Yeah,
I agree.
Would you prefer the remakes or the originals? I still prefer the originals because there's something about the cheesy dialogue that gives it that personality. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
1 was mind blowing. When they remade 1 on the GameCube back in 2002, whatever the hell it was. And got rid of a little bit of the tank control. Because you remember, like the first Resident Evil game, you had to literally turn and then
just like
with that move. It was horrific control wise. So there was no chance of reacting to anything quickly or anything like that. So I think the remake of 1 I prefer. I never liked Resident Evil Nemesis. Strangely enough, I never liked that one. But,
wow.
1 and 2 are great, and 4 is great.
Then again, Nemesis did have its problems. Like sometimes the screen would pause because there just wasn't enough data in there or storage or anything like that because of the technology, and it was more like an extension. But Nemesis was fucking scary.
Nemesis it took the idea that came from 2, which was Mr. X, who turned up again. Nemesis just went, right, we're going to do that all the time. And I was like, well, now it just becomes an exercise in frustration. So I got a bit bored of it, to be honest.
Yeah, 3 definitely had the weaker storyline. It's like Allison, because Mr. X was just a slow walking zombie. Now it's like Nemesis. How about let's give him a rocket launcher? How about let's give him tentacles? Let's make him jump around. Let's make him. It's just 3 definitely is a weaker game. And part 2 is the peak, I think, of Resident Evil.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think 2 is the best game. I played the remake of that one recently, and that's really well done.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Oh yeah. The zombies are still a fucking hassle to kill though. It's not just one shot.
Oh, that police
Sometimes
station,
you will get
it's a bitch. The whole police station, all the puzzles and everything for it. It's fantastic. Fantastic game design. Really is.
Yeah, there was a few times though when I did actually shoot them once and the head exploded. It's like I don't know. It's like if you wait a little bit, and wait for the
maybe the Magnum might do it.
Yeah,
because there is a powerful gun in there, but no, they're brilliant games. It's a brilliant franchise. Even some of the spin-off games are really good. Like even they did some light gun games, I think, for the Wii. You used like the Wii controller as a light gun, and they were pretty good. They were like kind of like House of the Dead, but done Resident Evil style. So there's a lot of very good Resident Evil games out there. Sad, shame about the films.
Yeah, the films. Oh, fucking hell, shame about the films and the fucking remakes. It's the audiobook, though, The Umbrella Conspiracy, is actually fucking good, though. I'm not gonna lie. You actually do get a little bit of context into Wesker as well, and how he's trying to manipulate the situation to make sure the other STARS members don't reach the lab so he can get there first and burn everything, while also looking for a way to manipulate Barry as well by using his family against him. It's I do check it out. Check out Big Fox channel, Resident Evil, Umbrella Conspiracy. Very good listen. Avoid the Residents of Evil audiobook because they use that fucking automated voice and it's shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's a shame because ROE Residents of Evil is actually a really good fucking channel, and it's kind of a shame the official channel that has the original cast members haven't got a voice actor in for the audiobooks. So yeah. So we'll move on anyway from my pick to Inside Man. What is your next pick?
Well, I'm actually going to go with another book collection, and it's Clive Barker's Books of Blood. They're 6 anthology books. All of them have around about 5 to 6 short stories in them, and they're probably the most frightening books I think frightening and repulsive books I think I've ever read. Some of the stories are absolutely horrific. I mean, really, really horrific. And he doesn't hold back at all. Some of the stories are really quite nasty, quite nihilistic, and very, very gruesome. But I'd recommend those books to anybody who's really into their horror. And there's something in those books for absolutely every horror fan. I mean, you got stories like, one of my favorites is Rawhead Rex. I know they made a movie of it, but the short story of Rawhead Rex is amazing. There's another one in there called The Body Politic. Meat Train is another good story, another good short story. But yeah, they're a collection of amazing horror stories. I know that. Well, I'm assuming that none of the rest of the panel have actually read any of these, but
I've only read John Clive Barker book, and that's the Hellbound Heart.
The Hellbound Heart, yeah. That's really good, and the adaptation obviously was done by Clive Barker himself for the movie, but these are grim. I mean, grim stories. They're really quite gruesome and quite nasty. But if you like your horror really horrific, then I'd recommend all 6 of the Books of Blood by Clive Barker.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think I wonder if Enzo might listen to us as well, because I know he was listening to Blood Meridian a while ago as well, and he whenever he was going to bed, he would listen to it. Then he had to stop because it just got so fucked up.
Yeah,
I'm guessing this is kind of the same thing as well. Like, don't listen to this before you go to bed, otherwise you're gonna have
all this horrible shit going around in your head when you're dreaming.
They made a film of it. I had no idea.
Yeah,
Brandon Braga of all people. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think it got much of a release or publicity or anything, did it?
Hulu,
And I
by
think it was
looks
made
of
in Scotland, wasn't it? I think it was made in Scotland, in Edinburgh or Glasgow or something.
it. Okay, so it's 3 stories. 2 of them are from the Books of Blood.
Right.
Okay, interesting. I might have to try and check it out. But no, other than that, I'll check the books out. Cool. Yeah,
Yeah, the
nice.
books are brilliant. Books are really, really amazing. I mean, if you like I say, if you like your horror really horrific, then go for the Books of Blood by Clive Barker.
Good choice. Anyone else got these on their list? If not, I can move on.
Just curious, for Inside Man. So is that where we get stuff like Clive Barker's, like Hellraiser and all his adaptations?
Yeah, Hellraiser comes from the Hellbound Heart. It was a standalone novel, but there's a lot of other stuff, that does appear in the Books of Blood that makes its way into other sort of Clive Barker adaptations as well. But these are they're really quite nasty. They're really quite bad. I'm not bad in a good way. They're really bad, nasty, awful,
Gruesome.
grim, gruesome, grisly, nihilistic horror books. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, make a great gift for any young child, I would say. Under the age of 10.
And they're actually on YouTube for free as well, from what I'm seeing. I don't know if they're official audiobooks of the YouTubers reading them, but they're on here, mate.
They're not exactly expensive, to be fair.
Yeah, even Mr. H has the Hellbound Heart complete audiobook on his channel right now.
Nice.
Hellbound Heart's very good. It's very interesting to watch that and see how it turned into Hellraiser. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
I'll let my kid know, because my kid his favorite genre is horror. This has been my son's favorite year for films with the horror genre, and I'm like, buddy, got some new books I can buy you. Plus, for some reason our cat's been missing for the past 2 days. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, it looks like there's quite a few different editions of it. You can get single books, or you can get an omnibus. There's an omnibus edition, so
right.
Yeah, cool.
Well, I have posted the playlist right here for anyone who does want to listen. So
that's great.
Yeah, so I might try and give a go if I can. I think I'm still listening to Who Goes There Again for probably the third time, which I was going to put, which I think I might put on there next, but I'll go around my panel first before I get to that.
I'm just gonna cue that up alongside Toxic's video for later. Cool. Okay. Nice. Are we on my next one? Sorry.
So next one, Critical. I think it's
right. Okay. I'm going to go back to films, and it's a schlocky, bad 80s film, I think, which I don't think will be on anybody's list, and nobody's probably heard of it. But it's hilarious and stupid and bloody, and it's called Hack-O-Lantern.
Hack-O-Lantern.
Hack-O-Lantern. Yeah. And it's got High Pike in it. It's basically it's about the leader of a satanic cult and a bunch of murders that happen. It's all set at Halloween. It's all themed at Halloween. It's got a load of heavy metal influence, like songs in it and stuff like that. It's stupid. It's gory. Don't get me wrong, it's a bad movie, but it's like one of those fun bad movies. It's schlock. It's 80s schlock, gore, tits, all that kind of stuff, and it's fun to watch. It's a fun watch, it's not like some bad movies you watch and that's it. It's got under different names. The Damning is one.
Yeah.
Pretty much every single woman in it takes her kit off at some point or another. There's loads of violence, loads of all sorts of stuff going on. I'm not going to say it's a good movie at all, but it's a good bad movie. It's fun to watch, and it's definitely worth a watch. What's it, 88? Yeah, 88. You can find it on Amazon Prime and probably other stream places. It wouldn't surprise me if the whole damn thing's not on YouTube, to be honest. But one of the Hack-O-Lantern when I watched it. So that's my next pick. It's as I say, not a great movie, but definitely worth a watch. some hilarious performances, some great gore, and it's just it's a fun watch.
Okay, then. Anyone else got any thoughts on it?
I've never seen it, mate. Never seen it, but I'll give it a go. Something I'll give it a go.
It's definitely one of those sort of direct to video efforts. It's not going to be a renowned movie or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I've seen so many bad horror films over the years. I literally just go on Amazon Prime and just like, oh, that sounds like shit. Let's watch that. This was it was entertaining at the very least. It's got cheese, it's got camp, it's got blood and guts and gore and tits, and it's just it's a good watch. So
nice.
Okay. So since it's not on anyone else's list, and unless there's anything else you want to tell us about it, we'll move on to Blue.
Honestly, I think I've summoned that.
Okay, that's fair play. So Blue, what is your what is it? I think now.
Okay, Luke. Pull up stills, and I'm not name dropping nobody, but like on Open Bar, the fact that me and Will are the same age, Fire in the Sky. He's like, I never heard of it. I'm like, dude, how the fuck have you never heard of Fire in the Sky? My sister Jamie's 40 years old, and she posted last year on Facebook. To this day, it freaks her the fuck out. I saw this film at the drive-ins back to back with Terminator 2, so I'm seeing Robert Patrick in two different films. But to this day, I think the most intense, terrifying alien abduction scene of all fucking time, and the fact that people have never heard of Fire in the Sky, it's a fucking great movie, man. And as a kid, 10-year-old kid going from Terminator to this, holy shit, I couldn't sleep for a couple days. I was locking doors. I was keeping the lights on. This movie, man, it's like friggin', it's and supposedly, of course, based on true events, but the real life character, he disappeared for a long time, and he swears this shit happened. And who knows about if aliens are really out there? But goddamn, the last 15 minutes of this film, go YouTube it, man. That is, and I can hear Gary agreeing, like it's fucking brutal, man.
Yeah. Listen, I can tell you now. I'll tell you now. Right now, I don't believe in any of that. I'm a massive skeptic, right, in all of that stuff. However, when I saw this, it fucking shat me up.
Okay,
literally, it was fucking bad. And I was. Even though I don't scare easy, and I don't, nothing really freaks me out or anything like that. But watching the abduction and everything, and all the kind of stuff that happened to him, it absolutely freaked me out. It really did.
Yeah.
It was really quite disturbing. And to this day, watching it again not that long ago, it was like, oh my God, that was done so well. This is how you make a movie, regardless of whether the story is true or not, whether the guys made it up or not, or even if this was a complete piece of original fiction. It doesn't matter. That was a great piece of filmmaking.
Yeah, that's the funny part. My sister, so I was 11, she would have been 8 years old. So my sister was 8 years old watching this with me and said, crying her fucking eyes out, Gary. Like, that's the thing. And there's so much tension because his character, he's abducted, of course, and he's swearing to everybody it really happened. Of course, nobody's going to believe him. Everyone thinks he's fucking insane. And when you finally see what happened to him, because he has like these flashbacks, and you're getting peppered throughout the film, little tidbits like, did this really fucking happen? And of course, in terms of the movie tone, it did happen. Then when you finally see at the end what they did to him, and it's just like people on every time I go to YouTube and you can just Google Fire in the Sky abduction scene, the comment section, people talk about a movie that came out in like 1991, and to this day I still have yet to see any alien fucking movie match that abduction scene as in this film.
Agreed. Nothing like it. There's nothing like it at all. Like I say, whether this is true or not, whether this is fiction or not, it makes no difference. It's a great piece of movie making, and that abduction scene is one of the real frightening pieces of cinema.
Dude, yeah, Gary, I won't lie. Fuck, even 43, I will not watch this film by myself to this day. I have to have my kid there, my mother. I still can't watch this shit by myself.
I will have to watch this because I don't like Robert Patrick as an actor, and he kind of feels how fucking young he was back in the day, though. I mean,
I'm saying, I'm pretty sure this was the first film right after T2, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Gary might know, but I mean,
it was
pretty
you're right. Yeah.
But not just him. The entire, I mean, DB Sweeney, the entire cast was fucking killing in this movie, man. It's such a great movie.
Yeah.
No, look at that. I like that. That is a fucking good shot, that as well. I mean, I've not seen the movie yet, so who knows?
Yeah, the time comes, you and me can watch it again on streaming. Like I said, I won't watch the shit without somebody with me.
Yeah.
Worth a watch, but you might have a sleepless night. It's quite visceral without being bloody or anything like that in any way.
Oh, yeah.
It sears itself into your eyes. It really does.
And it truly is. And I mean, I know sorry, buddy.
No, sorry. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, so yeah, sometimes our phones. I was gonna say also, and this is the yet again of the horror film where there's like, you're not gonna see blood. There's not decapitations. There's not some big monster ripping guys in half. This is a pure psychological fucking horror film, but horror in like. Yes. So before you actually eventually, even though Luke spoilers, you do eventually see the aliens, but the build up into seeing the aliens, that tension, that is so fucking terrifying because it's like the flashbacks, the lights, everything, like the whole is the fire in the sky. When you look up and you see this big fucking beam and like this pure black woods, you're like, holy shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's as good a horror film as you could get. It really is. Without giving anything away to anybody that hasn't seen this, especially to Luke, all I can say is there's a scene with eyes, and it actually physically made me retch. And I can honestly say it genuinely.
I know what you're talking about.
Make me retch. Anything to do with eyes just does that to me, and it just fuck. Like what? Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. And I looking at the inside of the spaceship, it looks fucking terrifying. They look like they kind of remind me of the pods in the Matrix a little bit, only they look a little bit more fucking like they're discarded and they're all decaying and everything. It looks like the worst place you'd ever want to be trapped in. It's damn, look at that.
And plus with the age too, this is, I mean, I could only imagine, I'm assuming to Gary, there's no CGI. This is fucking practical.
Yeah, it's all practical, all practical.
Yep.
Christ, man. I am gonna have to check this out. I cannot believe I have not heard of this.
Do not watch it alone, then you can text me crying, okay? It's like, Chris, you son of a bitch. Poor Luke's wife's like, why are you crying for? He's like,
oh, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, I've never visited a log cabin the same way again since this movie.
Yeah, it's hardcore. It really is. Yeah. Good choice.
Okay, is there anything else? This is not on my list, but is it anyone else's list that they want to mention it?
No, it's a good pick.
Okay, then. So back to me. Okay, what else have I not mentioned yet? I'm trying to think. So yeah, I think. I was going to mention "Who Goes There" by John Campbell, the original short story that inspired John Carpenter's The Thing, and I must have listened to this thing a few times on YouTube. It's you can really tell the atmospheric as well. It's much more analytical compared to the body horror of John Carpenter's classic. But it does still have the elements of the paranoia and the mistrust that spreads amongst the men, never knowing if they could be the Thing. And I like the fact that this time the Thing does have an original kind of form, or maybe it's one of the few forms it decides to take a bit more, like the red eyes with the worms for hair. But I just love how they're trying to sort of wondering if the Thing may have assimilated with other animals like seals in the sea and birds in the sky, so it could fly over to another country, nest and multiply. It's very much more scientific, and the characters do come across like real people who would act like this in a situation like this if it were to happen.
Yeah.
And there is a very funny moment as well where they're just defrosting the Thing. They just think it's just going to be a dead body, but then it's like oh shit, no, it's come back to life. They were having this little debate on lower forms like fish or something. They could survive it, but this couldn't. But then it does survive, and it's gotten out. And now they're wondering what else to fucking do. It's
likely inspired, I would think, by Lovecraft's Mountains of Madness, where they find
I would not be surprised.
Many elder things frozen in the ice. So
let's get blow back on because the phone fucking went.
Yeah, no, a friend of mine was texting me. I was like, "Hey, I'll send her the link," because I'm like, "Check out." We talk about Fire in the Sky. She's like, "Yeah, I'll watch it." So, but these phones are it's weird with StreamYard on their phones.
Yeah, and it's an easy read. It's an easy read. YouTube, just a couple of hours. But the sad thing is, though, they don't have Frozen Hell, which was gonna be the actual start of the book, which was in the original draft. And I know Inside Man, I think you mentioned it before, didn't you? And
yeah. I'll get that over to you, mate. Yeah. It's because it was rediscovered by a journalist who was working on a biography of John W. Campbell, and he went to the family and asked them if they had any of his material that he could look through. And they said that it had all been donated to University Library. So he went to the University Library and found all these box folders. And as he was going through these box folders, he suddenly found this manuscript for this story called Frozen Hell. And Frozen Hell just happened to be the original draft of Who Goes There. So this is back in 2017. Frozen Hell is exactly the same story as Who Goes There. However, there's an additional third to the beginning of the story. So you get everything that leads up to where the book actually opens. So the discovery of the magnetic anomaly, the discovery of the ship, the destruction of the ship, and subsequently the finding of the creature and taking it back. It's really good. There are a few other minor changes within what eventually ended up as Who Goes There as well. But in essence, the whole thing is all of Who Goes There, but with an additional third added on to the beginning. It's great. It really is good. It's very, very good. Unfortunately, this is the version that Blumhouse have actually bought, and are going to be turning into a movie. So
yeah, they're going to fuck it up. I mean, if you look at what they're doing to the Wolfman, that's not going to go well.
Yeah.
It's going to be absolutely abysmal. But Blumhouse does. It has a couple of hits, but it doesn't. I don't want to deserve, because it gets made, so it deserves to be a hit. But most of their output is just absolutely awful. Absolutely awful.
But surely, I mean, if this was going up for auction, right? And there were multiple companies looking at this and thinking, we could actually do a really, really good job of this movie. Blumhouse v Universal. I mean, who's going to win? Who's going to win that arm wrestling contest?
Yeah, I guess whoever bids for it, I suppose. But just shows that some people don't want to touch it for good reason. There's no need. There's no need. That John Carpenter.
We already had a good little a B movie style adaptation in the 50s, and we had the remake, which was a bit more faithful in the 80s. And there's nowhere else you can go.
The sequel wasn't that bad.
No, I agree. It wasn't. It was. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that suffered massively from the ridiculous studio interference. People thinking that they know best, as they always do.
Effects and the CGI all over it. Why?
Absolutely ridiculous. It's you may as well have shat on those practical effects. You may as well have just taken a massive dump on them.
Thing is, those physical effects still look great now. They're still going to look great in 20 years, whereas a lot of CGI is going to have aged to the point that it's going to look like shit. That already does look bad.
Yeah, if you compare the original practical effects that were done for the Thing prequel compared to the CG overlay that was done, there's no comparison. I mean, this was Tom Woodruff and Alec Gillis who did the practical effects of ADI for some unknown reason. I mean, nobody knows why, but I suspect that a deal was done by the studio with somebody with a visual effects organization or company, where they thought, do you know what? We actually own this VFX organization. So what we can do is we can actually pay ourselves to do some really shit CG over the top of this. Because we paid ourselves, we can just use the usual Hollywood accounting system that we use. That's what I suspect anyway, because there was no reason. If you look at those original practicals, look at those practicals side by side. There's a couple of very, very good videos on YouTube that show the CG and the practical side by side of exactly the same creature, and the practical wins every time.
Oh yeah,
because it's physically there. You're looking at something that's actually fucking there. There's real weight to it. And I will say, and the film does follow it very closely. I think it does go a little bit more into the gruesome body horror, but it still captured the paranoia of the original short story, and that was the whole point. And
it's a great story.
And I was glad that they didn't have the creature have the red eyes and the worm hair. It's because as it's formed, because in the movie you never know its form. It adds more of a mystery, but I think the form that's in the novella seemed very right at the time from the imagination of the actual author. But I think that's the only thing, though. Like, I think that's the one thing that does almost take it away from me in the book, because maybe it's because I watched the film first and I like the mystery a bit more. But it's still a very good short story. There's nothing else I can really say. It's very atmospheric. It's really creepy. It's very unnerving. It's very disturbing, and it's very intelligently written as well by someone who really seemed to know what they were doing. And the audiobook is on YouTube. There's a few different versions. Check them out, and hopefully you found the one with the right reading voice for you.
Yeah, Gary, did you ever put any cadence or ever check out the Thing video game? Because again, recently talking to Will about them making a Thing remaster.
Oh yeah, the remastering.
I'll wind up streaming that because so many people out there, they really feel like this is it's not canon, but to the fans, the Thing game is the official sequel, and it's so fucking well done.
Yeah.
So
because John Carpenter actually has a few voiceovers in there, doesn't he? He does a couple of the voices or something, and
he gave it his blessing as well, didn't he? I think he says it's canon to it. It's like
that's right.
To it.
Really looking forward to that. It's out this year. Apparently, it's going to be out later this year, so I'm really looking forward to it, because the original's not available at the moment. It's completely gone. You can't get it anywhere.
That's why I say, I'm not always the biggest fan of remasters, but something like this, because my channel, I want streaming it for people who never got the chance to play the game or seen the original game. I'll buy just because of that.
Yeah.
No, I'm really looking forward to that one. I love playing it on the original Xbox, not the one, not the 360, the original Xbox. Just like that, back in early 2000s probably. So no, it was very, very well done. Lots of atmosphere. A survival game as well. You couldn't go outside for too long because you'd freeze to death and stuff like that. And I'd really see what to do with the remaster. So good.
I like that. If you go outside too long, you freeze stuff. Because that's very realistic, because you're in the fucking Antarctica, even with all the gear wrapped around you. It's the temperature's so fucking low. It's dangerous.
Long time since I played it, but it's quite a hard game. But from what I remember, it's a lot of fun. Lots of fun.
And I really wish I'd played it when I had a PS. I've still got a PS2, but it's just looking for it in CEX and all these other charity shops and that.
It'll be hard to find. Yeah, I mean, your best bet's get the remaster when it comes out. I think it's coming out on Steam and all that lot, so it should be readily available.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's a remaster and not a remake for modern gaming audiences. So I will move on from Who Goes There, and your next pick, Inside Man. Is it your 7th or 8th? Is it?
I think this is 7. I think
7th.
I think it's 7. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go with a movie, one of my all-time favorite horror movies, and that horror movie is The Blair Witch Project.
Nice.
I think it's an absolute masterpiece. I think it's a masterpiece and a masterclass. I know a lot of people really shit on this movie, and think, cheap movie, and this is, I was even talking to my brother about this movie today, and he said, Yeah, it's nothing. It doesn't mean anything to me. I said, mate, I said, you got to sit down and watch the fucking thing. I said, what's wrong with you? I said, you got to watch it. I said, this is a movie that was made for $25,000, right? It made 10,000 times its budget back. 10,000 times its original budget. $250 million this made in 1 month at theaters. 1 month at theaters. $250 million because they rushed it through. The producers, directors, they wanted to rush it through for video release. So they only wanted it at theaters for a month. $250 million for 1 month at the theater. How's
Yeah,
that?
and plus, Gary, and you know this too, man. It's just like some of the best marketing of all time because how many fucking people, was it 95% of the audience thought this shit was real? That was the fucked up part,
They
man.
had like posters of the cast members as characters, missing persons, didn't they? It's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, and it was yeah, as you say, Blue. I mean, this was probably the best marketing campaign of all time because the marketing campaign was done by the two guys, Eduardo Sanchez, and I can't remember the name of the other gentleman. I really wish I could remember his name. But they were the ones that created this website. They were the people that created the website, so they did all of the marketing sort of like a year or so prior to them even getting the funding for the movie. So they were just getting the funding together and putting all this kind of mythology around about this, this Blair Witch and everything, all these fake newspaper articles, all these
fake
police
lore behind it.
reports. Yeah, everything. Just amazing. What an incredible piece of foresight that these guys had to market this movie.
As well.
Well, I was gonna say, also the actors weren't doing interviews, they weren't going to talk shows. Like, they were playing up for like a good 6. Like, you didn't hear nothing from the actors, like they were actually fucking missing and dead. Like,
yeah, exactly. And of course, at the beginning of the movie, it says, this footage was found so many, 6 months later or whatever, which is obviously where we now get the term found footage movie. But although there was another one I think called The Last Broadcast, which came slightly before this, it was made before this, and the two directors producers behind this were accused of plagiarism by some corners of the critical world, let's just say. But the director and producer and writer of Last Broadcast has said, listen, this is fine. This is a much better movie than ours. So what? We don't care. We don't care. This is because of what they've done with this movie. This is now helping our movie to sell because our movie didn't do shit. So why should we care? But yeah, a great marketing campaign before the movie was even made. And then when it was bought for distribution, they spent $25 million on a marketing campaign. So $25 million, sorry, $25,000 it was made for, $25 million marketing campaign. It made 10,000 times its budget back, $250 million. What movie can you say these days would ever do that?
Even like a small thing. I said I still like Kevin Smith's podcast and stories, but he said one podcast a couple of years ago, his wife first saw this at home after like years and years of the film coming out, and she comes in the next room crying like, Kevin, like I watched this horrible film. These poor kids are dead, and Kevin's like, you don't understand the fact that it was a movie, right? She's like, no, this was fucking real. These kids were actually killed, and Kevin, he's Kevin Smith, the filmmaker, and he took him a good half hour to convince his wife that it wasn't a real film. And it's like, holy shit, man! Like, it's but how many people and this is somebody, the film's been out for years, but she didn't know about the internet hype around it and shit. So how many audience members? Yeah, it's a $250 million a film everyone's fucking thinking actually happened.
Yeah, it's so smart. It's so much smarter than people give it credit for. I love it. I absolutely adore this movie, and this is one of the very few movies that I can sit there in the dark watching and still get really quite unnerved. If I'm watching this on my own, it does unnerve me. But that's exactly what I want it to do. I want a movie to unnerve me. I want it to freak me out. You know, this one delivers with every watch. I love it.
So it is actually worth watching another few times, because I've only watched it once, and that was 20 years ago. And
yeah,
I kind of didn't want to watch it again because of because I did like it, but I thought if I watch it again, I probably might start to like it less.
Well, that's like you said, Gary, and we all can agree on certain films are meant to be seen in the theaters. And I said that was the funny part with Will joking. Will said, he's like, yeah, I first seen Blair Witch on a Sunday at 2:00 in the afternoon on my TV with a friend of mine. We thought it was a fucking comedy, not understanding that like the experience of a film like this in a sold out theater at like midnight or 2 a.m. is a way different experience.
Oh yeah. I mean, this was to watch this at theaters was. I mean, it was breathtaking. It was absolutely breathtaking. You could not get a seat in the theaters, and the queues were really going around the block. You know, and when we were waiting to go in to see this movie, the people that were coming out were pale. They were absolutely pale. You know, nobody was smiling. No one was kind of laughing about the movie or looked like they'd enjoyed it. They just looked disturbed. And I thought, fuck yes, I'm going to have some of this. Yeah, it still delivers, I think. I love it. I love this film to death. I love it.
You're just enjoying their suffering, you know?
That's what I was just saying in the comments, actually. I thought the film was all right. I kind of knew what I got it. I just didn't give a shit about anybody in it because I hated them all and I wanted them all to die. So, you know.
I sort of handle that with horror films. Characters being I can handle characters being unlikable in horrors because it's like, if they all die, I'm kind of happy. But so yeah, Barbara Lawrence, thanks for stopping by. And I forgot to mention, RT just paid me $10 in super chat. So
nice.
I'm out doing errands with the wife right now. So here's a few dollars for a pint. Happy Halloween, you bastards! I'll catch you on this replay. Cheers, lads. Yeah, and you take care, Artie, and give my love to the wife as well. And World War Joe also mentions Christine, the John Carpenter version, and it's the first time he's been watching it as well. It's the first time he's watched it. I love that film.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's also getting remade, and it's gonna suck.
Oh yeah,
no.
And the thing is, John Carpenter hated that fucking movie. He hated making that movie, and I think it's one of his. I think it's a really good one. It's a good Stephen King adaptation as well as a good John Carpenter film. And Keith Gordon is on fucking fire in that movie. I mean, he's really good. So I'll move on. Critical. Is there anything? Is there anything else you want to mention about Blair Witch before I move on to Critical?
There is just a couple of things, and that's about the making of the movie, really, and it's only a couple of minor things. You know, people think that it's just a bunch of kids walking through the woods, the forest, you know, with a camera, just making shit up. Now, these people were really on their own. They were genuinely on their own. When they had a GPS tracker with them, like a thing called a Magellan, so they knew they had all the coordinates and everything. And what they had was they had sort of pickup points in the woods, and what they would do is they would load these big crates full of food and provisions and everything for them. So they were actually camping out in the woods. So they'd pick up these provisions, their food, and with every crate there would be an envelope for each of the characters, and they would open the envelope, and the envelope on one character would say, right, so you've had an argument with this character, and you don't want to go this way with that character, so you're gonna cause a little bit of tension because you want to go in the opposite direction. And then of course the other people would have a similar sort of message, you know, and this was how they would convey the tension between them. And it did get quite tense between each of the actors, and a lot of what you see, a lot of the tension that you see, although it was artificially built up, it's pretty real. And that classic shot, you know, the shot where she's in the tent, and of course the camera is looking straight at her face, and she's really, you know, you can see the tears building up in her eyes, and you know she's really panicking, and she says, I heard a noise outside. Oh my God, what's that? Yeah, that's really, honestly. But that which ended up as being like the classic shot of the movie, she thought that she'd actually zoomed out and that she actually had a full kind of mid shot, like head and shoulder shot of herself, but she'd accidentally kept the camera zoomed in. And when they got it back, they thought, oh fuck, it's supposed to be a mid shot. And then they looked at it again, they edited it, and they said, Jesus Christ, this is even better. And it was a happy accident, but I love what they did. I think they were so creative and so innovative, and I love them for what they've done with this movie. I really do.
Well,
Every single one of them.
That seems so powerful because I've had girls do that to me before sex. They start crying and get all shaking and shit.
Yeah. especially when you're outside their tent in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah, that would happen once, but
Mr. E, if I were in a horror film, I would always go with a person I disagree with. So when we are being killed, I can say, I told you so. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Good point. Good point. Yeah.
Cheers for joining us, Mr. E.
I'll take that.
I'll go with the slowest person in the group because I don't need to outrun the killer. I just need to outrun them.
I still remember that scene in Scary Movie though, where she's fucking well, the dude said,
that's right.
The snot's just going all over the fucking screen. It's like, so is there anything else you want to mention before we move on to Critical?
No, that's it. No, please let's I can't wait to hear what Al's got to say. What his next choice is.
Oh,
next choice, man.
The Pressure. It's actually an impromptu one that I didn't have before the stream, but it got mentioned earlier, and I think it's a good pick because it's a damn good film. And I was thinking, can I get away with this? Is it Halloween themed? And it is. And it has got pumpkin in it. And that film is Sleepy Hollow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is it the Johnny Depp movie or the Disney one? Oh,
Johnny Depp, Tim Burton.
Yeah,
I like that movie. Yeah,
I like it. I think it's
it's got so many great British actors in that film. It's ridiculous. Absolutely.
Christopher Lee is in it, isn't he?
Yeah, Michael Goff on there. Michael
Goff's in there. Yeah, it's a great film, and I just couldn't remember if it was Halloween themed, but then I remembered the pumpkin that got thrown in Skullface.
Yeah, I'd say it's very Halloween-like because it's got that very gothic feel to it as well. That very Tim Burton-esque Edgar Allan Poe feel that really does.
It's ridiculous.
And there's some good actors, and it's very campy as well. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and Johnny Depp is really fucking funny in it. He's kind of like, Ichabod Crane was like this.
Ichabod Crane, I think it is.
Yeah, because in the original novel, it's kind of like this fucking crafty teacher who's a bit of an asshole, but here is a bumbling do-gooder who's also a bit of a coward as well. I mean,
he's got all the technology and the high-tech glasses and all that kind of stuff, but he's totally out of his depth. And Miranda Richardson is so good in this film.
Oh, Miranda Richardson, I love her.
So good in this film. I really like this. This is probably one of my favorite Tim Burton films, I would say.
I know, and it is very loose, the original story, but it makes sense because I think Tim Burton kind of saw this as him doing his own little Hammer horror in a way, which really strayed from the original source material to be its own thing. Because and when you look at it as well, the imagery does feel very Hammer horror, like even the blood's like this very sort of goopy orangey stuff.
Very much. Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, the directing, the acting, I love the story. I've not seen it in a good few years now, actually, to be honest. But yeah, there's so much creativity and mystery, and it's just all done well. It is all done well. There's no, it plots itself out well. There's decent action mixed in with introspective moments. You've got this whole mystery around the nature of Christina Ricci's character. I think this is a great film. So this will be my number 7. Just I don't know what more to say about it. I presume everybody's seen it, and I need to watch it again.
It's a fun movie. I do love it. It's I do like the scene as well where he's going to see these like
think it's this witch as well, and he's actually using the kid as a fucking human shield. It cracks me up every fucking time.
Yeah, that's it. It's got. I mean, it's scary in places, but there's also dark comedy in it. It is very, as you say, it is very much Tim Burton's take on that old Hammer horror kind of style. And I think he does a very effective job, to be honest. I don't know if Inside Man's got any insight on it at all.
It always, whenever I watch this movie and think about this movie, it just always makes me wish that I'd named one of my sons Ichabod.
Really?
What a name! Right, Ichabod.
Very else cool. Christina Ricci as well, and she's gotten better with fucking age as well. I think she's looking good.
Yeah,
she's real young there though, and I think she was only just starting to grow into a woman as well. After
Adam's Family would have been like 94, so she would have been maybe a late teenager here, maybe. There's so many good actors in this, so many like British actors that you would have just seen in other places. You would have seen them elsewhere.
Miranda Richardson, she's very funny. I love her in Blackadder as well. She's a very talented actress.
Queenie.
And there's Casper Van Dien as well. I think this was just about the same time as Starship Troopers as well when it came out.
His career disappeared.
But look at that imagery as well. Look how
good
it is.
The cinematography, everything in it. You know, it's such a unique looking film. It drips atmosphere, absolutely drips atmosphere all the way throughout the film. I think this is a great movie. I'm glad that it was mentioned in brief earlier by somebody. Oh, it was yourself with Edgar Allan Poe, wasn't it? Yeah. So I'm glad I remembered it. It's great.
Yeah. Christopher Walken is fucking hilarious in this as well. I think.
I
think the Headless Horseman is scarier in the Disney version. I don't know why, even though that's very funny as well. But Christopher Walken, God, he's just on another fucking level. He's just
Christopher Walken.
That's it. So anything else before I move on then about Sleepy Hollow? Anyone else want to say anything about Sleepy Hollow before I move on to Blow?
One of my mates is in this somewhere.
Cool.
For sure.
Yeah. We'll try and have a look later then, okay? I will move on to Blow right now. What's your next choice? I think it's your...
Did she make a fish on her list, but did Nadia put down Alien, the first one? Because she talked about it. Okay, I thought so. I'll do a hot take, but piss some people off. But the TV show Supernatural, because I know people don't consider it to be a horror, but Supernatural at its core is a horror TV show. I mean, my thing is the show starts off where you have a demon, a yellow-eyed demon, just kills a mother in front of her younger son, and also John Winchester, which is Jeffrey Dean Morgan, and she's burned alive. And the show to me came fresh off the heels of X-Files. First, you had Mulder and Scully hunting, X-Files type creatures. Sam and Dean Winchester, the main theme is trying to find out whatever demon that butchered their mother in front of them. And of course, it's Monster of the Week. They fight vampires, werewolves, wendigos, etc., etc. And later seasons, when you start getting to like Lucifer pops up, archangels, archdemons, like there's some episodes that are like actual fucking horror episodes. Like these guys fight witches. I mean, especially Dean's like, I hate witches. Like witches, well, in this show, will take kids and they will skin kids alive. Like for a CW show, these guys really push the boundary of like how much horror. Like there's guys getting decapitated, their spines being ripped out. There's a lot of episodes where there's a lot of horror and gore for a CW show. And I get some people say, well, it becomes kind of like a drama later on. It is between Sam and Dean, but these guys do fight. There's a lot of horrible shit they fight.
Didn't this damn ages as well? Like nearly 20 seasons, something stupid like that.
It was, well, they did break a record for 15. The initial plan was to go 5 seasons, and hey, love it or hate it, the fans, they have a very solid, diehard, hardcore fan base. My thing is, they could have stopped at season 5. The fans loved it, and the show lasted 15 seasons for a reason. I mean, it's like, I get some people kind of fell off, but like, hey, listen, if the fans want it and they want to please their fans, they kept going and going and going. It lasted 15 years for a reason. And the show broke
during syndications. These are like 26 episode season, as I presume.
Yeah. The reason they shut stuff down for because COVID messed up a lot of shit. COVID messed up the finale, which pissed some people off, but it wasn't their fault. They had COVID issues and restrictions. And of course, Jensen and Jared just said, listen, guys, we are now in our 40s. We played these characters for almost 2 decades. We need to take a break, but they eventually will be coming back. And like I said, whether it's Buffy or Angel or anything, there are some bad episodes, but there's a lot of great episodes. But I still feel like at its core, Supernatural, that the premise is a horror TV show. I mean, after a while, seeing vampires and werewolves so many times starts getting kind of dull. But when Dean goes to hell, I mean, hell it's actually a really horrible fucking place. It's not glamorized, And some of the shit they fight some actual really horrible fucking supernatural beings. So. I mean, it's it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I think for a horror TV show, it really fits its purpose. I mean, you have all kinds of stuff. I mean, after 15 seasons and 26 episodes, so 350 episodes, the show, it's got a fan base.
Yeah.
I know, and it seems to have launched Jensen Ackles as well. He was already doing pretty well, but there's lots of people who want to see him play Batman in James Gunn's DC universe, and I would be up for it. I liked him as Batman in The Long Halloween.
I've only seen him in The Boys, I think, but that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I didn't like season 3, but I did like Jensen Ackles in it, though. He was fucking awesome. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think going forward, what it is, because some people would say in the chat and some fans, if they bring it back, what they do, at this point, the smart thing is don't do 20 episodes anymore. The show's had 15 seasons. I would be happy with a solid, bring back maybe 6, just 6 really solid 1-hour episodes. There damn sure can be some filler and it starts getting repetitive after a while, certain aspects, but I always feel like every season has the opener and the finisher is really good because they fight whether it's Lucifer, they go through the angels, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. They go into different different realms like Purgatory. Purgatory was a really great arc. There's always some new kind of fucking big bad they're fighting. And it's to a point where eventually, no spoilers, but eventually they have to fight God. And I'm and the way they write it, I thought was pretty inventive because God basically is you know what, I'm sick of humanity, I'm gonna wipe out the world. Which, if you look at the lore, how many times have we flooded the earth or had plagues and shit, but when you start actually fighting God himself, I'm all right, guys, now the show's kind of where the fuck do we go here? Jesus Christ.
Might jump the shark just a teeny little
bit. That's why I kind of
it was syndication. It was the whole reason for the 26 episode seasons anyway, wasn't it? Something
definitely
getting it on cable TV. I don't think it applies in the UK so much, but
because when I worked my former job on TNT would have the replays, and the syndication was killer for this show. It was like the highest, one of TNT's highest syndicated show. And again, even the later seasons, they still had a healthy 4 million viewers that were live, and they still had after replays. So again, it's just people anything will shit on any franchise. But I mean, it's the fans, they have a very good, loyal fan base.
It's just an important TV show. It's not anything I've ever, it's just it's not my kind of thing, really. But
it's
definitely one that is well regarded and people talk about it a lot. I mean, imagine my missus has probably seen it, to be honest. It's just not my kind of thing. But whenever you have these long seasons of TV, you're going to have filler episodes, you're going to have clip episodes.
Definitely.
It happens in every single one. But what's happening these days is you're getting TV series that are 8 episodes long and they're still shit. So, I mean, if you can't even make 8 good episodes of TV, then you're sure as hell not going to be able to make 26.
Yeah, like you're saying, Alan, I'm not to say the biggest CSI fan, but if you have over 35 seasons of CSI Miami or something, they know their fan base. So Supernatural, it doesn't appeal to everybody, but it's once you build an audience, know your audience. And hey, and I have a Facebook, Twitter, whatever, Reddit's, there's still a massive fan base that if the show comes back, I guarantee they're going to get very strong ratings.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, because I've not really properly watched this. I think I did see a couple of episodes, but they do seem to have good chemistry, these 2 actors. I mean, and I do like Jensen Ackles as well. He's definitely got some good on-screen charisma here as well, and it's very evident why he's getting a little bit more offers outside of Supernatural.
No, I mean definitely. I mean everyone I think is great. I mean Jared's a good brother. Again, this is to my introduction to Jeffrey Dean Morgan, which went to become Negan. But damn sure Jensen, I'd say wouldn't say carries the show, but he is the main appeal of the show. And Jensen, yeah, there's definitely some comedy episodes. Like there's one Groundhog Day, like where Sam dies like 200 times, and there's such great comedy with these two actors, and you can tell they became basically real life brothers. I mean, they worked together for 15 years. They're doing, for whether these guys doing the one episode, so to have like 15, 16-hour days, you're spending like 60 hours a week next to one guy. You guys become family.
Wow, yeah.
And I think there's been some like influences from Buffy as well, because I did notice a couple of episodes they actually had Spike and Cordelia on there as well, including the Holt from Angel. I've just seen the image of him earlier, so yeah. I need to watch it properly though, all the way through. At least the first 5 seasons. Anyway.
Yeah, so the vibe I first got was, like I said, the X-Files was at the peak of the 90s. It just ended. Instead of having Mulder and Scully fight, basically, okay, the main arc is Mulder is trying to hunt the aliens that took his sister. The difference is, instead of Mulder and Scully, you have Sam and Dean, and they're spending their entire arc trying to figure out what the hell, why did this super demon kill my mother for, and also why is it like targeting my brother? And so they start getting, then their father, John Winchester, John becomes obsessed with being a hunter, and he's a shit father, but he's obsessed with finding the thing that killed his wife. And that's why I love the basic premise of the story arc, where it's like these are tortured characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and thanks for joining us, Lindsay and Atom. Hope you're enjoying listening to the stream. If you've missed it earlier, don't worry, we'll still be on for the replay. And and for anyone in the chat, what is your 10 Halloween favorites? Can be movies, games, TV, books, whatever, let us know. So yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about Supernatural before we move on?
Nice, I do. It's a great show. Sometimes just if you watch one episode a day, it'll probably take you like 6 years, but to start somewhere.
Yeah, fair play. So back on to me. My next pick is one that's a bit of a kids' film, but it definitely is a very Halloween-based one, and that is Paranorman. Has anyone watched Paranorman?
No, I've not seen this.
No.
Well, I would
animated thing, isn't it?
It is, but it's very well done, and it kind of does hack back to those 80s kids films where there would be plenty. It wouldn't be gruesome or anything like that, but definitely full of very dark visuals, and it's got a very good uplifting story. It's basically about this bullied kid named Paranorman who can speak to the dead. But then he gets told that a witch is going to start bringing the dead back to life, and he has to read a book by a grave. And something which turns out to be harder than he thought, because it turns out the grave is unmarked, so now he has to find the unmarked grave. And it does lead to a good story about all the mistakes that the Puritans made in the day, because the town he lives in used to be an old school Puritan town where they would hunt for witches or all that crazy stuff, that superstitious bollocks. And it comes back to haunt the town very good, and there is some very good smart commentary on the Puritans who come back from the dead, and this time instead of them hunting out for the monsters that haunt them, they become the monsters that haunt the very people. But there's also this very good little moment as well where they see what the town has become. There's a lot of sex appeal on the posters. There's a TV showing violence, and they become horrified by what the town has become, and it's very, very funny. But it also has a nice little twist on the witch that he has to combat. Turns out he may have more in common with this witch than he imagined, and it leads to a very emotional climax. And I'm not going to lie, the ending really does fucking. It almost gets me a little teary-eyed as well, because of how well written it is, and the family is very convincing. Cody Smith-McKee is really keeps that innocence very well, and the character's very memorable. We even got McLovin as the bully, and he's actually surprisingly convincing, even if he is a bit comical. But it's I don't want to spoil any more about this movie, even though it's been out for like over 10 years. But all the cast members are really good. Anna Kendrick is very funny. Casey Affleck's very funny. Jeff Garlin is kind of a bit of an arsehole as his dad, but at the same time, you can sort of see he still loves his son. He's just a bit worried about him. That's it, and it feels very real. Even the street that he lives in is a bit run down and broken down. It's not very clean. Every house looks like they need repairs. The streets look like they could use a good sweeping. I can't really say anything else about this movie except to go check it out. If has anyone seen this movie yet? Please let me know.
That's good.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I think is really good about this pick is that I mean, Enzo mentioned something the other day when we were on the Nielsen ratings, and he said that he feels that kids just aren't really. No, actually, I think it was on his stream, and I think he might have been speaking with you actually, Luke. And he said that kids really don't have any particular interest in Halloween anymore. It seems to be dying. It seems to be the interest in Halloween seems to be lowering, with every year. And part of that is that Halloween entertainment isn't really becoming part of kids' visual diet anymore. It's just other garbage. So it's not quite as big as it was. But I'm glad that you mentioned this film. I mean, I'm actually going to check it out. I'm going to watch this.
Yeah, watch it.
I mean, can you remember what Halloween was like when we were kids?
Oh yeah,
it's just like watching these Halloween this stuff that's made for kids, but it was still could be very scary when it wanted to be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think Enzo had gone through. I think he'd whizzed through a load of Goosebumps on one of his Wii watches, and he's really, he really is trying to sort of, push the kids Halloween thing as well. And I think that's a good idea. I don't think there's anything wrong with Halloween. There's nothing, nothing sinister about it.
It's so far removed from its original connotations, to be honest. That,
yeah.
I think you're right. It's entirely harmless these days.
You're saying Halloween was a fun time. I think now with the internet and TikTok and shit like that, that becomes like instead of having fun, it's like who wants to one up each other? I'm just doing more extreme hardcore shit. It's just like it's not like you had fun trick or treating. You watch these films, and the scariest thing, like Fire in the Sky, is Alien Abduction, or like all these different TV shows and movies we're watching, but they weren't like even the thing had practical effects, but it was just like it was scary. And now it's like it became like a lot of horror films are just gross now. Like they overdo it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And after all, I mean, whether they're movies made for kids that are a little bit scary or movies made for us that are a little bit scary, at the end of the day, they're just movies. We know that they're just a piece of entertainment, but we just happen to love them. It sort of, it pumps our nads, as they say.
I know. Plus, kids. I think deep down, kids like to be scared. I mean, I think it was Don Bluth that said, "I think a kid could handle any extreme storytelling as long as there's at least a happy ending." I'm loosely paraphrasing there, but I do kind of agree with him because you look at the Don Bluth films; they're pretty fucking intense when they want to be, but they always have that little bit of hope, that little bit of optimism as well, which makes the journey rewarding once you do get through all the harshness.
I mean, you're right. I think that we should expose children to, these kinds of films. I mean, I'll give you an example. I mean, my daughter, when she was 3 years old, she literally used to wake me up and ask me to go downstairs. So I'd have to sit downstairs on the sofa with her, and we'd have to watch Alien. We'd watch Alien. She was 3, and she'd make me put Alien on at like 3:30 in the morning, because she enjoyed it. Which is a bit weird for some people, but I don't see that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I was watching, some pretty intense movies when I was a little kid. Things like Black Christmas. I mean, my parents took us to see that at the drive-in movie theater twice, and that's a pretty grisly movie. That's a pretty grisly movie, and that was the first time I ever heard on screen the word cunt. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I
the
thought,
ending's very disturbing as well because
yeah,
it's kind of looking like the killer has gotten away with it and he's still there at the end.
yeah, and I think that was the first movie that actually made me have a little bit of a thing for Margot Kidder as well. I think.
Yeah,
little
she's
bit of
actually
a-
really fucking hot in that movie. She is.
Yeah.
I don't think she's. I mean, she's actually pretty in Superman, but I think that film was her at her best, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Feel free to disagree, though.
Yeah, I mean, in the book Easy Riders, Raging Bulls, which is about the kind of independent movie makers of the 70s, you know, that sort of clutch of people like Scorsese, Coppola, and George Lucas and Spielberg, etc., etc. She features in that, and apparently she was very wild. Let's just say she was a very wild girl.
Yeah,
You
watched the Superman featurettes where whenever they were doing the scenes where they were both flying, she would actually fool around behind the scenes, and Christopher Reeve would actually be a bit serious about it as well because, which is understandable because he was given this chance to play the most iconic American hero ever, and he didn't want his chance to be blown. But they still seem to have gotten along with each other despite.
Yeah. But let's just say she liked not wearing clothes very much.
Yeah, she seemed like she might have been a bit of a fun time to have around.
Yeah. And she liked and she also liked some multicolored medication as well. A lot.
Yeah, she had fucking bad problems though. Sadly, still she did.
Yeah. I think that would stem from a lot of her sort of early sort of addiction and everything. But yeah, I mean, she seemed like a really interesting person. I think I would have loved to have met her when she was a young woman. But anyway, yeah, sort of digressing slightly.
Yeah, well, I've kind of run out of stuff to talk about Paranorman, and
we went from good animation to Margot Kidder running around with no clothes on. So yeah.
Oh yeah, damn.
Good segue.
She's real pretty there. Look how she's really fucking pretty here, though. Damn man. Yeah, she was a smoke show back in the day, man. So yeah, I'll move on to Inside Man. I think is it your 7th pick, your 6th pick?
6.
This is number 6, and I'm going to go with another book actually, and it's the only book by Oscar Wilde, The Picture of Dorian Gray.
Yeah,
and
shit.
recently reread this actually. I mean, it's one of the few books that really that really does creep me out. It's a really beautifully written book. I love reading it. Probably at least a couple of times a year. It's one of those books that I'll sort of get back to a couple of times a year. And I think everyone knows the story. It's about an artist creates a portrait of this young man, this beautiful young man called Dorian Gray, and of course, the young man wishes, after the portrait is finished, that he wouldn't age, and it's the painting that ages, and he basically makes a Faustian pact. So his soul is taken. He says that he'd give his soul to stay young. And of course, as time goes on, he becomes slightly more crueler, and the painting starts to change, and he retains his youth, his good looks and everything. And the painting becomes this twisted, grim, demonic kind of visage. And that's exactly what his soul has become. But it's a terrific book. It really is a really, really wonderful book. I love the original movie with George Sanders. I think it was it 1940s, late 40s, was it? The movie with George Sanders.
Yeah, just looking for it now. 1945. Here we go. Is that yeah, that seems to be it.
Yeah, it's what an amazing film. And of course the painting, the whole movie is in black and white, but the painting is in color. When you see the painting, it goes all sort of, all gnarly and everything. The painting's the only part of the movie that's in color. It's really well done for 1945. That's a really terrific effect. But beautifully shot, beautifully acted movie. But the book is just an exceptional piece of work. Yeah, I love Oscar Wilde, but this is, for me, this is probably the best thing that he's ever written, and it's his only book.
Yeah, man. Yeah, very young Angela Lansbury as well. Yeah, I think it's on YouTube as well. So
right, okay.
A lot of these are.
Yeah, I mean it'd be public domain surely by now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Didn't they made another one, didn't they? Something like 2009, 10, something like that.
Yeah,
I think it was just called
Ben
Dorian
Barnes.
Gray. Yeah.
Where was the Ben Barnes one?
And it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, I think Ben Barnes is a very good actor. I mean, I have kind of dismissed him a little bit because he was a bit of a pretty boy, but I saw him in like the Punisher, and he's actually a really good actor. I mean, he's very good. And yeah, he seems to be the right guy to play it though, because because he is such a good-looking bastard, and that's the whole point.
Yeah. But the book, I mean, if you haven't read the book, it's you've got to. It's one of those must reads before you die. It's it's a great book. It's a great fucking book.
So I think the moral of the story is that we should all love beautiful young men.
Sorry, mate, say again?
I said the moral of the story is that we should all love beautiful young men.
That's right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like you, Blue. Like
yeah,
you.
right.
Could be a case making a remake now with today's narcissistic society.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, I mean, if everybody made this kind of Faustian pact, you can imagine everybody's, TikTok accounts and phones would be going into meltdown, all sort of gnarled up.
The Faust filter.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a wonderful book, a really wonderful book.
But do you think the whole moral of the story, Gary, is just that like it's like I guess the lesson's like don't be in love with beauty forever or vanity? Like what's your take of it?
Yeah. It is. I mean, that's absolutely one of the key, one of the key facets of the story. That, and also, I think that with every piece of cruelty that you commit, you're damaging yourself with every act of violence or every act of aggression or wickedness that you perform, that you are affecting yourself. You're making yourself uglier to people on the outside. People view you as, it doesn't matter how good looking you are. If you're an ugly person on the inside, that really does show.
Yeah, it's like the even like these stores they're so timeless because we have it nowadays. People, they don't want to age gracefully. They want to be 60 years old with like $200,000 worth of plastic surgery and Botox, and it doesn't. All that Botox doesn't hide your horrible personality.
Yeah, it just makes them look even uglier. I mean, look,
that's it. It didn't do me any good, I tell you.
It's the difference between the decrepitude of the soul and the flesh.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I'm using the filter right now. Come on.
It didn't do Erin Moriarty any fucking favors. I mean, God, she was a young, beautiful girl, and God, you would not think it was her though when you look at her now. It's such a shame.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it actually annoys me. It actually annoys me when they do it, and you know that they don't need to.
Yeah, no, I mean it's like just age gracefully. I mean, look like Jane Fonda. I mean, I saw Nancy Allen, a picture of Nancy Allen from RoboCop. She's in her 70s and she looks great for her age. I mean, just age gracefully. I mean, we appreciate it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, I mean, I look great for 70. So,
yeah.
You can't drink older than you drink. I was like, what? Drink is how old?
Yeah.
Shit.
Okay, so picture of Dorian Gray. Is there anything else anyone else want to say anything about it before I move on?
No.
Okay. Moving on to Critical then. I think it's your fifth choice now.
Yep. Not that I've got them numbered. I'm just pulling them out of the air. This one I'm going to do now because Mystery was just talking about stop motion techniques. And this is a stop motion Halloween film that could be argued to also be a Christmas film.
You bastard. I know what you're going to do.
A lot of Halloween in there, but it is The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah, my wife really fucking loves that movie. She's a big Nightmare Before Christmas nut. She sings all the songs. She recites the dialogue.
What's this?
Yeah, and it's easy to understand why the characters they are fully complex, but you get them straight away. You get Sally, you get Jack Skellington, and he's just this guy who's been doing the same job for years and years, and he wants a bit something new as well to feel alive again, or undead, I should say, in a way.
It's really well made. It's something people can identify with. It's got a bit of everything in it. Great songs. People don't know or they don't realise, but Tim Burton didn't direct it. It's not one of his movies. It's called Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas, but he's not the director or anything. And yeah, it's just great. So yeah, I think that's a fine Halloween pick, and it's one that most people really like. I don't know how there's never been anything else attached. Like, I'm surprised they've never done like a TV series or anything. I'm kind of glad because it gets to stand on its own as it is. But when you think about all the merchandise and all, sort of the impact it's had upon that culture and the sort of the goth zeitgeist and all that kind of stuff, I am surprised that it's not been expanded upon. But no, it's a great movie. I really like The Nightmare Before Christmas. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I think they're trying to do a sequel as well, but oh Jesus Christ!
No need. Well, what would you do with it, really? I think.
Yeah, no.
The character arcs have been followed. The lessons have been learned. I don't think there's any more you could do. Maybe you could do something like The Adventures of Lock, Stock, and Barrel. Just have them going around causing mayhem in that universe.
Yeah.
Jack and Sally's story's done. There's no more need. But there's so much creativity and spirit to that movie. And it just pours through the screen at you. It doesn't feel cynical. It doesn't feel soulless or anything like that. It's fun. It's loud. It's colourful. It's it's got the charm of stop animation. I'm sure Mr. Reed can talk a bit more about that. I think it is a Halloween movie as well as a Christmas movie. And that's my number 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. It's still lost. It's still not lost any of its charm. It's very dark and funny as well.
25 years old now, I think.
I think it's 30 now. 1993. That's 31 years old now. But yeah, is anyone else want to just?
Right now, they're actually showing this week. They had for Regal. They have the theatrical release. So I was gonna take my kid. I just got busy, but they're showing it right now. Actually, in my town.
And again, one of the great things about it being stop animation is it will not age.
That's true.
There's no age to the film. It's just going to carry on going. So great catchy songs, a good story, good characters, a good message, if you will, I suppose, about accepting what you are and find something new about that rather than not having to change yourself. Being happy with what you are. Inside Man hates it so much that he's buggered off. I think again, even though Tim Burton didn't direct it, it will eternally be associated with him. And I think it's a really good film. Really good
but that's the whole marketing. Well, it does say Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then you got Danny Elfman actually doing the singing of this guy, and this was before I found out he was an 80s pop star in a band called Oingo Boingo.
And
he's like 70 or something now, I think.
Oh yeah. He's fucking knocking on now. He's knocking on now.
He doesn't look all right. He's still hanging around with like young girls, and he's got tattoos and all that kind of stuff. He's perpetually sort of trying to recapture his youth. But yeah, he's let's have a look. Danny Elfman.
Yeah, so Inside Man's had to pop off for a little bit. Yeah, he should be back soon anyway. So yeah, if anyone else wants to talk up anything else to say about Night Before Christmas before I move on.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Yeah, it's a very funny movie. It's got some great visuals, the great songs. It's and it's got a lot of personality as well. There's a lot of charm to it. So,
yeah, loads of charm, loads of spirit. It all comes through the screen, and it all just there's no cynicism, there's no nastiness, there's no sort of like
I know. I mean,
buy this. It just does what it wants to do.
Because even when he does kind of like scare the crap out of people with his idea of Christmas, he's still trying to give them a good Christmas. He's so used to scaring people. He doesn't know any other way. But he's still very likable.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about how Halloween's kind of dropping off in people's perceptions, and I think Nightmare Before Christmas is just one of those things that always kind of bring it back a little bit. You watch that and you maybe fall in love with Halloween all over again because you have all that, all that kind of stuff. So, Mystery saying Nightmare, I believe, was the first stop motion to use camera pan mid scene.
Wow,
this one. Okay, so yes, if no one else has anything to say, I will move on to Blue.
Yeah, you know what, man? Pull up the stills. I love every Halloween, Luke. The original Fright Night, back to 80s horror, man. Yeah. It's vampires. It's so gritty as fuck. The vampire is disgusting looking, and you have like this Van Helsing type character. It's got a right amount of comedy, and just Fright Night. I recently watched with my friend. She sat down. We did the Colin Farrell remake, and not a great film, but Colin Farrell was trying his ass off. But the original Fright Night, man, I think it's just a really good, disgusting. It's like different than Lost Boys. Lost Boys was kind of glamorizing the 80s vampires, but this is gritty. This is look at that, the stills, man. And as a kid, being 6 years old, it's like the way he was hypnotizing her. I forgot her name now.
Amanda Bear.
Yeah, and it's been a while since I watched part 2. I actually rewatched Fright Night 2. I did like it, but I never forget remember the scene where he hits him in his head with the stick. He's like, Andy, and he's all gross. Yeah, right there. That scared the fuck out of me as a kid, man.
Yeah, Stephen Jeffries, man, he's a fucking nutcase in this. It's like this cackling awkward scene, and it kind of becomes this werewolf as well. And I think it might have been Rob Boyne that did the makeup effects on here as well, wasn't it?
Yes. If I had more prep time, I would have brought stuff down for you. But yeah, remember then when she turns and like him being the vampire lord, it seems when he goes like that are fucking terrifying, man. Like such a great.
I love this film.
I know it's fun. And it is basically like an 80s version of Dracula, because it's kind of got the same little things. It's got
that's how it's
very charismatic. It's got this very charismatic vampire seducing the main guy's girlfriend, while this, like you said, Van Helsing character comes along to help. But this time he's kind of a guy who's in over his head. He's kind of like a con man, but he's caught up having to do the real thing. But there is some very good chemistry between them. And yeah, Malcolm McDowell, I love this actor. I love him in Planet of the Apes. I love him as the Scarecrow in Batman the Animated Series, which I did not know until years later.
Two very different people.
That's like with his Van Helsing character. It's basically he's a bullshitter. He acts like he's got the talk show, and he kind of like advertises he's a big professor. And he's a big fucking coward too. And he's got to have his redemption arc. Yeah, look at that, man. That is some great fucking makeup, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's weird when I look at Amanda Bess. I thought she's very plain looking, but then she becomes a vampire and she suddenly gets a lot better.
That's what I'm saying. Shots like that, man. Unfortunately, Nadi's not here. That's why we'll always take this kind of stuff versus CGI, because CGI, it's like in the Colin Farrell film, when he opens up his jaw, it's not as impactful seeing like that kind of makeup done. And man,
yeah, there she is, actually looking fucking good as a vampire. There, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's like the vampires when they're first turning, they're very sexy and seductive, but also gross at the same time.
I kind of like that when vampires look a little bit more demonic, like
yes. like you said, Luke, this is I took this even as a kid. It felt like it's like the term modern, but not in a bad way. A modern updated of Dracula, in a sense, it's still the same thing. At least right there, the makeup. Look at that, the makeup job, man, it's fucking great. Like, yeah, and even the poster is fucking sick looking. Like, yeah, I think Fright Night should be in. I mean, even take away horror films, just a top vampire film. Such a great vampire movie.
And I agree, and it's very fun as well. It's got a good sense of humor. It's got everything you expect from one of these 80s horror movies. It's got some good little neon green lights as well in the background. And Chris Sarandon is fucking cool as hell, man. He's like, I don't think he gets enough credit as a very cool actor, because he's been in a lot, and he's always. I don't think I've ever seen him give a bad performance.
Yeah, and the way he's always messed with the entire film, because like he knows he's a vampire lord, and nobody believes him, and he's constantly fuck with him the entire movie.
Yeah. Well, there's Elvira as well in a Natural Redhead.
Yeah. Actually, I do want to hear Lance wants to pop in. Lance and Gary, their take on this film, because this is definitely of their generation. I mean, this is a great 80s horror film.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, but yeah, I'll send the link. I thought he already did. Okay, give me a second, Lance. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's been a while since I did watch part 2. Part 2 was cool because he had a sister, and she was I forgot all the details now. It's been a while since I definitely gotta watch part 2 again. I remember as a kid liking the second one, but I'm not sure if it's as good, if it aged well. So
I've not seen the second one, so I can't really say, to be honest. So look, okay.
Did you see Lance's message, Luke?
Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've just sent him it.
Hey, Mr. E, you get me drunk enough, ain't gonna stop me. So.
So yeah, is there anything else anyone wants to say about Fright Night?
At some point, I do. Sometime maybe we can watch sequels. I do want to compare 1 and 2 back to back, because I remember liking it as a kid, but maybe again I was like 10, 11, so I'm not sure how the sequel would compare to watching it now.
Yeah, and here he is. All right, let me get the speech bubble. I do apologize. So yeah, Lance, how you doing?
Yeah, put me further up. You can cover up like ugly Critic House face or something with the speech bubbles. You don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Anyway.
God, man.
To move things around.
You don't need to see Blue wandering around the bus station he's working in. Stick me at the top.
My backward hat, my big head. Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we've just named 5 of our 10 favorite Halloween favorites anyway. So do you want to try and get 5 out of the way now?
5 of my sort of top 10 horror films.
Yeah, 5 for now. And then
are we doing them in any particular order, or is it just?
No, you'd have to rank them. It's a very laid back.
Okay, cool. So I'll give you. I can give you 5 straight off the bat, no problem. By the way, I saw Fright Night at the cinema when it came out. Great.
Really, that's awesome.
I wouldn't necessarily put it in my top 10, and I saw Fright Night and I saw Vamp in the same year, and I think Vamp's a massively underrated. Vamp.
I'll have to watch that.
Definitely one of my top 10 would be the original. I mean, technically, it's not a film; it's a mini-series, but the film version is dreadful. Both the new one and the cut version, but the uncut mini-series of Salem's Lot, for sure. Just one. Still fucking scares the shit out of me now. 2, Carrie, directed by Brian De Palma. Was watching it upstairs on the black and white. My mum didn't know I was watching it. When that fucking hand came out at the end, I jumped up and I screamed and I fell out of my bed. And Mum came running upstairs. What's going on? What's going on? And at that point, the titles are coming up. It's finished. And I was, I was just something on this cool film. It just made me jump. It's all fine. I was just like, I don't think she knew what I was watching, but there we go.
It's such a cruel film as well, because she's finally got this little moment of happiness for the first time of her life, and then this cruel fucking joke just falls right on her, and it just leads to a total disaster where nearly everyone is killed except for Amy Evans.
Yeah, that's. I mean, in the book, even like in the book, half the town die. In the novel, like the whole town is set on fire and shit. Loads of people get killed. William Katz, who plays her prom date, who's the guy Tommy or whatever, Bobby or whatever.
Yeah. He's I think he auditioned for Luke Skywalker as well back in.
He did. He's the lead in the House horror film, which is quite a nice little William Katz. Yeah, I've been trying to get him on. He's in House, which is a good horror B movie. I wouldn't put it in my top 10. So my favorite horror story plot for a horror film of all time, hands down. I don't know if I put it as #1 movie, but definitely in the top 10. The plot for the original Fog. Fucking love that story.
Wow.
You know, the Elizabeth Dane, the shipwreck, the way they're coming back to reclaim that they're taking out the relatives of the people that did them wrong. The photography in it. They did a big reshoot of it to make it more gory. So all the stuff with like people's flesh and you see the maggots and stuff, that was all added later. There wasn't as much gore in the original cut. But I love it. I think it's genius filmmaking. Some of the acting in it is so, but overall, I just think it's an awesome story. I just love that whole thing with the leper colony, and I like the character in the radio station, and the tensions built up. It was scary as fuck when it came out.
It has got a John Carpenter atmosphere as well. It's got some regulars as well, like Jamie Lee Curtis and Tom Atkins, and
there's a lot, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis's mother there.
Janet Leigh.
That's Janet Leigh. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there she is.
Yeah. So I can't wait till I interview Jeffrey Byron, because his mother was Anna Lee, who's a massive like star back in the day, from the 1930s right through to the 1990s. So didn't know he came from a Hollywood dynasty. But yeah, my favorite scene in that, by the way, in that film, and it's one of my favorite scenes in a horror film of all time, is when she's playing back her tape cues, you know, the hey KLA radio, and she's got that piece of driftwood, and like suddenly the driftwood starts to drip, and the water drips down into the tapes, and the tape changes, and then it suddenly has that voice that's going and damn them all, and that scene is so fucking good. There's nothing gory about it. It's just like really cool, and it's basically the spirits of the people that were murdered saying they're going to pay. It's really, really great, that scene. I love it. I think it's so clever the way that Carpenter did that, and with the water running down. So that's 3. Is that 3? Carrie, Fog. What was the other one I said? Carrie, the Fog. Oh yeah, Salem's Lot. I mean, if you're going to pick one that's sort of cross genres, it's got to be The Thing. Because it's
we did kind of mention that already, but I will let you make your little point as well.
Well, just because it's an amazing film all round, but it's horror sci-fi. You could call it sci-fi, you could call it drama as well. But groundbreaking in terms of the physical effects. Some of the animated stuff is dated, but I still love it. But so that's 4. 5th one, let me pick something a bit more modern. Of the recent horrors that I've seen in, say, the last 20 years, because I could do Evil Deads and things like that, but I won't pick them. The more recent stuff, the one that I probably really liked was Cabin in the Woods, because I thought it was really inventive, really good plot. Sure. Loved the way it twisted everything on its head. Love that, you're suddenly cutting to this kind of control room, and it's like, okay, they've picked the guys under the stairs, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Are they in some sort of game show? It was really clever hook, that. And then of course I love it when all the creatures. Sorry, Al, go on.
I said it just goes super Lovecraftian all of a sudden. It's just completely out of nowhere.
Yeah, and then all like the creatures then all like break out as well, and then it turns into this like massive gore action picture, which is great. So I did really like that. That was one of the films that me and my ex-partner disagreed over. She hated it. She didn't like it at all, but I thought it was really clever.
I burst out laughing in the cinema when I think it's Chris Hemsworth actually tries to jump over the doors on the bike, and slams into it.
Yeah, smashes into the screen.
Yeah.
And just like bounces down to a really horrible death, and it's got it's really well done. You've got that heroic music builds up, and it's like he's definitely going to make it, and then just goes straight into the wall, and it's like that's really clever, man.
It's Joss Whedon as well, isn't it? Just sort of like putting his own little twist on the horrors, like he did with Buffy and Angel. It's
very well. No, it's very well done. There's not a lot of recent horror films that I like, because I'm not a big fan of splatter porn. Like, I don't really want to see a woman's vagina get sawn in half, in any movie really. And I know that might make me sound like a bit of a prude, and that's probably because I'm not. I will freely admit I'm not a horror connoisseur. There are people that will literally watch every horror movie going. I'm not one of them. What was that one where the couple went to buy the house? Was it Imaginarium or something it was called? And they go onto this estate where all the houses look the same, and they get trapped there and they can't get out. And then they get delivered a baby, and then they've got to look after the baby, and the baby turns into another one of the letting agents, and eventually they die. It's like a really fucked up episode of the Twilight Zone. It's really well done. That was good.
I'll check that out. I mean, Blue mentioned One Called Fire in the Sky, and I'm gonna have to give that.
Yeah, that was. I've recommended that film to a drinker before. It's not really a horror film. It's a drama documentary about a really famous UFO encounter. However, that film has been a bit tainted now because one of the guys that was involved in that case years later just turned around and said they made the whole thing up. So you don't really know if it happened or not, but I don't think it did. Yeah. So
either way, it still looks like it might be a good film. So
the alien abduction sequences and what happens after is just fucking horrifying. It's really well done.
Oh yeah.
I think. I mean, it may be that it did happen, but after all that time, they got so fucked off of being hassled about it. They may well have just turned around and said, "Oh, we made it up just to make it go away," because I don't think they ever really got much out of it. In terms of like money or recognition or anything like that. And it's a weird case. It's like there's a lot of it could have happened, and then there's also a lot of facts where maybe it didn't. Communion is another film that's very similar to that.
Yeah,
Chris Walken. That's a weird movie.
Oh yeah, I've read about that one.
It is too.
If it's Christopher Walken, it's going to be a fucking weird one.
He does a strange dance in it with an alien, which it needs to be seen to be believed.
Yep.
Then that's where that Cartman gets an anal probe episode of South Park.
Yeah, I was wondering what there was.
Right.
Yeah, he suddenly gets a big metal alien probe shoved up him, and Walken kind of goes, "How dare you!" to the aliens. Literally, it's so weird. It's a surreal.
It's like it feels more like a comedy.
Oh my consent.
I think if you watch it now, I haven't seen it in forever, but Whitley Strieber was kind of debunked as a fraud as well. He's another one that kind of wrote a whole load of books about alien abduction, and he'd been to alien planets and all this. And I think he knew how to write a good book. Basically, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not a UFO skeptic. I firmly believe they exist. I showed that stream of all the factual things the other day, but yeah, whether it's oh god, the clock's going back today.
Are they?
Is it today or tomorrow the clocks are going back?
It's Saturday. It's the last Saturday in October, isn't it? I haven't seen anything in the news about it. Normally,
I think it's this weekend, man. Let me have a look. Hang on. Let's see.
So yeah, it is. So 2 o'clock just became 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Did we gain or lose an hour?
We lose an hour. Oh, sorry. Spring forward, fall back. Yeah, we're gaining now.
Gaining now. It's not next Sunday.
It's 2 o'clock. It's just turned into 1 o'clock.
So it's actually because it's 1 minute past 1 on my computer. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. For me, it's 8 p.m. right now on Saturday. So.
Right. Very good.
So yeah, what was it?
Sorry, mate. So I've interrupted your flow there. There you go.
I think you got one more to go, and then we can.
Have I got one more? Oh, that's easy. Another one. I mean, not that recent, but that I really liked, which again, horror sci-fi. The Mist. Fucking love The Mist.
Oh my god.
And there's a metal cased limited edition DVD. I don't think it's on Blu-ray because Darabont wanted that movie to be in black and white, and the studio said absolutely not, and they wouldn't give him the money unless he shot it in color. So he was very clever. What he did was he lit the whole film like he was shooting it in black and white because he wanted it to have a kind of 1950s they came from outer space horror sci-fi B-movie vibe like them, those kinds of movies. So he lit it for black and white photography. And then what he did was, when he got it into the edit suite, he just used the grader to produce a black and white version. And he polished that version, made it really good, in addition to the one that was released. And then years later, he said, oh, well, I've got this version. Let's put it out and get some extra money. And it came out as a limited edition. It's really good.
That film's got the most brutal ending of any film I've ever seen.
Oh my God, yeah, and it's the thing that's really clever about that film. A friend of mine pointed this out to me, and when he said it, I thought, my God, yeah, that's so obvious. Every decision that the hero character makes in that film, I forget the name of the actor, Punisher guy.
Thomas Jane.
Thomas Jane.
Thomas Jane.
That was mentioning the ending as well being fucking
Yeah,
brutal. So.
yeah. Every decision that Thomas Jane makes in that film is wrong. Every decision that he makes causes more damage or more loss of life. Like if he had left with that woman when she left at the beginning, the one who plays Carol in The Walking Dead, they would have survived. But because you didn't know that. So, because he sees her in the truck at the end, doesn't he? And yeah, so he fucks up every decision. So yeah, was no, that's there you go. Those are my 5.
Yeah, what we were saying a bit. I can still hear you though.
Oh, did you want me to keep talking because you were dashing to the loo? You're doing a lance, aren't you?
Keeps doing that.
I'll keep waffling on for another 5 minutes.
Now, so well, you've made your all right. I've just sat down now. I've got a beer, and so I've done 5. So we can go back around to going from top to bottom again. So yeah, and that's back to me. So the Batman: The Long Halloween graphic novel, and yeah, even though it's not really set around Halloween, it's called The Long Halloween because it's basically a bunch of holiday killings, and at the end of the story, it's called It Was One Long Halloween, and it's a very good mystery as well. Some guy is bumping off all the criminals in Gotham, and Batman's trying to find out who it is. He's even kind of talking to Calendar Man about how to track down this killer, like his Hannibal Lecter or something. It's taking a lot of inspiration from gangster movies like The Godfather, as well as serial killer flicks, and it's got this very cool noirish tone as well. And every time you see the killer, it's just a hand with a fucking baby T on the fucking gun to silence the shot, which is very unrealistic, but fuck it, it's a comic book. Who cares? And you still get a little
animated version that they made recently.
Yeah, that is actually a very good version. I think part 1 is still the best, but it did a better job of adapting it than it did with year 1, in my opinion, because it remembered not to be too faithful to the comic and actually work with the pacing of a cinematic feature. And yeah, once even Batman sort of like gets a bit of a dose of the Scarecrow's fear toxin, and he has this breakdown by his parents' grave, and he starts to discover more that his father may have some involvement with the Falcone crime family, and it's also where we meet Sophia as well, who's kind of just a minor character compared to this really fucking iconic character she's become recently in the Penguin TV show. But once again, it's Batman at his noirish, being a proper detective as well, and that's what it is first and foremost. It's not just a superhero comic; it's a detective novel of someone trying to track down a serial killer. He just happens to be a vigilante that dresses up like a bat and takes on these colourful superhero villains as well. And yeah, it's a downright classic. If you haven't read the...
Hang on, this is a comic book as opposed to a movie.
Yes, well, it's a graphic novel as well, which is basically a series of comic books packed into one book anyway.
Well, you didn't say graphic novels could be included. That opens up a whole other can of worms.
I said books. I mean, it counts as books. You can have comics.
You need to explain the rules properly to me before I participate in these kinds of
I always consider books to be like I always consider comics to be books as well, because they're telling a story on paper. Just happens to have more.
If you want to see the best Aliens versus Predator film, read the original first Dark Horse comic, where the humans are stuck in the middle. The Preds come, they lay alien eggs on the planet. They think the planet's unoccupied. Then they come to hunt the aliens about a year later, and one of the humans that now occupy on the planet sees them, crashes his kind of light cycle into their ship, blows it up. So the predators are now stranded. And of course, there's loads of fucking aliens which have got out of control. And the predators end up teaming up with the humans. In fact, well, one of them does in the end, against the aliens in order to survive. It's fucking brilliant. Why they didn't make a straight adaptation of that, I've no idea. But it would be easily the best Aliens Predator film by
It
far.
might be in this, actually. I'm not sure.
So that'd be one of my choices. Then.
Yeah. Is that your 6th pick?
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I've already mentioned about The Long Halloween. Yeah, it's a very cool detective graphic novel with Batman being fucking his usual Dark Bruin himself, and you do get the Joker popping in there as well, along with Catwoman. And yeah, anyone else has read The Long Halloween?
No.
Yeah. I've read it. It's a great story.
It's really good.
Yeah, I put it up there. It would probably make it into my top 10 Batman stories, I think.
Yeah, and it's probably one of the best Harvey Dent stories as well. Probably a real good Harvey Dent origin, because this is kind of what inspired The Dark Knight as well, and there's plenty of elements in it as well. That's Nolan works from it.
By year one and stuff anyway, so yeah, for sure.
And yeah, you do actually feel their fucking Harvey Dent's pain as well. He's trying to be this good guy, but these criminals just keep getting let off because the system he's working for is fucking them at every chance they get, and it's heartbreaking, and it does lead to a very bleak ending with his wife. And you do feel bad that this city has torn these two apart. But yeah, I think I've mentioned what I said. If anyone else wants to say anything before I move on, please let me know.
I haven't read it, so I can't comment further on it.
Not read it.
Well, I can't comment on it, period.
Okay, well, I will move on. So, Critical.
Hang on, Inside Man's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You missed out, on you. So, yeah, what was is it your 6th pick?
No, it would be. I'd actually be to. You're on number 5, aren't you?
Yeah,
we're doing 6. I think we're doing 6 now. I think.
Okay. Then I would pick another book, and it would be The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which I finished again for about the 3rd time this year. I read it through again yesterday. I'll finish reading it yesterday. Just fucking amazing. What an amazing book. Again, it's not that dissimilar to The Picture of Dorian Gray in terms of the flip side of somebody, this kind of internal demon that just needs to be let out. Something that everybody has inside of them, but it takes the chemicals that he's drinking, these little sort of infusions that he's drinking, to bring this thing out. And it's all about not using that, not going past that barrier, keeping everything there and keeping it under control. But it's pretty horrific, pretty gruesome. I mean, it starts at the very beginning of the book. It starts where these two gentlemen are talking about the first encounter, one of their first encounters with this Mr. Hyde, where he tramples over this little kid in the street, this little girl, actually knocks her down and tramples all over her, and she's quite badly injured. But then it gets to this one part of the book where somebody confronts him and tells him to use his manners, and he's got this Malacca cane with him, and he just literally smashes this bloke's head in. He just stoves his skull in, with his brains all over the cobbled streets, and he hits him that hard that this stick that's made of a really hard wood just snaps, and half of it's left embedded in this guy's head. Yeah, so
it's a comedy, horror comedy.
It's a children's book, actually.
Yeah,
it's a children's illustrated book. Yeah, it's very good.
One that
it's
like reading out.
But it is.
What's this buried into the man's head, children? Does anyone know? Is it a garden rake, miss? No, it's that.
Who can spot the man's brains? Yeah,
Yeah, well,
it's
kids books were fucking gruesome back in the day. Look at all the old grim fairy tales. They did
yeah.
not fuck about.
It's funny. It's funny you say that. Can I just quickly mention that that was actually going to be my next pick? So if you don't mind me just moving on as I have skipped,
Yeah,
Grimm's Fairy
yeah.
Tales was actually my next one. So and they are fucking bad. They are hardcore. They really are hardcore horror. You know, if anyone thinks that fairy tales are for little children, these really are not. You know, they're a series of folk tales told by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, and they're very dark. They're as dark as you could possibly get. I mean, The Changeling, I think, is one of the most horrific, especially if you're a parent. It's one of the most horrific tales that you could hear. It's
the one that was
dreadful.
made into a film with Oliver Reed.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, kind of, but not.
Yeah.
I mean, the story is terrible. It's terrible in a horror way, not terrible in. God, that's a bad story. It's but yeah, The Changeling is just a horrific
Yeah, I
story.
mean, look at Hansel and Gretel. She's eating children. Like,
Yeah. And then you've got other stories like Clever Hands, which is a more sort of light-hearted but very gruesome story. You know, there's loads of dismemberment and loads of cannibalism in there, and yeah, I mean, even Hansel and Gretel, it's not a pleasant story. You know, we kind of think of it as this little moral tale, this little children's
Yeah.
moral fairy story, but it's not. You know, if you can imagine, this old woman who's a cannibal that's luring children to her house in the woods, and keeping one as a slave and the other one feeding him up so that he gets fat so she can eat him. And then, she gets pushed into an oven. They managed to push her into an oven and watch her burning alive. Yeah, that's not a happy kid story.
No.
You know, remember that scene in The Addams Family where Morticia actually reads that story to the kids and they all just fucking burst out crying? It's like, yeah, she probably did read the actual version to them as well. That's why it's so
But yeah, they're really dark, really very, very dark. And I think people like Stephen King and Clive Barker have definitely been inspired by Grimm's fairy tales. I think it's called. Its actual title is Grimm's Household Tales. Yeah, and there were 2 volumes. I think 2 volumes. Yeah, a lot of stories. But if you ever get a chance to read them. You won't find anything quite so horrific. People from years ago weren't quite so nice as we think they might be. It wasn't such a quaint sort of puritanical, clean living society, back then, especially in Germany.
Yeah, I mean, how many times the whole
Yeah, because I think it was to warn kids of strangers, the dangers at the outside world, to get them ready for the outside world in a way.
It's even but it's these are folk tales. See, what they did was they actually went around all of the German, sort of Bavarian and all around Bavaria and Saxony, and collecting all of these little folk tales, all these stories and the different versions. And what they did was they collected all the different versions of the same story and they distilled them. So they got everything that was the basic essence of each of those stories and how they've changed over the years, but distilled them back into the basic story. And they weren't just tales for children. They weren't just cautionary tales for children. Some of them are just out and out horror stories. They're not just cautionary tales. Yeah, so they're pretty bad. They are pretty bad.
There was an end of year show for like a production design college that makeup course. Sorry, that my chief makeup artist took me to see. This was in about 2002, and they did Hansel and Gretel as the theme. And I'd seen, like, you know, children's animated versions of it with kind of, you know, houses covered in Smarties, that kind of thing. This was great because what they did was they told the whole story with no dialogue. It was just like there was a music backing track and they had actors miming, and then all these different actors came out representing the various characters in the story, trying to tempt or eat or trick the children. And each makeup artist did one scene and did their own interpretation on it. There was one guy who was in kind of like, he had those kind of like snakeskin shoes, was like a rocker boy, but had a face like a banana. They'd sort of like made his chin like super long, and he had that almost like plastic haircut that kind of coiled over, looked incredible. And then there was a giant spider that came out that somebody was actually in the costume. And it looked really good, you know. It was actually really fucking scary. And I thought, wow, this is like one of the best interpretations of this story I've ever seen. And it's an end of year makeup show. This should be on the West End stage. This is great. You know? So
no, that sounds really good.
It was good. It was good. I wish I didn't have a camera with me at the time. Otherwise, I would have taken a shitload of pictures. But it was really quite special.
Okay, so see the Grimm fairy tales, nothing like the fucking Disney versions, even though they could be dark. But yeah, if you want the more extreme stuff, probably do go to the original source material. So yeah, anyway, anybody else want to make a point about the Grimm fairy tales, or shall I move on?
I'll just say real quick, the TV show Grimm, I liked it. I think it's a really good, it's a cute show. It's I think worth watching. It was on NBC, 5 seasons. It's based on the Grimm fairy tales. So.
Oh yeah, of course. I forgot about
I
that.
think my wife watched it a while back ago. I need to check it out myself properly though. But yeah. So Inside Man, you've managed to have you caught up now with what you need?
Yeah, I think I've caught up now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so and so my next one is probably the Giorgio Romero Dead series. I'll go for the trilogy because I didn't really give a shit about Land of the Dead. I've not seen Diary of the Dead, so I'll stick with the first 3: Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead. And Giorgio Romero, what he does very well is always some smart little commentary on the zombie tropes. He's obviously been a big influence on the zombie genre since up there with Lucio Fulci, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And Dawn of the Dead is probably his best one because it does sort of take the piss out of consumerism. Like the zombies are just automatically going to the shopping mall because it's something they feel they have to go there. It's like an instinct, something that gave them some kind of meaning, which kind of says a lot about today's society in a way as well, even nearly 50 years after its release. But Night of the Living Dead, the original, does very much have its charm. This is like a good example of how you can achieve with so little resources, but you still have to be very resourceful in order to make it work, and it still does, even though Barbara is kind of a useless character and is only really improved in the remake. But Day of the Dead is, while it may be the more inferior in the trilogy, it is very memorable. I mean, the deaths are so fucking memorable, especially Sergeant Rhodes, who was this proper fucking nutcase played by Joseph Pilato. He's just such a memorable psycho, and I love him. But he's also a character that I kind of end up agreeing with a bit as well, because it's like he's losing ammo. His ammo is very low. He's losing men just for these fucking experiments. He kind of just wants to get the fuck out of there, and I don't blame him. It's like, yeah, I know there's a chance these zombies can probably learn to be human again or still have some humanity left in them, but is it really worth risking your fucking men for that shit? Just get the hell out of here. But in the end, nearly everyone dies. The scientists
as well. Physical effects that he does in that film are so good.
Oh yeah, no, like when that guy gets his throat torn out, he actually screams as well as if a tape has just been ripped out of the cassette. It's like the zombie's just got his vocal cords and it's made him do that crazy yelp. It's even the soldiers.
Which film are you talking about? Sorry, I'll just.
Day of the Dead.
Oh, Day of the Dead, the original or the remake?
original? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
the
really talking about
original's
George
great.
A. Romero's Dead trilogy, but Day of the Dead is the one that seems to be very fucking memorable. It's got all
It's
these
the one
great...
that's in the missile silo.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And you've got the guy who's in charge of the soldiers definitely cannot act for fucking toffee, but he's going for an Oscar regardless.
Yeah, I still like him though. I don't think he's a
I
bad
mean,
actor.
he kind of works, but he can't act. I mean, he's just like
Captain Zombie is doing a better job.
Shouts a lot, and that's what he does. He just shouts the whole time.
Yeah, but he is fun to watch though. This guy here.
I just started working at the cinema when that came on, and there's that dream sequence at the beginning where somebody goes to touch the wall and all the fingers come through. If you know,
yeah,
the jump
that's
scare.
it right there.
Yeah,
it's cool, man. It's cool.
But that jump scare at the beginning, Jesus Christ, scared the shit out of me because, and I wasn't even supposed to be working that screen because I was 16 and it was an 18, but they went go upstairs because we haven't got anybody else. So I was like, okay, and I was really surprised at the level of gore when people were getting all their guts pulled out. Because I hadn't seen.
I mean, look, I mean, he even made you care about a fucking zombie. I mean,
that guy was good.
He was a better actor than the captain.
He was a really good actor, that guy. I liked him. Thought he was good. This guy's...
I like him, though. I like him. I just like how fucking insane he is. He just does not give a shit. And he's
look how many IMDb credits he's gone on to achieve after this. I think you'll find it's not very many.
Yeah, I mean, he's not had much. He's he's in Pulp Fiction as fucking Dean Martin impersonator. Jesus.
Was he?
Yeah. Dean Martin impersonator. Joseph Later.
I mean, like I said, he works for the role, but I just remember, like, at the time, and when I saw it subsequently, I was wincing at bearing in mind I'm an acting coach. I was just like, damn, man, rein it in a bit.
The acting was always the strongest point anyway in these movies, though. But it is about, you can see he has a lot of passion in these movies, and there is, and the actors, even though they aren't always the best, the characters are still kind of likable. I like in Dawn of the Dead, they're actually trying to work things out in the mall, like trying to find a way to sort of take it over.
That's great. That's a great film. I like it.
That is still the best. That is the best in the original trilogy.
Yeah,
in my
agree.
opinion. But the zombies do look a bit better here, though. I mean, they actually do look a little bit more fucking grotesque.
They took the guts being pulled out to the 9th degree in this one. Yeah, it was clever. It's well done.
Yeah, apparently these were all pig guts that had been sitting around on set for days and days and days, and of course the guy, when he's been when they're pulling them all out of him, if you have a look, he's actually got 2 pieces of wax stuffed up his nose so he can't smell them.
Right,
so he's making everybody retch.
Yeah, because they were under
the
studio. They're also under the studio lights, which back then were these massive, like, power can things.
Yeah.
Not like the smaller ones you've got now. And they just made it reek.
Lance Henriksen in Aliens, because at the end of Aliens, where Bishop gets skewered by the Queen, he has to spit out that white fluid, and it's a mix of apparently like milk and yogurt or something. But by the time they'd done the later takes in the day, it had curdled under the studio lights. He said it was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
like, pretty much.
There's a question for Mr. E. Wait, there's a question for Mr. E. Fucking hell. Well, to quote from the guy, I've seen a few boys that have been there for 6 hours. Some of them aren't too bad. So yeah, we'll stop there. We won't go any further.
What the fuck?
I know. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, my son's brother is basically the same thing. So
hey, that looks like, isn't that Stepenzo's dad?
Yeah, no, I love this guy. He has the funniest fucking death because even when they're tearing him apart, he's just laughing his ass off. He's just like, fuck it. Yet the soldiers are really fucking over the top though, but they do make me laugh. I can't help but enjoy them, even though they're proper assholes. It's fun characters.
I love this film. It's just violent and brutal, but as you say, there's still a little bit of the George Romero message in there of what's being done to the zombies. Can they rediscover their humanity and everything, even as the humans themselves lose their humanity and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I like this one a lot. Day of the
And I don't blame Sergeant Rose for killing Frankenstein, to quote his name, because he's been feeding his fucking men, Bob, hasn't he? So it kind of shows that Rhodes, even though he's psychotic, he still cares about his own fucking men in a way. He's trying to do his best with, but he's got fuck all. No wonder he's crazy. I sympathise with him. I do. But yeah, we'll move on now. And anyone else who wants to say anything else about the George A. Romero zombie flicks,
Yeah, he was a legend.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay, moving on. Critical. I think, is it your fifth or fourth one now?
Fifth. It's the fifth one. My fifth one is actually a whole series, or a bit of a series, of an animated series, a very famous animated series. It is The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror.
Oh, fucking love those.
Everybody does. Come on.
Yeah.
Love those, man.
They're not all brilliant, but some of them are just absolute fucking genius. Absolute, especially the ones that riff off of existing films. And Inside Man mentioned Pose, the Raven.
Oh yeah, of course.
A famous one with
that was a good one.
Loads of them did different films and different bits of pop culture.
They did a good one on The Shining, didn't they? The
Shining was a good one. Yeah.
Great, I want to get sued.
Yeah,
those are really, really good ones. I mean, I haven't watched The Simpsons in years now, years and years, but I always remember those Treehouse of Horror episodes.
They were great. Some of them were some of the later ones, especially.
I remember the one that was done on was it Child's Play, where Homer buys a figure or doll for Bart or something from the evil shop, and he's like,
and there's
he's like, that's bad.
There's a rip on. They did a homage to Poltergeist as well in one of them. That was
yeah. Loads of them, and as I say, they weren't all brilliant, but some of them were really, really, really good. So that would be my fifth pick. Would be The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror.
Good choice.
Yeah. So Blue. So actually, before we move on, is there anyone else who wants to talk about the Treehouse of Horror? I fucking love them. I'm actually surprised I got away with a lot of the go because this came on round about tea time, dinner time when we were kids.
Fucking evening here in the UK, I think.
Yeah.
And I mean, when you consider how long The Simpsons has been going now, when it started, I would have been fairly young. I don't know, like maybe sort of teenage years. So not like young, but I remember some of those Treehouse episodes being pretty damn scary for a cartoon, So
yeah, they're fucking dark. I mean, you had like the one where Principal Skinner and Mrs. Krabappel are eating the fucking kids. I mean, that is dark stuff. It's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
But it was still funny as well. There were dark comedies. And it's there's still.
That's the thing I liked, because you're taking like The Shining one, for example. You're taking something that's an hour and a half, if not longer, film, condensing it right down. And The Simpsons writers back in those days were just so good at doing that kind of thing. And as I say, they did it with so many different properties and riffs and things like that. It was inevitable they were going to run out of steam eventually. And I don't know what The Simpsons is like now, but it's widely regarded, as far as I know, to.
Well, that's the problem. Back then, everyone could be funny. Now it's too busy apologizing. Remember, we can't do voices. We have to retire characters. Everything's too offensive now. That's the fucking difference. Back then, you could actually just do shit.
Was it Harry Shearer had to step down as the voice of Apu or something?
Which again, he didn't have to. He chose to.
Right. Okay. Well, chose to. I mean, it's just there may have been some coercion there, but I don't even know if they're still doing the Treehouse as a horror, to be honest.
Oh, no, they do. They do them every season. Because what I do is, if there's a new season of The Simpsons out, that's the one episode I always go and watch, and they're still good. They are still good.
I'll have to check them out then, because I've not watched them for a long time now. So
there's good ones. There's good ones. That's always the best episode of the season.
Yeah,
every season.
Yeah, I'll definitely back up Lance. My sister Jamie, she still watches The Simpsons. She doesn't like as much, but she did say, Chris, the past 5 years, her favorite episodes have been Treehouse of Horror, and she still will back. She still will back up that much.
Yeah.
Okay. So, anyone want to say anything about the Treehouse of Horror before I move on to Blue?
No.
Okay, then, Blue, your next pick. I think
Yeah,
it's.
I'm going to pick it. What was that?
Was it your fifth one, maybe?
I gave you so far 5, so this tech would be 6. I'm writing them down.
Six, yeah.
Yeah, so go back to 80s. Everyone here remembers, but I'll never forget back in VHS watching with mom, dad, my aunts, uncles, everybody in the TV room, big living room was Pet Sematary. And I'm saying that because my father's reaction. You guys all know the fucking scene, man. And now being a father, watch that scene as a dad. Holy shit!
And have you seen the scene in Over the Top where Stallone's got his kid and they sort of intercut it with the scene of the kid getting run over?
No, I didn't see that cut. No.
Check it out, man. It's fucked up, man. You'll never look at Over the Top the same way again.
Yeah, and like the whole premise thing, because my dad is from. I told everyone knows this here. My dad's from an Indian reservation, so the whole Indian burial ground thing, and just the whole. I mean, because at that point, how often actually, never in cinema. I mean, Gary and Lance are older than me, but like, how often did you ever see this happen in a cinema? A major movie where a kid got hit by a fucking tractor trailer, man. Like,
I'm 5 years younger than you. What are you talking about?
And even like the cat too, man. Like the cat, the creepy ass cat eyes, and like the whole movie, man. Like,
well, I'm sorry to pull on everyone's party. I never liked this film. I thought it was overrated. It's nowhere near as good as the book, and and I didn't care for it. Still don't.
And the scenes right there where she's talking to the corpse. And said, I mean, as a kid, when I was like 8 or 9 when this came out. Yeah, just seeing my parents' reaction, and as a kid watching this freaked me the fuck out. And like, and you guys know, I grew up with reruns of the Munsters and seeing Fred, like the infamous scene with the little kid and the scalpel, and everyone knows the part there with his Achilles heel. Like, oh shit, man! Like, that was horror for me as a kid watching that, man. That entire scene where that kid kills him. Damn, dude.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Yeah, it's I mean, watching it as a parent, you get a completely different take on it, I think.
Yeah, that's what I said. As a kid, this movie, all the scenes with him, because he's talking to him the entire time, and from a father's standpoint, you know why he's doing this for, but he feels like he has to, and then like the whole, as after everything that comes back is just it's not what you buried, and it's like even the ending scene with his wife, like it's just this poor guy's tragedy, man, and it's like I guess it's a moral lesson. It is a horror film, but like when something's dead, you have to let it go, and you can't bring it back, and
Oh god, yeah, that's some grim fucking special effects there as well, because you can see the little strands coming out when the kid rips it out. But yeah, because I thought it was crazy as well seeing Herman Munster just play this very serious role and just get fucking killed like that. But it's not the best Stephen King adaptation, but it is very memorable, though, especially from the concept.
Yeah, I think for me as a kid, out of all the because like the Tim Curry was kind of jokey in a sense with it, and like I didn't really grow up in cinemas a lot, so watching it as a kid. But out of all the Stephen King films I saw as a kid, this one definitely like terrified me the most, especially with the makeup job and the imagery and all the themes. Like it's definitely the one that I remember the most as a kid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's fucking freaky. That shit though. There with when Dennis Crosby is talking about, is it a sister? Because it's been a while since I've watched this. Sister or mother, and she's just got this illness that's making her all hunched up and frail. That did freak me out a bit.
Yeah, it was a mother.
Yeah. So yeah. Some people are still mixed on this adaptation, but I still like it, and it doesn't top Misery, it doesn't top Christine, in my opinion, or The Shining, but it's still a well-made horror flick adapted from Stephen King himself. So yeah.
Yes, I think for me as a kid, stuff like The Shining kind of went over my head, and some of his other works. I think for me, because this was so visual, especially with the scene with the son, and just how much gore and body horror was going on in this film. That's why I just and watching this with your parents and your aunts and uncles as well. It's like this was like the family film in the living room, which is not a family film, but seeing other people's reactions too for this film.
Yeah, honestly, I saw the use of the cemetery was the most selfish thing a parent could do. It was more easy to guilt rather than deal with the pain.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, fucking hell. I have not got any kids yet, but I have a feeling I probably would sympathise with him more if I did.
Not for a want of not trying, though, eh?
Hey.
Anyway, practice makes perfect. Yeah.
I can't help it. I mean, there's lots of me to go around. So
there's lots of me to go around.
So yeah, is anyone else want to say anything about Pet Sematary before I move on to
it's rubbish. Move on.
Okay. I think it's your number 6 pick, is it?
Whose go is it?
Is it mine?
Lance.
Take me, Lance.
Is it me?
Yeah.
I'm going top to
I'll tell you
bottom.
what, I will pick a Stephen King adaptation. Ain't going to be that one. In my view, the best adaptation of one of his books, apart from Salem's Lot, but technically not a feature film. But you've opened the door now to pretty much anything, so it's fine. Christine.
That's good. Yeah.
And it is still a very good film. I think World War. George just mentioned it earlier. He was very sad that Christine was killed. She deserved to win. Maybe I agree a little bit.
The guy Keith Gordon who played Arnie, I met him in 90. He's a director, and he directed a movie called The Chocolate War with Ethan Hawke. No, one of the guys from Weird Science, and then he did A Midnight Clear with Gary Sinise, Ethan Hawke, Air Gross, and a load of other great young actors. Fucking brilliant film, set on Battle of the Bulge just before World War II, and that was screened at the London Film Festival in, I think it was 1992. It was on the same day as Reservoir Dogs, so I went to see that in the afternoon, and I met Keith, and I got chatting with him because I asked a question in the Q&A, and I knew everything about his career. His first ever acting role was in Jaws 2. If you watch Jaws 2, he's one of the kids.
Oh, it's been a while.
Well, anyway, but so I'd followed his career since then because I liked him. He was in the Kent State movie, and we got talking afterwards, and he told me to send him my first script, which I did. And from that point forward, he was my mentor right up until probably like the early 2000s. He used to read all my scripts and give me feedback. Really good guy. And he's a brilliant director now. But he should have been nominated for an Oscar for Christine. His performance in Christine is fucking phenomenal.
I agree.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. I mean, talk about like, just if you look at any other acting role in a horror film that came out around that time, he's in a different league to absolutely everybody else. And he's really like, he really does the whole transition with Arnie, you know, except maybe for pussy, all that kind of thing. It's just so good. Supporting cast in the film are pretty good as well. I'm a big John Stockwell fan. He's also now a director. I really liked it. I thought it was one of the best adaptations of a book. Loved the way that they made the car come back together. A lot of that was compressed air. They made.
I was wondering that. I mean, did they reverse the shots?
They did some reverse shots for things like the headlights and stuff. But when you see the car bodywork pumping back out again, they actually built a version of it where it was kind of made of this sort of soft, like fiberglass type stuff. And what they did was they pumped the body full of compressed air, and it would punch back out the dents again. So it was made especially for the film to do that. Harry Dean Stanton as well. He's phenomenal. You got a future Baywatch girl there as the love interest. But yeah, it's so good. That film easily could have been another half an hour, and it still would have been good.
The premise sounds ridiculous already, but it's the relationship between Keith Gordon and
the car.
The other actor's name. I forgot his name now, but he's between these two as well. It's because it is very convincing. You do feel the friendship, and you do sort of feel scared for him that he's losing his friend to this fucking car that's just taking over his mind. But at the same time, it's kind of making him more confident and more assertive.
Yeah, it's the way it changes him, isn't it? It's much of a character.
I think the guy who played Darnell, the one who's got the car lot place where he fixes the car up. I think that's the same guy that does the voice of the old guy in the cartoon Up for Pixar.
No, it said that's Ed Asner. I think I'm pronouncing his name.
Yeah,
he
Ed
has
Asner.
been a few though. I
think he's been in.
I think
Last
that's him.
Action Hero.
I
He's in
think
Thief.
that's the same guy, isn't it? I think that's the same guy.
He's in Thief, though. I know that. He's one of the. He's the mob. He's the main boss in it.
Oh no, sorry, I got him wrong. It's Robert Prosky.
Yeah.
That played this guy. Yeah, he died. He passed away in 2008. Now I'm always getting them mixed up. I apologise. I need to always have to correct these mistakes, otherwise I'll get people writing to me. But yeah, the guy who plays Buddy Repperton, William Ostrander. I'd seen him in a few things before this. I was surprised he didn't go on to have like a bigger acting career because he had a lot of presence in this. He was really good.
Yeah, I mean, because sort of see him playing these fucking tough guys. I mean, he looks the role.
Yeah,
he does look a bit old to be playing a fucking high school student, though, but
a little bit. Yeah, the guy that played Moochie, who gets like the fat guy gets like squashed. He had a bit more of a substantial acting career, and then he did a bit of producing, and I think he's kind of moved on to other things now. But if you look at pictures of him now, you would not recognise him at all.
Yeah, and there's Kelly Preston now as well.
Yeah, and she's no longer with us, man.
I know that she was only really in her 60s, but she still looked fucking great, though.
Yeah, it's yeah. I remember her one line in Christina's like, "Hi, Dennis."
Yeah.
No, she's good in it. She's always a really good actress. Always really liked her. She was in Metal Storm.
Yeah, John Stockwell, that's him. Yeah. He's very good as well. He's even though he's kind of the popular kid at school, he's not an arsehole as well. He's kind of the voice of reason. He's just
he's a really good he's a really good lead for this. He's a really good contrast to Keith. And then you've got Stephen Tash, who plays another one of the Yob gang. He's the kid from Ghostbusters who's doing the electrocuted at the beginning, you know, by Bill Murray.
$5.
Yeah, and I really liked. He never went on to do very much, but I really liked the actor who plays one of Stockwell's best friends. If you click on his name on IMDb, his actor's name is Douglas Warhit, and he's that guy. He's called Beamish in the movie, and he's the guy when they're in the library and they're looking at the new girl, and he's going, "I want to have deep, meaningful sex with her." And he's actually was a really funny guy. He's down on the bottom right. Keep going down. Bottom right. Keep going.
Douglas
There you go.
Yeah.
As you click on that photo of them in the library there. That's the scene.
Wait, that one. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny scene now.
By the way, as a result of this movie, I went and bought an American baseball jacket just like that, red body, white sleeves, because I wanted to look like John Stockwell in this movie.
Yeah, he's fucking cool. He is actually cool in it as well because he's not a total arsehole, but at the same time he's got this charm as well that you can understand why he is very popular and why the girls want to get with him. It's
a really good film. That's Mark Popple on the left, who again did a few things around this time, then kind of that was it, sort of dropped out of the rat race. Can't blame him.
Yeah, Michael Anthony Hope now he's in somewhere else, unless this is connected to the Breakfast Club somehow, but I doubt it.
No. I did mention somebody from Weird Science. Michael Anthony Hall was in that as well.
But it is a very underrated Stephen King movie and the John Carpenter movie, and John Carpenter really fucking hated this movie. Apparently.
Yeah, I was surprised because I definitely thought it was one of the better. I still think it's one of the better adaptations. Could have been, I think, would have been better as a mini series, but they weren't doing them then. So you know, and things like North and South and big adaptations of more kind of armchair fare, but you weren't getting like mini series of horror films apart from Salem's Lot. Why they didn't do it the same way as that, I don't know, but that was very much a one-off at the time.
So yeah, I mean, could have been a ridiculous premise, but it's the actors and the performances and the whole psychological thing going on that really makes it stand out and actually makes it very plausible and even complex as well.
So yeah, is there anyone else? Does anybody else want to say anything about Christine before we move on?
It's a fantastic movie.
There is
remake's dead.
Oh, well, they're going to. I don't think they should remake it unless they're going to do a mini series.
Brian Fuller was attached to remake it a few years
Who was?
ago.
Who?
Brian Fuller.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but it looks like it's dead in the water, so that's all right.
Well,
there's actually a really good warts and all making of book about this as well.
Sorry. Yeah.
Definitely silence.
I know. Yes. I thought I was going to say something else. Then sorry. But unless your internet's cutting out there inside, man.
Oh, sorry. Can you not? Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah. You said there was a book about it, warts and all, and then it just went quiet.
Yeah. It's it's a really, really good book, and it pretty much maps out everything, all of the problems, all of the issues, all the stuff with John Carpenter, and it's pretty in depth. It's a really good book.
Yeah, I'll try and check it out anyway. Unless cause YouTube seems to have a lot of audiobooks on things these days anyway, so who knows? But for that, I'll probably look on eBay for it.
Yeah.
So yeah, no one else is talking about Christine. Yeah, great film. Very underrated. I think John Carpenter was very unfair on this because I think he did a great job. Probably did have some interference, but it's still a good film. I don't want to knock it. And yeah, so now on to Inside Man. I think is it your 7th pick now?
Possibly.
Chilton and the Wheelies. Sorry.
So I'm going to go with
Chilton and the Wheelies.
I'm going to go with Rosemary's Baby.
Oh,
yeah, come on.
Yeah, yeah. That's a disturbing movie, and
it is. Very disturbing.
Mia Farrow's the one that just sells that entire movie. She is terrific in that. Absolutely terrific, and there's a section on Rosemary's Baby in the book The Kid Stays in the Picture, which is a pile of shit. The book is terrible. It's a kind of the self-serving book by Bob Evans, but there is a relatively good section on Rosemary's Baby where it tells about Frank Sinatra kept calling up the set and saying that he didn't want her to do the movie. You know, he wanted her back in LA, and she kept saying, I'm doing this movie. He said, no, you're coming back to LA, or I'm going to divorce you. And he was doing a movie called The Detectives, or The Detective at the time, and of course, she said, no, to hell with it. I'm doing this movie. You're not going to tell me what to do. So thankfully, she put her foot down, and I believe it won Best Picture, and what was actually up against The Detective as well. I believe it won Best Picture. But it's a great film. I mean, based on a book again, but it's a very, very good adaptation. They did a really shitty sequel. I think it was like a British kind of minor horror, and it's called Whatever Happened to Rosemary's Baby. Ultra low budget, cheap fare. But this is an exceptional film. And the scene at the end, if nobody's seen it, just wait for the scene at the end. It's one of the most distressing scenes, I think, you could ever witness. It's really, and it's the look on her face. It's her that oh my God, it's, she just, she says, what have you done to it? What have you done to my baby? Look at his eyes. What have you done to his eyes? What have you done to his eyes? And one of them says, he has his father's eyes.
Yeah, like the day.
It's a disturbing film, but as a horror flick, I think it's pretty special.
Yeah, I've not seen it yet, and even though I'm not a big fan of Roman Polanski, I do like Chinatown, but I have heard this is a very good one, and I think this came out a couple of years before The Omen, which was also about a devil baby, if I've got the whole plot of this correct.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a lot more sinister, I think, than The Omen. The Omen is very it's a lot of The Omen. Look, I love The Omen. I think it's a brilliantly directed film. I think it's a brilliantly written film, brilliantly acted, but it's very on the nose. And with this, there's a lot of ambiguity about it. There's a lot that the audience is left up to deal with. Whereas, we're as an audience member, we're the ones that are doing the heavy lifting in this movie. The Omen, it's really laid out for us, but that's not taking anything away from The Omen at all. I still think it's a cracking film.
Yeah, because I've been meaning to try and watch this as well, but I just haven't been able to find it anywhere on physical media. And I may have to sail the 7 seas for it. So I will try and watch this film before the spooky season is over, if I can.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Sometimes these old classics just work. There's something about these old horrors that work better than most of the newer ones, and occasionally we do get a few newer ones that really do make an impression. So,
but she is only when you look at this film, you look at Mia Farrow, and she was quite lovely in this film. She really was.
Right, she's got that little 1960s pixie haircut, hasn't she?
Yeah. But yeah, superb piece of work.
Yes. So yes, anyone else want to say anything about Rosemary's Baby before?
Good pick. I've only seen it once, and that was enough. But not in a kind of, it wasn't any good. It was just so disturbing. I never wanted to see it again.
Yeah, kind of how I feel with Last House on the Left a lot, because terrible date movie it is. That's back up to me then. So I think I've got two more now. Shaun of the Dead, and I know we've mentioned it before, but it's just hard not to knock. It's all the influences from all the great horrors like Landis, Fulci, and Romero, Carpenter, you name it, is all in Shaun of the Dead. And the characters are kind of idiots, but at the same time, you still like them because they are big fucking action stars. They're just ordinary people caught in a desperate situation, trying to figure this out, even if it is in the most stupidest ways possible. But the writing is so good, and I love how nearly every one-liner or little moment is some kind of setup to some payoff. Sometimes it's hilarious or sometimes something that will progress the plot. Oh, let's turn this off. Fucking hell, I hate when this shit happens. So and the casting is very good. Simon Pegg is a very good loser. Nick Frost is a very good layabout, and Kate Ashfield could have been this whiny fucking nag who's the love interest, but no, she's kind of right as well. You kind of can't blame her for wanting to dump this guy who's not making any or taking charge of his life. It's but it doesn't take till his zombie apocalypse to make him finally take charge, and even if he does fuck it up. But I just love how. But like I said, nearly every single moment is like sometimes it's foreshadowing the plot or a little setup for a payoff. And I don't think I really found any writing that good, especially something that's not done by Edgar Wright.
There's so much energy to this movie. I love it.
Yeah, I know, and it's very funny.
It's a cool moment after, from when they got to pretend to be zombies to get through the crowd to the bit with the records, where they're throwing records and they're like, this one, chuck it, this one, keep it. No, you can't.
Yeah, the Batman soundtrack, throw it.
It's awesome. And then you've got the plan where they keep doing the plan over and over again, and each time it gets shorter with Phil. It's like, sorry, Phil, sorry. You just smack him in the face with that. It's just great. It's just got so much energy to it.
But you're right, Al. I mean, this is a movie that just flows, doesn't it? It just flows all the way through. There's no kind of moments where we're kind of allowed to breathe. We don't really have much in the way of breathing space in this, and there's so much to it. And as we've all said, as we said last week, all of us, every single time you watch this movie, there's something else there that you maybe haven't noticed, or you talk to somebody else and they'll happen to pick on something that you haven't seen, and it's, oh God, yeah, didn't notice that.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that Ed practically foreshadows the entire film after showing his dumps, like saying, "Just keep drinking, have a Bloody Mary the first thing, a bite of the king's head, a couple of little princesses, stagger back to the bar for shots, and bam." That's the entire plot in its way. It's like that's really clever, and you would not notice it until like the 1000th time you've watched it, or if someone points it out to you, because that's how subtle it is.
Yeah. No, great film.
And you get callbacks to Space as well, one of my favourite fucking sitcoms, and there's tires there as well in his hat. It's no. And it's just really funny as well. It's like Ed doesn't have too many friends. It's like, can I get any of you cunts a drink?
Is it Dylan Moran? I think is his character.
Yeah, I know. Was talking about like the stream as well. It's kind of one of the more different roles he usually gets to play, because he's still an arsehole, but he's actually a more cleaned arsehole. He's much more smug and a bit up himself.
Well,
Well, Bernard Black was kind of this depressed, self-despairing fucking.
Yeah, and I love Bernard Black.
I love him, man.
He's my fucking spirit animal, but this is he's more like a tough type thing in this, really, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I know.
Talking of space, Luke. Talking of space. Babylon 5's a pile of shit.
Yeah, I know. Get out. Oh yeah, Vance, if you want to go off to bed, you can do it. It's all right, man. Just
I've got to go and
if you didn't get to mention, leave in the comments.
I've got to go and smoke some pipe weed to compensate for my rather shit evening. So, yeah.
Just have a laugh. It's sorry you had a shit.
I need to decompress, man. So I've got to get off the thing. I'm pretty knackered as well. Final picks would be I've got a real soft spot for Rosemary's Killer, which is also called The Prowler, which is a B movie that I just really like the story. That was another one of the ones that got banned briefly. So me and the Inside Man have talked about it before. Jaws, technically a horror film.
I agree.
You could argue that would probably have to be in my top 10.
I was going to pick yours.
Yeah,
no pumpkins in it, so I can't think.
I know that there's a couple that I'm missing. Hang on, let me have a quick Michael Google. But yeah, get the Prowler up. That was one of the ones that came out on Entertainment in Video, which was a specific label. It was always kind of like a grey and white, big boxy cover. It was basically, the plot was about it starts in the 1946. There's a sort of high school prom. This couple are kissing, sort of making out on this like veranda that goes out into the lake. And but the opening of the film is actually this footage of all the GIs going off to fight in the war. And then there's a letter being read out, and the letter's a Dear John letter, basically saying, I'm sorry, I can't wait for you, blah, 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 blah. And this soldier comes back from the war, tracks down his girlfriend, who's now, giving her virginity to this guy who didn't go to fight. And he kills them both, stabs them with his bayonet and whatnot. And then it fast forwards to the present day, which is in the 80s. And it's the high school. It's the night of the high school prom. The sheriff is going out of town on a fishing trip, so you've just got like the young deputy, and this GI, this kind of masked GI figure, is going around taking people out. But it's got. I just liked it because it had a good story. It was slightly. I've never been a fan of the Friday the 13th movies. This is very much in that style, but with a better plot. Another one of my faves would be Misery.
Oh yeah, good movie.
Oh yeah, Misery.
I mean, that's just a fucking phenomenal film.
Yeah, put her on my list of my top 10 scary bastards.
Yeah.
Annie Wilkes, Kathy Bates is so fucking good. She really
so good in it. I mean, her and James Jimmy
Birdie.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah. And I saw that I saw that in the cinema on my own at the Odeon Leicester Square on the opening night. It was packed out. It was one of them times when I came out the film and I was so fucking gutted I didn't have anyone to talk to about it because it was amazing. But it was great seeing it in an audience with like 1,200 people. That was just an incredible experience. Another one, I think I've got one or two left. Another one. Oh, I had it just now. It's gone. Where's it gone? Oh yeah. Donald Sutherland's Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh man,
I've not seen it yet. I've not even seen the original. I need to watch them.
I saw that when it was shown. The first time I saw it was on telly, and it was uncut. It was on BBC Two. So BBC Two normally showed films uncut, and this was uncut. And it was part of the horror season of the 80s. They showed one a week. I think it was either on Friday or Saturday. They did two actually every week. There was one at like sort of 8 o'clock, and then there was one at 10 o'clock. And this was the second one, and it can't have been a school night because I was allowed to stay up and watch it, but I had to watch it on the old black and white upstairs. That made the film even more fucking creepy, watching it on the black and white, and especially with the pods and all of that. Yeah, superb film. I noticed things in that film, and every time I rewatch it, there's stuff in the first 45 minutes that I pick up on that I didn't see before, like the way some people subtly change and things like that. It's quite clever.
Yeah, because I think the original in the 50s was kind of like satirizing communist infiltration in the 50s as well, wasn't it?
It's all about that.
It's funny you say that. This is what everybody says. But Don Siegel had said that it absolutely was not that. He said what it was actually a subtle poke at, not at the Red Peril or the Red Terror, as it was known, but it was actually a very subtle poke at McCarthyism, the McCarthy witch hunts.
That's what we just said, you big doofus.
No. You said that it was about. You said that it was about the communism.
Oh no.
You said it was about.
He said that, but I knew it was about McCarthyism.
Yeah, it's about McCarthyism. It's not about It's not about the rise of communism or the terror of communism or the fear of communism. It's about. It's actually about McCarthyism. And he said that everybody keeps saying, this is really good because it was one of those anti-communist movies. And he said, no, it wasn't an anti-communist movie. It was an anti-witch hunt. Yeah, an anti-McCarthyism witch hunt movie. But nobody seemed to get it. And of course, Peckinpah was the one of the writing consultants on it. I think he was a dialogue consultant on the original.
Right.
So one of his early forays into writing. But yeah, the remake is wow, what a movie that is.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I mean, there's been about 8 versions of it now. That's the best one by far. There's quite a good one set on an army base. That one's quite good as well. But yeah. So that's me out, guys. Thanks.
Buddy.
Thanks for letting me come on at short notice. There's no Shield stream tomorrow. It's pushed back to the following week.
Okay. I'll just sleep the entire Sunday then.
Well, I'm a little bit behind on my book as well, so I want to try and just make up because I'm on a deadline for that and this script, and I just need to make up time, and also I might not be in the headspace for it this weekend, so for various reasons. So yeah, but I'll catch you guys on the Nielsen ratings on Tuesday, all right?
Okay, mate.
Yeah, then, man.
All right. Speak soon.
Yeah, take care, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, so we are now coming up to 5 hours. Jesus Christ, we've been streaming for a good while there, man. So
Well,
yeah,
thank you. Honestly, Luke, you're making work fun for once. So thanks.
So yeah, I'll just keep going. Fucking hell, I don't usually stream long, but okay.
Yeah, you was like, oh, we've got enough for a stream. I was like, all right, mate.
Hang on, if I remember rightly, the Terminator 2 stream was clocked up about 5.5 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, it probably was. Yeah, but
that's because it fucking ends though.
If any of you are starting to feel a bit tired and want to get some of your stuff out of the way, do let me know. But for now, I'm on to Inside Man. And what's your next pick, then? I think it's your 8th now, is it?
Yeah, this is number 8, and I'm going to go back to a little bit of literature again. And
Jesus Christ, man.
It's too much culture for this stream, man. Seriously, do you expect people to read words and stuff?
And I actually mentioned it on the Nielsen ratings a couple of weeks ago when I happened to mention the Company of Wolves to Vex, and it's Angela Carter's The Bloody Chamber, which is an anthology book which features one of the stories that's featured within is the story of the Company of Wolves. Again, it's an absolutely brilliantly written piece of literature. It's wonderful. If you can imagine, right, a horror story that's written by an erotic horror stories written by Jane Austen. Really gory, really quite erotic horror stories written by Jane Austen. That's what it's like. They're amazing. They're absolutely incredible. And she was a wonderful, wonderful writer. Sadly passed away now. Yeah, truly some of the best horror stories I think you'll ever find. And I just love these anthology books. Anything that's got a series of short stories, that have some kind of tenuous link with each other. Yeah, I'm there. And that's probably why I like the anthology horror movies, the Dr. Terror's House of Horrors, Asylum, Tales from the Crypt, the Vault of Terror, that kind of stuff. And also inspired things like Inside Number 9 and Psychoville and so on and so on. But it really is an amazing book. So it's Angela Carter's The Bloody Chamber. Each of the stories are fantastic, and each of them, as well as the Company of Wolves, would make an amazing movie in its own right.
All right then, man. Hey, that's a good pick. I mean, yeah, because most of these fairy tales do make good horror stories, like you said, because they were meant to fucking. Well, they weren't just. You mentioned they weren't just for kids, but they were still used to get fucking kids to be a bit more wary about the outside world, and because things were much happier back then. So yeah. So what was this? Mr. E was talking about. A miniseries about killer babies. It would have been in the 80s. Or is it a movie?
Oh.
Not they. Is it They Live? No, not They Live. Is it It's Alive? It's Alive, is it?
Yeah,
no, sorry, It Lives. It Lives. I think it's called.
Well, at the moment, I've only got one more left because some of the things that were mentioned as well kind of took two off my list. So I'll go for the Universal Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein as my last one, because he can't beat the old school sometimes, even though they're old and black and white. But I think sometimes it helps. There's something about how old it is and how crusty it is that makes it feel more Halloweenish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, even now, when you look at the scene where he drowns the little girl, it's pretty shocking. I mean, it was shocking for its time, and obviously that scene was taken out through various sort of protests and everything back in the day, but was restored.
I know, because you kind of lose a lot of context. You're wondering, okay, why is this guy carrying this dead little girl around? What happened? I mean, wait, Frankenstein's monster did it? I mean, I didn't see any of that. And yeah, they even quote a line where Frankenstein himself says, "Now I know how it feels to be God," after he brings life.
Mm.
Yeah, because I thought it was blasphemous, but and it does take a few liberties with the original story. But I've listened to the audiobook of the original story as well, and it's really fucking brilliant. But it's mostly just diary entries of people who have suffered encounters by the monster, same way as it was with Dracula. But once again, he does still capture that tragedy of this guy who's just been brought to life, and really he should have been kept dead.
But isn't it amazing, right, that we have this book that was written in the 18th century, or was it was it the 18th century, at the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century, by this young 16-year-old girl as a bet or a competition between them, where they were staying. They were all staying in the castle, weren't they? Mary Shelley. Who else was it? It was Mary Shelley and her husband, obviously Percy Bysshe, and others, Byron as well, staying in this castle, and they had a little sort of personal competition between each other who could come up with the scariest story. And this was hers, a 16-year-old girl. For goodness sake, this is amazing. You know, the girl was a genius. And the book, you're right, Luke. I mean, the book is, you know, much like Bram Stoker's Dracula, it's a series of events that are told by different people. Dracula's kind of more letters, isn't it? It's done in more of a sort of a letter form, you know, sort of epistolary form. But this, yes, I mean, it's a great book. I'm actually rereading it right now. I was reading it earlier on today. So, but the movie, my God, it's a classic. It's a classic. And Bride of Frankenstein, just an amazing sequel. Just really, really just amazing films. Groundbreaking.
Yeah, Boris Karloff is still the best Frankenstein monster in my opinion. Well, even though Peter Cushing's version is very removed from the original novel, I still like how psychotic he is. I think he's scarier than the actual Boris Karloff monster. The monster I just feel sorry for. He's just a very tragic figure of a guy who tried to play God, and it's all thrown right back in both their faces.
I was gonna say, Luke, see, that's how Americans are fat for. I got these hot dogs for dinner. Look at this shit. All the meat sauce and onions. Look at this big ass burger.
Fucking hell, man.
I'm so hungry.
I'm so hungry.
All this horror films.
Later, anyway, to suck up the booze, anyways.
Yeah, I get some more horror stuff ready. Don't worry.
Oh yeah. Yes, it's alive. Thank you. Yeah. So, what was it? Mr. E said, "Can you make a book list?" I've read The Picture of Dorian Gray. Well, I think you're on Twitter. You can probably talk to each other. Who knows? So, and the sequel, The Bride of Frankenstein, is one of the great sequels as well. I mean, you just feel more and more fucking sad for him, and he becomes friends with this blind guy, but then his people see him that are who know what he's done, and once again he's alone again. And then, look at this old lady. She's very over the top. I mean, the moment she sees him come out at the beginning, she goes, "Oh," then runs off. I thought, okay, that is very cartoonish, but it was the 30s, so got to put some slack a little bit. But fucking hell, even when he's got a bride, someone who'd like him, she hates him, and it just breaks your heart just to fucking watch him when he sits there and says, "She hated me."
Yeah,
but it's a true classic. I love the imagery, I love the look of it, everything, and it's such an iconic look because every time you see something that's aimed at Halloween, they always seem to capture that same kind of style, that aesthetic, I should say.
Yeah, and that makeup, as you say, I mean, that's iconic makeup, isn't it?
Yeah, and I just love what a fucking arsehole this scientist is as well, because Frankenstein himself has kind of redeemed himself. He's seen what playing God can do, but this guy, no, he wants to take it even further. He's even more crazier.
Yeah. Yeah, because the original title of the book is Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus, isn't it? That's the actual title of the book. But but the Kenneth Branagh version isn't that bad either. I mean, I did actually work on a Frankenstein movie back in '92 that had Christ, what's his name? Oh God, I can't remember his name. Anyway, it was it was terrible. Terrible movie that we made over at Pinewood. Yeah, shocking.
I think it's hard to do as well. But I think it's hard to do as well because there's been so many versions now, and I still don't think you can top the original and the Hammer version. It's
still another one coming out next year, from what I remember.
I don't know. I mean, once again, you can do versions that are set in the present day, but it's all been done now. It has.
Yeah.
But I still think this is my favourite. I love the Boris Karloff mummy. I like the Bela Lugosi Dracula as well. But the Boris Karloff Frankenstein movies are still my favourites out of the Universal monster movies so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you said, I mean, what more can you add at this point? It's like it's just playing God. It's AI. It's just like the tragedy of like trying to bring some of that to life. I mean, it's been done so much now. Like, what more can you add now in 2024 to the story?
But no, we're going to find out because Guillermo del Toro just finished filming one.
Okay, well maybe get Del Toro might do something new and fresh. Who knows? Because
it's a new version. It'll be from him, so maybe he can bring something new to it. It's just wrapped filming. So. It's due out next year.
I hope so because I do like this story. I love the original Mary Shelley novel. It's horrific, but at the same time heartbreaking to listen to. It's fucking crazy, but. So yeah, I think that's my 2 cents on Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein. And anyone else want to say anything about it before I move on?
No, it's a classic story.
It's a classic in every single way. Story, directing. There's so many iconic shots in that film. I always remember the one of the flower. Always remember that one. It's a great film.
But this is really is the prototype of the modern horror movie, isn't it? This is the one. This is the kind of the genesis really of modern horror.
Yeah, no, and it's that kind of look. Every time you think of Frankenstein, you think more of the Boris Karloff looking Frankenstein's monster.
Always.
I
don't think that will ever change. I really don't.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the makeup artist, Jack something, who did this. This makeup has been copyrighted. So so nobody can actually copy this without paying Universal. I can't remember his name. Jack something, famous makeup artist.
Jack Pierce.
Jack Pierce. Yeah, nice one. So this makeup is actually copyrighted. I think it's one of the few actual makeups because this, because it wasn't a mask or a specific design at the time. So it wasn't kind of drawn out on paper, and it was applied every single day, with sort of creams and various things, and then it was coloured and toned and highlighted. But sort of bits of rubber, latex and glues and cotton wool and just an amazing thing that was sculpted every single day for shooting this. Just fantastic piece of work.
Yeah. So
real quick, I'll say real quick. Stan Lee, Incredible Hulk was made after Frankenstein's monster. Stan said it himself.
Huh.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's obviously Jekyll and Hyde because it's Jekyll and Hyde plus Frankenstein's monster. That's the archetype of the Hulk.
Yeah, because
explanation for all that
started off grey, didn't he? Before they started making him green, which is which is something fans not a lot of fans seem to know or remember anymore these days. So, yeah. So we'll move on from Frankenstein and the Bride of Frankenstein, classics, iconic. They'll never be topped. So Critical, I think you might have three more picks left, have you?
I have no idea. 3 sounds good though. Honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, 3 sounds about right. I'm sure I can come up with 3 more things. So, John Carpenter films have already been mentioned. And I'm not going to say the obvious of Halloween because we're going to be talking about that next week in detail. The film I'm going to talk about is one of the most Halloween-y films that I've ever seen by John Carpenter. And it's Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
Yes.
I know it's
movie.
Yeah, this is
the
this
original vision for the series was anthologies. It wasn't supposed to be about Michael Myers.
That's right.
Each one was supposed to be a separate, self-contained film just based around Halloween. And in that perspective, I think Season of the Witch does really, really well.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, if they haven't made a Halloween 2 a sequel to the first one, I think it would have worked as well because this is actually a very good standalone Halloween style film. It's got all the great visuals, everything. It's got kids being fucking consumed by these pumpkin masks. It's brutal. It is brutal. It does not care, man.
And it's messed up.
See, I'm
more and more weird as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the only one that actually remembers this coming out of the cinemas at the time. So, and I remember going to see this, knowing I knew that this wasn't an actual Halloween movie in terms of connected to the Michael Myers story. So I'd seen Halloween and Halloween 2, but everybody in the cinema was disappointed. Me and my mate were sitting there thinking, "This is fucking wild. This is pretty good." But it tanked because people hated it, and they hated it for years. Hated it all the way through the 80s. Even in video sales, it tanked.
Yeah,
it just wasn't doing anything.
It was right. People hated that movie.
It didn't do well at all. It really didn't do well. I think it's more appreciated now, probably because you've had millions of awful sequels to the Michael Myers line. But no, I really like the idea of doing an anthology of different horror films set at Halloween, which, as I say, was Carpenter's original vision. The only his proviso on coming back to write the film was that Michael Myers wasn't involved. So I guess, I mean, let's face it, the first Halloween, it doesn't beg a sequel at any stage. You know, obviously it got them, and then you got the remake of the Halloween film later, and they did that little weird trilogy that ended with kills that was awful. But I think when you think about all the other Halloween films that have been made, an anthology makes sense. And I think it was Nadia talked about Trick or Treat earlier. And while I don't think that film's the best, if I'm being honest, the little mad pumpkin baby Sam was the best of them. You know, I think the anthology format could have been really, really cool. So I kind of think it's a shame that we never got to see that.
Yeah, I think it's a great shame. It's a real missed opportunity, wasn't it? I mean, you know, and I think it was only Dina De Laurentiis that had said, "I know, why don't we put Halloween 3 as the title? That'll be good." Because it was just originally Season of the Witch. And it was written by the guy who wrote the Quatermass Experiment. An English author, writer, screenwriter, and whose name eludes me for the moment. So it was written by him, and apparently 95% of his story remains. So it's pretty much his story, even though he wanted his name taken off of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as I say, it's really Halloweeny, and it's just, I mean, it does scream that season. The masks and everything, man. That's just like Mr. E says. That's the reason he stopped wearing a mask.
Yeah. Silver Shamrock.
Oh man, don't that. Never get that out of your head.
Even though it's not directed by John Carpenter, it still kind of feels like it could be though as well. It's something about the way it's shot.
I think it was one of the writers with Tom Wallace and Deborah Hill, I think.
Good soundtrack.
Yeah. Well, apart from that stupid jingle.
But yeah, and it is. But when you see a film that's constantly surrounded in Halloween, you can't help but watch this every year around that time. It's just
that's it exactly. It's got
there's a lot of atmosphere
all the way through it. Yeah.
And plus, Tom Atkins is always a likable lead when it comes to his 80s movies.
It just goes completely off the wall in the third section, and end up some kind of like underground research lab, and it's all very, very weird.
Yeah, it is starting to get a bit of a cult following. I think for the last 10 years, it's starting to get a bit of a cult following now. So
I think it's doing better now. I think I think people are starting to accept it more. As you say, it's probably a mistake to put the name Halloween on it. Could have just been Season of the Witch, but as you say, it's the way they went, and that's why people end up getting disappointed because there's not a William Shatner mask in sight.
That's
so
good.
That's my number. I don't know, 8 maybe 7.
Yeah, well, I'll let you. You know what? I'm gonna change it up a bit now since we're coming to the end. So I'll let Critical finish off your next 2 picks, and I'll do the same for the next few picks from Blue and Inside Man. And we can maybe wrap
my second to last pick is a really, really, really weird one, actually, and it's a song.
I did say whatever in the title, so yeah, maybe a song.
That's exactly. You said whatever. It is a song called All Hallows Eve, and it's by a band called Type O Negative, who are a goth metal band from Brooklyn. They've got lots of influences of various bits and pieces in their songs, a bit of sort of hardcore punk. Very much influenced by the Beatles as well, believe it or not. Pete Steele used to play this great big double bass, and I mean a proper dude was like 6'7" or something. Used to play a great big double bass on a chain around his neck. Didn't play bass
really?
Double bass.
Wow.
Mental. Great big dude. And yeah, it's called All Hallows Eve. It's about a guy who on All Hallows Eve goes to dig up his dead lover and resurrects her. It's a great song. It's not massively long. Pete Steele had a very, very deep baritone but melodious voice. It was great. And yeah, that's my second to last pick is All Hallows Eve by Type O Negative. Great tune. Pete Steele unfortunately died he died about the age of about 55 over 10 years ago now. So yeah, we'll share there'll be no more Type Negative.
You
recognize that picture. If I turn off my camera for a second, you will recognize that. So yeah, that was from their last album, Dead Again. But no, World Coming Down was their 5th album, I think. And that's got All Hallows Eve on it. Yeah, check it out. You might not might not like the band, but check out that song. And then my last pick is another Halloween-y film, and it is Stan Winston's directorial debut.
Oh, I know.
Pumpkinhead.
Yeah.
You bastard. Oh, good, because I would have picked that. Good choice.
Yeah.
Which is a great creature feature.
I love that movie.
It's an awesome film. It's a guilty pleasure. It's a fun film. And
the creature design is awesome.
It's so good.
Yeah, Lance Henriksen. You can't beat this guy. You really can't. A grim fairy tale as well.
Yeah, because Luke, last year,
you've not seen it. It's a good film, man.
Last year, me and Enzo watched Pumpkinhead 1 and 2 back to back, and as I said before, watching this as a kid, but again, now watching this again as a dad, this movie hits me a lot different now. Watching shit as a dad.
Yeah. It's funny when this was released in the UK. It was released under the title of Vengeance the Demon for some reason.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Vengeance the Demon. Pathetic.
Yeah, I didn't see it when it first came out because I would have been, I don't know, 9 or something. But
and the sound design, it's almost like Predator, like the whole like.
Yeah. Well, this would have been. I mean, Stan Winston was roped in for Predator after working on Terminator, so that would have been 87. This was 88, so yeah, I mean, it's a fair bit of crossover there. Mr. E likes Type O Negative. Good man.
Yeah, he's been a very good.
Stan Winston actually won an award.
Friends are chatting to us as well. He has.
Yeah.
Very good supporter as well, and try and share, and I will put, like I said, I will put the channels of everyone else here in the description after this is done, and hope you can share it amongst your friends, and let's get their channels boosted. Same thing for Blue, even though he's doing pretty well, but who knows?
Oh yeah.
More suppose the better. You know, I always want to help my friends.
Yeah, let's go from open bar to this. You know.
Slumming it with common people. So I didn't see Open Bar was last night. Then, yeah, I didn't see that one. Actually.
Oh no, it was Thursday.
Hang on, what day is it? I can't remember. All right, 2 days ago. Cool.
Sunday now. I feel bad for poor Drinker Will because like for some reason the show kept buffering and him more like some reason the chat the show just kept fucking up. Like our phones were fine, but half the chat like hey the people started like dropping out because it was just YouTube. He's like I'm checking my connection, we're checking StreamYard, and it's not us, but. It won't affect his replays, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll upload it on Monday or something, or I'll find a notification.
Yeah,
I do. I always watch Open Bar. Cool.
Yep. So, all right. So that's your picks then, and good picks.
Man, Pumpkinhead. Yep.
Good picks. So on with Blue. And how many have you got left anyway?
If you want me, I've done. I can knock out 3. I've been writing the list down to help you out, so I can knock out rapid fire.
Okay,
all right, so
let's get just mention your 3 of your picks, 3 of your final picks then.
Yeah, I mean, so teenager is in top of body horror plus psychological horror. I think you can't be a horror fan without mentioning Event Horizon, and especially because Drinker did production hell, and the making of Event Horizon is as much of a horror story as the actual fucking movie.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah, I worked on that movie.
Yeah,
So
I mean, the cast is legendary, and again, and Will remember hearing. Well, yeah, Gary, you know about the whole like the footage that they couldn't release and the whole. My god,
it must have been insane, because so much of this was practical as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, definitely. Must have been just absolutely mental. Like, oh man.
I mean, because I spent most of the time just on the sets. And in the art department, so in terms of the actual shooting and everything, I had nothing to do with it. So it was just really sort of art department stuff. But there were problems pretty much from day one. But among the best sets I think I've ever been on. Really fantastic.
Yeah, and if you watch this film, besides it's psychological horror, it's body horror, and it's also science fiction. But man, Sam Neill, Lawrence Fishburne. But this movie, as a teenager, again, like we've seen some pretty gory stuff, but this movie will hit you like on so many different levels. And this was a fucked up movie to watch as a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Fun fact: the first time I saw this film, I was absolutely stoned off my tits. I do not.
That's not good for this movie.
I do not recommend it in the slightest. Fucking hell. When Justin goes out the airlock and the blood starts spurting from his eyes, and my god, no, don't do what I did, boys and girls. It's not smart.
Yeah, but this should be on anybody. If you're a horror fan, watch Event Horizon. This definitely my top 3.
Yeah, if it had been Halloween themed, I would have absolutely put it in. It's such a great film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to have had some very controversy, and I think Drinker actually interviewed Emily Booth, who was one of the people in the orgy scene.
Yeah, I've seen his interview with her and in production hell. Like, boy, this movie is like, and it's just it makes like watching this movie now again that much more freaky knowing this shit as an adult. Like, because I didn't know this, when you've seen this as a teenager back in the VHS days.
So he did a production hell on this.
Yeah, I think is it still up? No, that was the Fantastic Four one.
Is it on one of his other channels or something? Because the last one I remember seeing from him was Island of Dr. Moreau, I think.
At one point, I talked to him. I know, like the Fantastic Four one, he had to take down because of that bullshit with them guys. But he got like a cease and desist for that one. But I know at one point, I'm pretty sure he did production hell for this.
Oh, I'll have to have a look. I'll definitely check that out. I
know he did a recommends, and
I know he did recommends. He talked about it.
Yeah, but did they look the footage in Transylvania or some shit like that? Because it sounds like they put it somewhere like the most insane place you can hide footage.
Yeah, because he talked about, obviously Gary would know this. Like, wasn't it legendary where like they put the footage somewhere in storage and the footage got fucked up because the moisture or something? Yeah, all the footage got ruined, and that's what happened. It's like there was there was hours and hours of extra footage that they could have digitally restored, but back then they weren't storing stuff in digital. They had to do it physically, and like with the storage place got something with like the moisture fucked up all the tapes. I don't know.
Yeah,
I always thought of this film as Alien meets Hellraiser.
That was how it was actually. That was exactly how it was publicized.
Yeah.
Alien meets Hellraiser. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Sci-fi. They go to hell. It's like that's basically what I've been hearing about this film, because I have not seen this yet. I've been meaning to watch.
Kidding, man! You haven't seen Event Horizon?
I've not seen it yet. No.
That's right. Dude, before we gotta start making time out, just boys night out and watching shit at 2:00 in the morning, drunk and crying.
It's an amazing. I mean, like, it's a real shame what happened to this director afterwards, but this is probably the best movie.
Yeah, Paul S. Anderson. I mean, what didn't he like direct like the Resident Evil?
EVP. Yeah, he did Resident Evil.
Alien vs Predator.
Yeah.
Kept doing that. Yeah, and Alien vs Predator. That wasn't good. But this is a great film.
That sucks. You know, it's like, well, it's like even everyone would say the Resident Evil films are what they are, but they fucking made money though.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
Well, he ended up marrying Mila Jovovich.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Lucky bastard.
I ended up making them. I mean, you could view them as guilty pleasures, but you can't say they're good films.
I spoke on Thursday. Will's like, you know, if they go on to Resident Evil, just fucking de-age Mila Jovovich. Why not? Just redo them all with her.
So yeah, what's your
she's naked in the first film at the start of it, from what I remember.
What now?
I'm pretty sure she's naked at the start of the first film, from what I remember.
Yeah, Luke, I'll say, you know what? I looked up again, 1987, because I'll never forget this. As a kid, I was 5 years old. Creepshow 2, and you guys probably remember out of all those fucking Creepshow stories, the stupid raft. The raft in that fucking blob.
That
that's right. Fucked me up as a kid, man. I was scared to go in the water for like 6 months. Like, it's like,
that was.
Remember his girlfriend is like, at one point she's like, "Oh, honey," and she turns her over, half her fucking face is missing and shit, and then like at the end he jumps into the water and he fucking swimming, and because me and Enzo watched that I think like a year ago. At the end he's just like, "Fuck you," and then of course the blob comes onto to the land and grabs him. That was. I'll never forget that Creepshow too, man. Out of all the Creepshows I watch, it's just like the raft. Yes, that he's past it, Luke. But because remember, the Indian Joe, but like the Creepshow, there were like 6 mini stories. There was an anthology, but the one with the raft, that one always right there. Yeah, that was the part with the woman. They're stuck in this fucking raft in this stupid super blob, and they can't escape it. And it's picking them off one at a time. And the way it's killing them, it's fucking brutal, man. Like it's watching it as a young kid, you're like, that movie messed me up.
Yeah. I mean, I actually saw Creepshow 2 at the cinema. I saw it before I saw the original Creepshow, so I hadn't seen Creepshow until probably about 6 months after this, after Creepshow 2. I enjoyed the first one better than the second one.
Yeah,
to be honest. What's the Indian one? It was
that's in part 2.
Chief Woodhead, was that Chief Woodenhead or something? Yeah.
There he is. Yep, the Indian Chief got brought back to life. And the funny part is, everyone remembers Leslie Nielsen from frickin' Police Academy. Leslie Nielsen, he's in the first one. He's a piece of shit in the first one.
Yeah, it's like
with Ted Danson, isn't it? It's with Ted Danson.
Yeah.
It's that story with Ted Danson. Yeah.
Yeah, and the what's her name from Dawn of the Dead? She's on it as well.
So right there, once his girlfriend is eaten by the fucking blob, he decides to jump off the raft and start swimming after he's eating his girlfriend. It's like that. I love that part right there. He's, I made it. There it is. It got him at the end.
Brilliant.
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, it was gruesome. I remember that. It's such a simple premise as well, isn't it? You know, kids on a raft.
Yeah.
Can't stay on raft. You know, think I'm getting eaten on raft.
Yeah.
And that bit where she pulls her face away. Oh man.
Was that your second pick there, Blow? Your second to last one?
Yep. And the last one I'll do is, okay, so everyone here has at one point seen Tales from the Crypt, and they're bringing it back actually next year, I heard, officially. But out of all the Tales from the Crypt, I'll never forget, I looked it up, Luke, it's called Lover's Vow. It's got James Remar and Ray Dong Chong. It's about a fucking gargoyle. That one always messed me up as a kid because basically James Remar is a guy named Preston. He's out in an alleyway, and this gargoyle basically appears. It scratches him, and like I'm gonna let you live. And he goes, okay, but if I let you live, you can never tell anybody about this again. And I looked it up. Let's see. I actually put it up with AI. So it says, all right. So the gargoyle says, if I let you go, you must swear you'll never say you saw me, never say you heard me speak, never tell anyone how I look, never repeat what I've said forever. Make me a promise. So he makes her a promise. He meets Ray Dong Chong, from Commando and Tommy Chong's daughter, falls in love with her, marries her. They have 2 kids. At the end, he's like, listen, it's been 10 years. I have to tell you about something that happened 10 years ago. What are you going to tell me? He tells her, and she starts screaming. He goes, what? She's like, you broke your promise. And she turns into the fucking gargoyle. I'm like, oh, shit. And then her kids, and you hear screaming, both their fucking kids turn to little mini gargoyles. And he's like, and the CG, well, not CGI, the makeup effects and practical was excellent. And he's like, what's going on? She's like, you broke your promise. You swore you wouldn't say anything. And she grabs him by his head and rips his fucking head off. And then she grabs her 2 kids and flies away at the end.
Wow. That story. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's check it out. It's called Lover's Vow. Luke, if you actually type in Tales from the Crypt Lover's Vow, they actually got clips on YouTube. The clip on YouTube right there where she's screaming, you broke your promise. It's right there. It's like a 2-minute clip on YouTube. You can look it up. But it's Tales from the Crypt. But it's fucking fantastic, man.
Yeah,
what a great story.
What series was it then? Because of Tales from the Crypt, because it's
just type in Lover's Vow. That's the name of the episode.
I'll do it again because it just came up with some Hallmark shit.
Tales from the Crypt.
Lover's Vow.
Lover's Vow.
Because I've been doing this for like 5 hours now. Here we go.
Sorry. So if it wasn't my phone, I showed it to you. But that's but all the clips are on YouTube. Well, they actually had Tales from the Crypt free on YouTube. But yeah, you probably just YouTube or click on YouTube. So
yeah, probably could go on YouTube, but the could fucking.
But definitely, if you want to watch one episode, like tonight or tomorrow, go watch Tales from the Crypt Lover's Vow. And it's all about this stupid gargoyle, but like out of all the seasons of Tales from the Crypt, that one always stood out because I'm like, man, it's like you swore not to tell anybody, and it was your fucking wife and your kids the entire time. Like, oh shit. Yeah. It's a pretty fucking dark Tales from the Crypt out of all the ones.
And you said it was James Remar as well. He's the guy from
Dexter's Dad.
Oh, it looks like it's Dark Side, the movie, not
really.
Tales from the Dark Side. Right.
Oh wow, I feel fucking stupid. Jesus Christ! I don't know why I thought Tales from the Crypt, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering what was happening.
Yeah, it's Dark Side. Yeah, they're all blended together. But I always remember that one story from Tales from the Dark Side. But yeah.
Oh man, that's a really good story.
Yeah, I have not watched it from the Dark Side. And Steve Buscemi, Christian Slater, Debbie Harry as well. Back when he's
Debbie Harry, man. Is it Julianne Moore?
Yeah, Julianne Moore. She plays someone called Susan, segment 249. But yeah, Christian Slater as well. Back in his Heartthrob days as well.
Watch that.
If you click back one, like what's it? Well, they had like YouTube things pop up, and so you'll see like the segments, like the 2-minute and 1-minute marks, where it's like I never forget where Ray Dong Chong is screaming like, for you broke your vow, you broke your promise. But yeah, Stephen King was in there writing it. Yeah, it's George Romero. This is a very, very good. There's a gargoyle, and it's all practical too.
Oh, I love George Romero. I just love George Romero. He does. Can't get my fucking words out. Sorry, I've been doing this for a while. Took us Hector Salamanca as well.
Yes, right. Yeah, Christian Slater had a damn mummy under his control. His mummy was killing his ex-girlfriend. I'm like, yep. And if you guys have a chance, definitely tomorrow, sometime this week, check out Tales from the Dark Side. It's a very good anthology. It came out in 1990. So
looks like there's a TV series and a movie. Cool.
Yes, yeah. So the movie the movie is like 6 short stories.
Okay. Yeah, it's 4 seasons and a movie.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, man. Check that out.
Yeah, it's just so you'll see that fucking good. But the makeup job on the gargoyle was fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool.
Here it is. Oh, that is really fucking disturbing.
Yeah. I'm watching it as a fucking 8-year-old. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Of course, he falls in love with Ray Dong Chong, and back in the 80s, she was fantastic, man. Come on, top of her game.
Yeah, oh yeah, she was a fucking stunner back then, man. Jesus.
We definitely got a bunch of shit to watch for you, Luke. Catch up on your horror.
Oh yeah, that's a face ripping off, is it?
That's might be it.
Yeah. Oh, that is gruesome. That he could play a good Harvey Dent there.
Yeah.
And yeah, Mike McGollis as well. The late Mike McGollis. Always on a good arsehole form. It's I need to check this out, and I really do because
yeah,
I think the Creep Show. I do want to watch a few more horror anthologies. Just some good mean-spirited fucking stories that.
Some good ones out there.
Yeah, they could get some good sick laughs out of. So yeah, thank you for your picks there, Blow, and on to Inside Man. And what's the how many you got left anyway?
Right, I'm going to do a quick. Right. So what I'm going to do is.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
I'm actually going to mention an episode of Doctor Who, Blink.
Oh man, yeah.
Which is an absolutely superb episode of Doctor Who. It's probably my all-time favorite with the Weeping Angels. It's just terrific. And of course, the reason one of the reasons that it's really, really good is that it feels like it's a Hammer story. It doesn't feel like it's a Doctor Who story until you get to, the extras on the DVDs at the video store. And he's saying the same thing and, imparting the message and everything, whatever you do, don't blink, and it's on all the special features, isn't it? On these various DVDs,
Yeah, like little Easter eggs. And he's just saying stuff like, well, I can hear you. Then later she says it's like, oh, it's like you can hear me. And then she hears him say it again. It's like weird.
Yeah.
Like this whole time paradox thing. What does he call it? Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Timey wimey thing. Yeah.
And
it's a very, very clever episode. And if anyone hasn't seen it, obviously it's the David Tennant era, the best era of that, of the revamped Doctor Who. But it's a terrific episode, and it actually is quite a scary episode. And I always used to put it on. I used to put it on for my boys when they were younger, so they'd go to bed and they'd want to watch something, as they go to bed.
But not sleep. I'm not closing my eyes.
It is scary though. I will admit. I mean, there's just something about these creatures that they're like these beautiful creatures, but that's their curse. You can't look at them, so they turn to stone. But they can kill you by taking away your potential, and that's it. Even the doctors they kill you in the nicest way possible. They just grab you, take you out in time, and feed off your whatever potential you had in your original time zone. It's that was up until later on in the Matt Smith series when they started breaking people's necks. I thought that was a bit silly after that. But here, this is still the Weeping Angels at their strongest, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it's a completely standalone episode, isn't it? It doesn't require any other embellishment. But it's really well worth a watch. And the next one I was going to say, I just wanted to skate over this one quickly. But the next one I want to say is Faculty.
Oh man, great film!
I watched that last week.
Yeah, good movie.
Yeah. It's such a great movie. It really is.
Yeah. It's it's just it's fucking mental. It's
a mental movie. As well. It's Robert Rodriguez as well, and I like his stuff. I like.
You ever watch The Faculty? Really?
I know. I keep forgetting to fucking put that on. I know it's. I've just watched Josh Hartnett on 30 Days of Night for the first time earlier, and yet that was a good one. So yeah, I mean, I need to watch this film as well. It's
Faculty. It's a good school film.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
high school, whatever. I think there's some disparity between college and whatever for school for Americans, but yeah, it's good. Like the school's being taken over. Kids
it's funny. Like you guys, we noticed it's like basically it's like what if like The Thing came to high school?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's exactly that. Yeah.
Robert Patrick as well. Fuck.
Yeah, it's a good film. It's quite old now as well. It's got to be like.
It is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, everyone is fucking old now in this.
No, it's because after me and my friend Aaron, we watched Scream 1 and Scream 2. She's like, Chris, you want to watch The Faculty? I was, you know what? I love that film. We watch it again. I'm like, this film, I mean, obviously some CGI is a little bit dated, But other than that, it's still a great fucking movie, man.
No, I've not seen this film for a long time. I have to check that out again.
Yeah, I think it's it's a really good kind of proper kind of high school horror kind of thing, you know, or college horror. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
it's great. I love it.
Yeah, and Rodriguez does have this very unique style as well, doesn't he? I mean, he's kind of a little bit more like if Tarantino wanted to do something a bit more fast paced and more accessible, right? And I love Tarantino, but even sometimes his dialogue can go overboard a little bit in times. But Rodriguez, he likes to keep his films nicely paced, doesn't he?
Well, it's like Dusk Till Dawn, best Tarantino film that's not a Tarantino film.
Yeah, because it's got the Tarantino, it's got the Tarantino slick dialogue, but at the same time, it's not. It's still condensed a little bit more into something a bit more accessible.
The thing I love about Dusk Till Dawn, and another great pick for a horror film, actually, because it's got fuck all to do with Halloween, it's just the pace change right in the middle.
Oh
yeah,
wow! Yeah,
it's something different, doesn't it? It's like a road movie, and it's
well, and just kicks into another gear entirely. Again, there's so much quotable dialogue. Salma Hayek not wearing many clothes. Action, loads of bloody action. Danny Trejo and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's another great film, but no pumpkins, so I didn't put it on the list.
Yeah, and I will try and watch this tomorrow since we are doing a stream, a Shield stream. I will try and watch this tomorrow.
Check it out. It's good. It's a good film. Good film.
I'm actually going to finish off. Right, so I wanted to get through those two very, very quickly, but I'm going to finish off with my absolute all-time favorite horror movie ever, and that is The Wicker Man. I know I mentioned it on Tuesday's Nielsen ratings. I know I mentioned it on Tuesday.
I love Nicolas Cage.
I love that you both on the same way with that, bloke.
It is a hilariously bad remake, but with Nicolas Cage being Nicolas Cage, but you cannot beat the original Wicker Man.
I'm not talking about Nicolas Cage, but the original is chilling, absolutely chilling. It's so good. And again, it's such a slow, subtle burn that I don't know if people had patience for these days, but the underlying sinister nature of the film is just so good.
Yeah, great.
You just doesn't realise till it's too late. It's like,
It is very sinister, isn't it? It's very sinister, and he Sergeant Howie. He's such a lovely character. You know, you know that he is a good man. He is a decent man. But they're not doing anything wrong. It's just what they believe, it's in their nature. You know, it's just what they need to do, what they feel they need to do. It's no more than, sacrificing a goat, I suppose.
Very, very much wrong person, wrong time. Yeah, but that end is just, oh man.
I know. It's just
Jesus Christ! Christ, no! It's just brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, Edward Woodward, rest in peace, man. Fucking hell. He was because he's not really a full on. He's not really a fun character. He's quite a stick in the mud, but you can tell he's just trying to do the right thing, isn't he? And he's got all these weirdos just making it even worse for him.
He hasn't got the tolerance for the weirdness that he encounters.
Yeah, but Eklund though, fucking hell, man.
Yeah, man.
And you got Christopher Lee as well, who's in every scene, and apparently
Lord Summerisle.
Yeah,
was it Summerisle?
Yeah, I think this was one of his favourite roles, because I think for a while he was because he was in Dracula a lot, and he hated doing it because the stories were always written first, and they put fucking Dracula in last anyway, and he hated that. He actually did this movie for free.
And he actually does say, I mean, you're right. Even literally until his final job, every interview when they ask him about his favorite movie, he always cited this as his favorite movie, not just his favorite movie that he's done to watch, but his favorite movie to have been in, to have acted in. He thinks, he firmly believed that this is the best role that he's ever had. And it is, I mean, it's a really special movie. It means a lot to me, this film. There are a lot of movies that mean a lot to me, but this really does mean an awful lot to me, this movie. I just love the whole pagan thing here. And you know, I mean, there are places in England. I went to a place in Norfolk not that long ago, and they had all the kind of May Day celebrations of the hobby horse and the maypole, and it was fucking weird. I went to this village, and it was just odd. It was like walking through the celebrations in the Wicker Man. As you know, everybody was sort of speaking a bit like that, and you know, where's thou from then? Where's thou from? Yeah, just near London. Yeah. Oh, don't get no strangers. Don't get strangers in these parts. It's just so weird, and also, funny enough, when we were talking about the American Wealth in London, there was a pub not far from me. It's called the Lion at Eastwick, and this is going back to when I was a teenager. Me and a couple of friends, you know, we kind of discovered this little country pub that's right out of the way, you know, right out in the sticks. So we was looking for a different place to drink. So yeah, there's a little pub there. See the light and the sign, you know, the Lion. So we walked in. Literally, the whole pub just stopped. The people that were playing darts stopped playing darts. The music kind of stopped. The chatter stopped, and everybody was staring at me and my two mates as we walked in, and just sort of strolled up to the bar. It was fucking weird. It was weird, yeah, and it was like, this is just like American Wealth in London. It's really odd. Yeah, we still got some places like this, but yeah, Wicker Man does remind me of you know, some sort of local places and places that I've been to, and some of the sort of pagan ceremonies and everything that you might spot in the West Country or in East Anglia.
It was a film. It was a film. I will admit, the first time I watched it, I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" But it has kind of grown on me. It didn't scare me, but it did. It did
disturb
me, and that's it. That's really it. Especially the ending as well. And
yeah. But I like to be disturbed. I think, you know, we've spoken about this before. I want to be disturbed by a movie that aims to disturb me. I want to be scared by a movie that aims to scare me. I want to laugh at a movie that aims to make me laugh, or aims to make me cry, or, you know, I want to be affected by movies. That's their job, you know, and I don't get people that, you know, oh, well, yeah, I don't want to see that movie again. It really scared me. Well, you knew what you were letting yourself in for. You know, when you bought that ticket, that's your signing of the contract, you know. But I want to be scared by movies. I love being disturbed by movies. And I found this one, watching this as a little kid, you know, really disturbing. And I think that's probably why I like it. I just like to be disturbed by something, you know. Yeah, but this is my ultimate.
Nice. That's a good choice.
Yeah. Is that your final pick, then?
That will be my final pick, mate. Can I just have one honourable mention of a piece of literature?
Okay. I think we can fit that in.
Right, just one. Right, okay, and it is the most horrific piece of literature you'll ever want. It contains, Christ, I mean, it's got everything. It's got murder, matricide, parricide, fragicide, genocide, demons, vampires, and zombies. And that book is the Bible. If you want to be scared out of your wits, read the Old Testament. That will make you shit your pants.
Dear God.
Yeah, the Old Testament will absolutely make you want to shit your pants. That's the scariest book you'll ever want to read.
Yeah, what was it? What is it? Fraser said in an episode, like, "Have you ever read the Old Testament? God is ruthless."
Yeah,
Well, it's the same with back to Supernatural. Some people got pissed off that they made God the villain. It's like, what? Again, they show me God the villain. Have you read some of the Bible?
Yeah, it's the God of the Old Testament is just like, it's just it's horrific. It's a horrific read. But anyway, that's my honourable mention for horror literature. The Old Testament.
All right, Luke, you got 2 minutes till fucking 6 hours, man.
Yeah, no, Jesus Christ. I don't usually make a habit of doing really long streams, but I thought it's Saturday. It's like last Saturday of Halloween. Why not? So, that's our 10 favourite. That is our 10 Halloween favourites: movies, games, TV, books, whatever. And thanks to my lovely panel. Thanks for Fandad and Toxic for popping on. Same thing for Lance and Critical. Thank you very much. Blue, Inside Man. I will. Before we go, plug in. What are you trying to? Have you got anything you need to plug in, Critical?
Too right, been in 6 hours. Damn right, I get to plug something. No, I've not been working on a lot recently, to be honest, because I got COVID a couple of weeks ago and it fucking killed me. But I've nearly finished my Crow video, which compares the 89 comic, 94 film, and 2024 Abomination. That's almost done. And my Halloween video for the month will be comparing two terrifying films, terrifyingly bad, that is, that are Afraid and Margot. That's probably about all I'm going to be getting out in the next week. So, that's it.
Yeah. Well, be sure to check it out. So, yes, and Blue, anything else you want to plug?
Oh, look. I mean, Luke actually had 10 was Arachnophobia, but we'll get into that. A couple weeks ago, just real quick, watching my kid, Arachnophobia, terrific film, John Goodman. If you hate spiders, that movie will fuck you up in the head. That movie's great. But no, like I told Will / Drinker, I did watch Rogue Elements. He knows I've been working 70 hours a week. Now with the Shield, I was doing Shield tomorrow. I'll try to get my Rogue Elements video done. Of course, I told you guys about the Christopher Reeve movie. I recorded it a week ago. It's just sitting down editing that. So I'll try to get those out tomorrow. And then I do want to see Venom 3 just because everyone's shitting on it. But I like Tom Hardy. I just want to see how it ends. I know it's not going to be a good movie.
You know what I'm going to be getting, dude? You're not going to go into Venom 3 with expectations of an amazing film, are you? You're just like,
yeah,
you know what you're going to get, you know?
I know, but it's like I tell people all the time.
I've seen both. I'm not a fan of them.
What's like Kat said, that's my premise. Like I have the Regal app, so I'm not going to pay for it, but I know it won't be a good film, but like I can't tell you guys it's a shit. I do have to actually sit down and watch it, though. I mean, at least because I can give. It's not a biased opinion because anyone could say, "Well, it's shit." But I read a review, yeah. But I mean, I do have a small channel, and I'm not paying for the fucking film, so it's an honest reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I will still check out your review. Though I probably will check out the movie myself just to see if it's any worse, just to see if it can get any fucking worse. To be honest,
I've completely forgotten everything that happened in the second one.
Yeah,
I cannot remember a damn thing about that film.
I was so let down by the second one because you had Carnage and Woody Harrelson. It could have been a fucking masterpiece. And Andy Serkis is a legit good director. And Andy Serkis was directing it. I'm like, how did you fuck this up that bad?
It's boring. That was the biggest crime.
Yeah, because he keeps allowing fucking Sony to interrupt him. That's what I'm guessing. But well. So, Inside Man, anything you want to plug?
I don't think I've got anything coming up apart from Nielsen ratings on Tuesday with you good selves, and obviously next Friday we're doing Halloween. I think there might be something in between with Lance. I'm not sure. We got the Pat Mills interview.
Yes,
that's in November.
Because I know, just know how keen he was once you heard that as well. Because I know you're a big fan.
Oh, mate, yeah, big fan. And
that Pat Mills.
Sorry, mate. Say again.
You mean the comic book writer?
Yes,
Charlie
Pat Mills.
Yeah. Charlie Moore.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's going to be amazing! Can't wait for that.
Yeah.
When's that?
So looking forward to that. I think it's the 9th of November, I think.
Oh man,
Yeah,
awesome!
I think
Can't
so.
wait for that.
Yeah, so really looking forward to that.
Charlie's War is one of my all-time favourites, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah,
That's a legend right
like
there.
he is up there, isn't he? He really is
Mm.
right up there. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, really looking forward to that one. So yeah, and of course, back to the Shield on. Sorry, mate.
So make sure you ask them about Hookjaw. It
Yeah,
got banned in the UK. It was about
that's
a
right.
great
Yeah,
white shark that basically just went around eating people. 1976, I think it was. So just after
Yeah.
Jaws.
Yeah.
And yeah, it got
I
banned in
remember
the UK. So I'd love to hear about that because I've been trying to find a copy of the originals because I used to read them when I was a kid. Not in action, I'm too young for that, but I'm sure it got reprinted in the Eagle comics.
It got printed
along with
in
Charlie's War.
I think it was Charlie's War. The Charlie's War ones are classics now, aren't they? They're
Yeah, I've got the collected editions of all of those.
Oh, have you? Oh, wow.
Yeah. I love Charlie's War. So
Yeah.
good.
Mm.
Such a brilliant depiction of the First World War and what they went through. Absolutely incredible. Oh, that's going to be an amazing interview, man. Well done. That's going to be brilliant.
Yeah. I just can't wait for it.
Mm.
Yeah, and of course, I think Back to the
Halloween
Shield
on
next
Friday.
Sunday. Yeah, Halloween on Friday. Yeah,
Yep.
so whatever's
After
going on.
Halloween, I know because Fandad was working. I think. Yeah, so we couldn't do it last week. So I decided to do this instead for Saturday. A nice little 6-hour stream where we just talk about our 10th favorite Halloween.
Just a little stream. Just a little.
So yeah, and I think
I'm so glad the clocks went back today because otherwise.
So it's probably fucked up whatever hours we had right now. So yeah, before I go, I will say I will be on the Nielsen ratings 9 o'clock with Inside Man, Blood Collar for you making it, and also Enzo. And if there's anyone else that Lance might want to pop on, if you ask Lance, he might let you on. If no one else is coming on, who knows? So yeah,
and I certainly will.
Yeah,
I know it's a hot seat. So I always feel that if I've not seen anything new worth talking about, it's no point in jumping on and taking the space of somebody that might have something to contribute. So plus I've been ill recently. So yeah.
Yes. All right, fair play. Also, Thursday, I'll be... No, not this Thursday. Wednesday, instead of Thursday, I'll be discussing about the latest episode of Penguin with Lord Toxic. And anyone else who wants to pop on, if they've been... Is
that the last one?
It's... I think it's... We've got 2 more episodes left, so I think it's the second to the last one now.
Okay. What I think I'll do is I'll wait until before you do the last one, and then I'll watch them all in one go, and then maybe talk about the season as a whole, because I would like to talk about it when I've seen it.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. So yeah, and so after the Penguin, what else? We've got the Halloween stream, and I'll try and see if I can get a video out by... I've got my Hocus Pocus on Thursday because
that nearly made it into my list.
Halloween Day, the first one. Yeah, so I think because it seems to be a Halloween film that divides a lot of people. So I thought, it gives me something to talk about. Maybe have some comedic material. Hopefully, it'll get
It's
a
a
laugh
fun
out.
film, man. I haven't seen the sequel. I heard it was shit.
Oh, the sequel's fucking awful. I'll probably review that as well because people seem to like listening to reviewers go through such despair talking about shit movies. So why not? So yeah, and Friday, the League of the Retro Spider-Man Bastards is Halloween, a day after Halloween, due to Fandad not being available since it was his suggestion. So that is our top 10 Halloween favourites, movies, games, TV, books, whatever. And my guests have been great, and everyone else in the comments have been great as well. Thank you, RTNZ, for your 10 New Zealand dollars, and Mr. E for your American dollars. And for everyone else in the chat, Jamalama, Nocturnal Frequency Radio, thank you very much.
Everyone that's a bit.
Yep. Aegis, thank you for joining us. And it's just scrambling around so I can find my names. Vex Electronica, yes. A bit sad you couldn't come on though, but I'm guessing you was a bit busy. Nadia as well, who was on earlier.
thank you for joining us, even if it was for a short while. I hope your stream went well. I will try and catch the rewatch and give you a like and support. And okay, Jamal, I already mentioned. I've already mentioned Mr. E. Thanks for joining us, and Dockler Butcher, even though he was only on for a short while. Thanks for joining us anyway. And Castella Daniel Garcia. Yes, I'm always good to have new people coming in the chat to talk bullshit with us as well. It's always fun. It's good to get new supporters and good friends. And World War Joe as well, and Barbara Lawrence and Atom. Thank you for joining us. I'm just going through a list. I don't want to miss anyone. Lindsay Waz, always a pleasure having you on. And glad to see you commenting in the chats as well as the replays. And come on, where? And Daniel Evans, yeah. Thanks for joining us anyway, and I think that's it. And yes, and whether you beautiful bastards are English or not, thanks for watching, and do remember to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that bell in order to be notified. And if you wish to further support this channel, links will be in the description below. But right now, that's me done, and I'm off to the pub because it's past 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's probably some fucking dive bar open somewhere. Enjoy your weekend.